Good evening. My name's on. Good evening. My name's Christian King, Vice Chair of the City Council. We're convening the meeting on today, Tuesday, May 19th, of the Finance Committee. Can you read any virtual call-in information, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, the Finance Committee Zoom link is listed under 1A of the agenda. The phone number is 646-828-7666. Zoom access code is 161-363-1913.
Thank you. And can we have a roll call?
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Bellata?
Here.
Councilor Economo?
Here.
Councilor Frizzolo?
Here.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Here.
Councilor Rivera? Here. Councilor Rosen?
Here.
Councilor Toomey? Mayor Petty's absence for the meeting, and Vice Chair Councilor King.
Here, and we can go to item 2A, approval of the minutes. The order that the City Council Standing Committee of Finance hereby approves the minutes of the Finance Committee meeting on May 12, 2025. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Bellata?
Yes.
Councilor Economo?
Yes.
Councilor Frizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? And Vice Chair Councilor King. I believe that was Councilor Toomey in the hall.
Yeah.
Councilor Toomey is here. So we want to welcome folks to this evening's meetings. We have a couple of items that are holdovers from the last meeting and that includes the first department that we're going to go to, and that's the fire department. So if we could just have the representatives of the fire department introduce yourself for the public so they could know who you are, please. Chief.
Fire Chief Martin Dyer.
Assistant Chief Adam Roach.
Assistant Chief Gary Arpin.
Thank you. And if we could have our CFO and Director Taylor also introduce yourselves and your title for the public, please.
Chief Financial Officer Tim McGurthy.
Budget Director Aaron Taylor.
Thank you. So we want to turn it over if the city manager wants to speak first, or if not, we'll go to these folks. CFO McGurthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As mentioned, we're here with the Worcester Fire Department. You've met the team in front of us. The fire department budget is one of the more dramatic changes year over year for FY27. That is primarily the result of two different incidents or initiatives that are occurring this year. The first is the end of a SAFER grant. That is a FEMA grant that is provided to various fire departments based on an application process. The city has been lucky to win two SAFER grants over the years, one in 2021, one in 2022. These grants help offset the expansion of a fire department, and as the Worcester Fire Department has expanded, as we went to a complement of 4 per truck, we've qualified and been successful in securing these funds. These are 3-year grants, so the first grant, SAFER 21, the one we secured in FY21, is expiring. That went from FY23 to FY26, March of 26, so that's no longer in effect. That's been fully expended. That was a $14 million grant. SAFER 22, the one secured in 22, is a 3-year grant that goes from February of 24 to February of 27. So that grant will be a partial year grant for FY27. It'll get us through February of this fiscal year, but we need to cover the difference with tax levy. So you see a significant increase in the tax levy contribution to the fire department to replace the grant closure of the FY21 and the ultimate grant closure of the FY22 or the SAFER 22. The other element offsetting that in part is the transfer of some funds over to the Department of Public Facilities to accommodate building operations. Department of Public Facilities, like with police, is going to be taking a more active role in managing fire department budgets, fire department facility budgets. and activities, and so you'll see a decrease on the facilities side, an increase on the tax levy side as it relates to salaries and fringe.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, you have anything like to add? Okay, we're going to open up to the floor. Anyone want to speak on this item? Going once. Councilor Economo, District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to thank the members of the command staff being here today. And I know the movement to go from 3 to 4 on a truck has been something that the city's been laboring with for many years, and it's great to see it in place. And I just want to thank the chief and his crew here for pushing for that and striving for that, because as we saw a couple of weeks ago, it does make a difference. It comes into play, and for the not just for the safety of the general public, but for the safety of the men and women working the scene, the fire scene. So I'm in favor of that budget allotment, and I'm in favor of the overall fire department budget.
Councilor Toomey, Councilor at Large, Kathleen Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I think that over the past few decades, the growth and change in the department has been immeasurable. The professionalism has been outstanding, and I really appreciate the men and women who are on the ground, fire ground every day, putting their lives at risk for the safety of the people of the city. I know that we have had some issues with apparatus, and I'm just wondering what your plan is for purchasing.
Deputy Chief.
Through the chair to the councilor, yes, we've had issues with apparatus. The lifespan of apparatus is not lasting as long as it typically expected. With continued repairs, the fleet is in good shape, but we do plan on keeping maintenance with the fleet replacement plan. So we have one engine and one ladder truck in this budget. We are looking at FY 30 and 31 deliveries, I believe, on these. Right now, we're about 1,200 to 1,300 days on ladder trucks for deliveries and 1,000 on engines still.
Okay. I know that there was some discussion about some lawsuits regarding the manufacturers. Do you know if that's been, people have been proceeding with that, other departments? Manufacturers of the engines.
Deputy Chief Roach.
Through the chair to the councilor, there is a class action lawsuit right now that is a nationwide class action lawsuit against several manufacturers. We have not signed on to that lawsuit as of yet, but there is a, I actually don't, I may have misspoke, it may not even be a class action yet.
Okay. Chief, through you, Mr. Chair, Chief, did you want to?
Through the chair of the councilor, in a lot of these suits, once one city or town signs on, it opens up the entire state to the class, and I believe that's what will happen with this one. So we should be covered.
Okay, actually, so could we get through you, Mr. Chair, get a report on that, on our status, and make sure that we are covered, and just so we can cross our i's and dot our t's, because I know that they've really held us hostage, and all the fire departments hostage. The quality of the equipment has been despicable, quite frankly. You shouldn't, what was it? We had one of the trucks, what, like a month, and it broke already?
Through the chair to the councilor, that's several of the newer apparatus. And, speaking with manufacturers, they do say the first 6 months you're going to have some issues, and then you get about 5 to 8 years out of the apparatus before you start having issues again. So we had issues with the newer apparatus for most of them in different brands as well, different manufacturers, for over a year.
It's crazy. Give us $1 million, and you're going to have it fixed several times before it's actually worthwhile for a few years, fewer years than before, right? So that's really terrible. As far as the number of employees, number of firefighters, how are we doing with our recruitment and retention?
Chief Dyer?
Through the chair to the counselor, we're currently at 408 members, uniformed members of the department, and then we have 22 members in our recruit academy. That once they graduate on June 5th, they will bring us up to pretty close to the largest number of firefighters that we've had in many, many years. However, there was a fall class in 1994, I believe it was, and several members of that class will be retiring with their 32 years come the fall. So I expect that by December of next year, we'll be back down to about 424, which is minus 30 for a complement. It looks like the civil service exam, it's a higher number, took this last exam, and so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to fill out a recruit class of 30 members come next year.
Okay. Changing subjects a little bit, I noticed that natural gas is not an item this year. Why is that? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Chief Dyer?
Through the chair to the counselor, that is part of the transition to DPF, taking care and custody of the facilities.
Okay, okay. And the same software license?
Chief Dyer?
Through the chair, you'll see in each of the budgets, and you're finding it here within fire, every year we do certain adjustments where if certain spending line items aren't being utilized, but others are being overspent, we go through and we adjust to the correct
Okay.
spending line. So it's as simple as the funding hasn't been removed, it's just been reallocated to a different spending line item based on the history of the department.
Okay. Now, one thing I did notice in this budget, and I think I noticed it in the police department, but the diesel fuel has increased by $70,000. And I don't know when the budget was actually created, but was that at the height? Now, we're now what? How much are we paying for gas or diesel fuel? Has it gone up? Are we on contract?
Chief Dyer?
Through the chair to the counselor, we are on contract for diesel fuel, but it is with a daily market rate. Basically, there's sheets that are printed every day on what the daily rate is, and then it has, federal taxes and profit also added into it. So the last bill that we paid was 44% larger than the bill that we paid in February. And I expect that trend to continue. When we were rebalancing this year, based off of the current projections at the time that the budget was made, we moved it over to $200,000 for the diesel, I believe it was. Yes, $200,000, which was an increase from the $132,600. At this point, we'll have to wait. If the trend continues, that $200,000 will be short.
Okay.
Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do want to also mention the vacancy factor has remained the same in terms of numbers, but has increased. That's due to the budget, to the contracts? Is that correct? Contract changes?
Through the chair, the vacancy factor is based on when the class might be, brought on board and the
Right.
recruits trained. So we assume the vacancy up until that point of time.
Okay, so I'm just saying then the amount, the numbers are the same, but the amount has changed. So I'm just wondering, I'm assuming that's contractual?
No, through the chair, the vacancy factor is based off of the budget numbers. When we fill out the class, it's based off of the true vacancies within the department at the time, if that's what your question is.
It's not, I'm not questioning the positions, I'm questioning the recommended amount. That's all, it's
Through the
different.
chair, it's literally based on the kind of month and day
Oh,
we
okay.
expect the class to begin.
Okay, all right. That's all I have, other than, again, thank you so much, and I look forward to the groundbreaking of new South Division. I think we're all looking forward to that. And hopefully it'll be a great day, good weather, and thank you, everybody, for all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Toomey. We can go to John Frizzolo, District 3, followed by Sacha Mitra, Councilor at Large.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Good evening, guys. It was very nice meeting you in our one-on-one month or so ago, and I appreciate the education you gave me, making me knowledgeable. There's a couple questions I forgot to ask I'd just like to ask for my edification and for the general public as well. As we spoke, when I was in the legislature, Providence Street Fire Station closed, and Franklin Street then, at that time, picked up Union Hill as first call, per se. At the time, it added over a minute in response time. As we are today, does Franklin Street go to Union Hill if there's a fire in and around Union Hill? If not, if you could tell me who responds to that area?
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair to the council, that would be the Franklin Street Fire Station.
Okay, and if Franklin Street's out on a fire, who covers Union Hill? South Station?
Through the chair to the council, that would be South Division. Grafton Street would also come into play, and McEwen Road, depending on
Where it is.
whereabouts it would be.
And that's the same as even further down in Vernon Hill,
That's correct.
McEwen and South would cover?
Through the chair to the council, that is
85.
correct. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make myself knowledgeable on that. And again, that was all I had. I appreciate, again, the job you do, and all the best in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fasolo. Going to go to Sacha Mitra, followed by Councilor Rivera of District 5, followed by Councilor Balada of District 2. Councilor Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the chief, first of all, thank you very much for what you do and all your team members. I had a wonderful time visiting your department the other day, and thanks for giving me the time to meet everyone. And one day I'll be coming in to see the demonstration that you promised to show me. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, you have a very important role for the city. I mean, the safety is of huge concern for all of us. I think this council wants to see that everyone in the city lives with safety, and you bring that to us in a different ways and with care. I just have a couple of questions here. Number one, on your total expense of up to the third quarter of 2026, you have $35,512,807 spent out of the $49,325,000 that was budgeted. If I look at equal division, then it looks like that you will have a little more left in the fourth quarter. Is there more expenses that you have in the fourth quarter to use them all, or we'll have some surplus?
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair to the councilor, yes, some certain things that we do hold to the end of the year, like pump testing is a perfect example. We're doing that in June, so that's a expense that we know we're going to encumber, and we hold that until the end of the year. There's also where we're running a 24/7 emergency type business, we keep funds encumbered for a lot of different things, like towing, right? And up until the last day of the year, I need to make sure that I have a large truck towing company with funds available in case the truck breaks down. So there's a lot of different accounts where we keep that in, but we also have what we have like our known projects that we need to get done. They're going to get done July 10th, or they're going to get done June 20th. And so what we try to do is balance that out. And so as we get closer to the end of the month, we look at those funds like we have for the towing and other things and say, okay, now we can bite the bullet and we can remove it from there and do this project that has to be done no matter what. It's just a matter
But
of
I like
days.
that because it's better to have a little extra at the end rather than falling short.
Correct.
So the next question that I have, I see that the overtime is kind of level funded than last budget to this budget with the cost of increase in cost and everything, maybe through chair to our chief financial officer, that how do we keep it the same? Don't we expect it to be more or expense for the overtime, and what determines it?
So through the chair, overtime is one of the hardest things to budget in the city budget each year, depending on the department. And police and fire are the most challenging because they're responding to emergencies, unpredictable, unknown at the time. What you'll see, and going along the lines with your prior question, is at the end of the year, we always have to do year-end transfers, or we often have to do year-end transfers, where if there is overtime, it is often due to vacancy or absences, where there's a savings on the salary line item. So what we do is we look as we get closer, and the first step is to take excess funds from salary that may not be spent due to vacant positions, transfer that within the same department to overtime to cover those costs.
I see.
Similarly, if there's any funding remaining in OM or any of the other areas, we'll use that as well. The second effort would be to look at other departments to see if we need to transfer in. But it is a challenge. We'd like to try to increase overtime as we see it. Fire's overtime has gone up considerably over the last few years as we switch to the 4-person complement. You're now having to cover more positions during a shift than you would have otherwise. So it's one we look at each year and have conversations with the department each year. But the goal and the expectation is any overages on overtime can be covered by a savings on the salary line item, or we look to other outside sources within the city to cover.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, through you to either chief or CFO, I see that we have eliminated the plant engineer position in the fire department. I think it is an important position, or can you just explain that what makes us to eliminate that position, or considering the importance of that position that I have in my mind?
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair to the counselor, just to make sure I heard you correctly, that you were saying the plant engineer position?
Yes.
Yes. So the plant engineer became vacant earlier in the year. We are hiring, I think they're starting next week, a new person, but then they're being transitioned over to the Department of Public Facilities next year. So that position still exists. There will still be a person that is maintaining and working on station repair, but they'll be reporting to DPF rather than the fire department. And we have a close working relationship with DPF where I feel very strongly that the stations will be as well taken care of, if not better.
Yeah. Because the reason I say, because I see the addition of service writer's position, which wasn't there before. So I was just thinking that is this a replacement, doesn't match. So, so you are saying that that position is still open and you're looking for someone to fill in as a plant engineer, if I'm not wrong.
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair of the council, yes. So the new plant engineer starts on Tuesday. So that position is now filled. It's an extremely important position for our department.
But thank you. I have one more question to chair to you, Chief. I know that this may not be exactly related to the budget, but it is related to the department, and I have a little concern about it, for which purpose I went and visited you about the non-functional fire hydrants. And I know there are a few of them, and I had put an order to see that those are fixed, and we have otherwise huge liability we carry. I just wanted to know, I know you mentioned to me that that's not something that your responsibility is, the responsibility of the DPW and the water division, if I'm not wrong. But I mean, you are the chief. If there is a fire and your people go there to extinguish it and find out that it's not functioning, I'm sure it must be of huge concern to you. And what are you doing to see that those don't remain the way it is? Because it concerns me a lot.
Sure.
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair to the counselor, it is very concerning, and I take the malfunction hydrant very seriously, or a non-operational hydrant very seriously. The reality of it is the Department of Public Works Water Division that handles the hydrants, but we have a good relationship with them. So we report whenever we use a hydrant, whether for training or at an actual incident, we report it to the water department so they can make sure that it drains appropriately and that it will work the next time. When we find one that is not operational, they usually respond very, very quickly to see if it's a quick thing that they can just fix. Maybe they needed to clear the drains or whatever they have to do, and they'll get the hydrant back in service. Maybe an operating nut or something that's not working correctly. The ones that you see, and they are very few. I'd say the last time that we went through a list, there was about 20 hydrants or less on it, out of about 5,500 hydrants in the city. So it's a very positive ratio that they have. But unfortunately, sometimes those fixes need to align with road work. It can't happen in the winter if they have to dig to a certain level. And so it gets put off a little bit until they can schedule appropriate road work with the repair of the hydrant. Obviously, I would prefer it to be done immediately, but it's just not practical. But our firefighters train constantly on what to do if that hydrant is not working. We have a lot of ways to get water to the scene through other hydrants, through other engines that are arriving that are bringing more water to the scene themselves. And we have a really good and strong command system that makes sure that our firefighters do not get ahead of the problem and that we can react to things that we're not expecting or anticipating immediately without putting our firefighters in danger.
To the chair, to the chief, and I understand your explanation. I think that statistically maybe it sounds very low that out of 5,500 we only have 20 or 22 fire hydrants not functioning. But even if there is one, it concerns me, and I'm sure it does to you as well. So my real recommendation would be to see that we all put it together so that they're all functioning. It's great to know that we have trained firefighters who can accommodate if there is a non-functional fire hydrant to go and do what needs to be done to take care of the situation. But still, I think it is bothersome to the constituents, to the residents. They call us and saying there is a fire hydrant that's not working, and I'm worried about it. So certainly, it's something that I'll request you to kind of make it emphasize to Water Division or DPW, and I'll do the same so that we can get it all working and we all feel safe. It's all about how we feel. You know, maybe we may have a great statistical value, but residents may still feel fearful, so we don't want that to be there. And otherwise, I think, what you guys do is I tip my hats off to really the sacrifices that you all have done, and I'm very grateful to each one of you, and looking forward to the new station. We're all there with you, and anything that we can do, please let the council know, and the council is together to help each such department who works so hard for keeping the community safe, residents safe, and the Worcester safe. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Jose Rivera, District 5.
Thank you to the chair, to the chiefs. First, I want to say thank you. Great job. I'm hearing great things. I appreciate the one-on-one filling me in. You guys' day-to-day operations and everything you guys do is a lot of work, and I think that's why. I'm sure the city manager is happy to hear that you guys work very great with all of the other departments, because that's great for me to hear that, we're working in unison together, because in the end, it's just the residents of the city of Worcester who are the winners, when we can get everybody online together. One of my questions is, update, to the chair, to you guys, on the impact vehicles that you guys have and stuff like that. Can you give us an update on that, please?
Certainly.
Chief Dyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the councilor. The impact vehicles is a concept that we introduced a few years ago slowly. So basically the idea was on winter storms when the roads are very hazardous. Rather than sending out the very large, expensive apparatus, if we could send a smaller vehicle to a lower acuity call, we would. And so we put a four-wheel drive spare into service that would respond to those calls. over the years, we tried to increase it a little bit, and with this past winter, we really had a good opportunity to test it. We put 3 impact vehicles on, I believe, during 3 different storms, with one of them for 3 days, so that we could make sure that we had access. Those vehicles took almost 50% of the call volume during that period. That they were in service, and it kept our apparatus off the roads, which make it difficult for other people to travel as well. When the roads are tightened, it's hard to have two-way traffic, especially with the large vehicles. So that worked very, very well. I believe that our response times were far better than they would have been with the apparatus out on the roads. During one of the storms where we had a high call volume during the storm, and so the 3 vehicles were on the road and our apparatus, we actually had a period of time where 3 apparatus were stuck at the same time. And so it really shows the value of those impact vehicles. And so with this budget, what we were doing in the past is we were taking whatever spare 4-wheel drive vehicle we could get and put into firefighters, a firefighter and an officer in it. What this budget is allowing us to do is to put them in appropriate vehicles and have them assigned for that. And then hopefully what we'd like to do is build it where we can utilize impact vehicles more often. And so as our numbers increase, it's kind of built in where that should happen more often and kind of normalize the usage of the impact vehicles.
That's awesome. Great initiative. Great job again. This was more like a minor question, but I think it's important. I didn't see it in the budget, but I don't know if it's something that is still done, or maybe something, a grant or something that we can look for. But do you guys at all, the fire department at all, have any, I remember before we had this when I was younger, where you guys go to the schools and visit the students and stuff like that, and kind of give, reach our future firefighters.
Chief Dye.
Through the chair of the council, I'm going to ask Assistant Chief Roach to answer that.
Yeah, sure. Through the chair to the councilor, we do have initiatives with the Worcester Public Schools. Currently, we are working on a Worcester Fire Department joint collaboration.
Awesome.
We visited from the month of March to May every 5th grade classroom in the city. We are going to now review how that program worked out with the schools and look to see how we can either adjust it or change it for next year to be a little more effective, and with the goal of trying to either increase our visits to the schools or increase education through the schools and their curriculum.
Perfect. Thank you again, and make sure that you guys let all the firefighters know. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. District 2 Councilor Robert Bellata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you guys do, the men and women of the fire department do. Beyond emergency response, we all know how the important role that fire plays in the inspections with units, inspecting housing in the city, inspecting buildings. So I really want to just say thank you to all the work that goes into working with ISD and making sure that the fire department plays such a role in preventing fires, because we know how old Worcester's housing stock is, and that's a key goal in bringing the city's old housing stock up to code and to eliminate nuisance violations. And again, really of course appreciate everyone's work on the department. One question I had about the in the budget was in regards to wellness days. I was just noticed that in the budget it went from 50,000 to 0. I was just curious, what is that, or why is that there, or has it changed? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilor. That was due to collective bargaining agreements. There were other benefits afforded in other areas, and that benefit just kind of got encumbered into that.
Okay.
So there's actually more benefit time afforded to the members now. It's just in a different line.
Okay, thank you. One other question I had is in relation to wellness. Are there any types of in-house, forgive me for the phrasing, but in-house opportunities for fighters to go to talk
Chief
to
Dye.
folks after experiencing trauma or things like that?
Through the chair to the councilor, we have a couple of things that we do. First, we have a health and safety district chief who's in charge of our 4 incident safety officers. who the sole focus of that division is the health and wellness of our firefighters and then the safety on the incident scene. So that's part of it. So they work at the initiatives to make sure that we have a healthy workplace, cancer prevention, mental health when needed. But we also have a EAP officer. Right now it is Captain Chris Cackley, who does an absolutely amazing job of working with the membership and connecting them to appropriate services if needed. Sometimes they just need to speak with him. He has a wonderful way with people, and so he does a really good job with them, or connect them with other members that may be able to share their experiences and how they got through a tough time. But he can also connect them to really very serious services when necessary that are outside the normal scope of what people can get connected to with their normal health insurance and stuff. So that's an excellent opportunity that we have. And then he also runs the CISMS team, so the Critical Incident Stress Management team. So we have many dedicated and devoted members to that team that are available to respond to a station after a tough call. And it doesn't always take the station or the officer to call for that. If we hear that there was a difficult incident, that team will usually self-deploy and just make sure that they know that they're there. On a larger incident, they would hold a like a debriefing shortly after the incident. So they're doing a lot. It's really an amazing team, amazing work, and they have a lot of support from the state level, from other teams and whatnot. So it's a pretty good, robust system.
That's great to hear. Thank you. I really appreciate that information. The last question I had was just about safety supplies. And for FY26, it says 199,384, and then to FY27, it shows 43,000. Just curious what the decrease was
Sure.
on that.
Again, that's just the moving of funds into the appropriate area. So the 43,000 is basically the contractual safety fund, and so it's just cleaner having that separate. Goes into capital outlay. Sometimes we move it into OM, depending on what the committee determines is necessary to purchase.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you. Again, thank you for all the work that the men and women of the fire department do, responding to emergencies, and also just making sure that we're tackling nuisance properties and making sure we have safe housing for Worcester. So thank you very much.
Thank you. At large, Councilor Gary Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the fire department folks, has there been over the years, recent years, last several years, a decrease in the number of fires that we see in the city? And I would think the answer would be yes, but I have no idea. And I'm thinking of smoke detectors, how we've stressed that over the years, and we've gone to homes and provided folks with smoke detectors, installed them. And we have alarm systems. We've talked about that on the city council over the years, too. So there seems to be a stress on fire safety, especially within the homes, and maybe even businesses, too. But so through the chair, have we seen a decrease in fires? Are we making progress that way in our city?
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair to the councilor, answering it as a yes or no question, yes, they're lower. But it's complicated to look at the actual fire problem. So if you don't mind, I'll expand just a little bit.
Oh, sure.
So,
Please go on.
So actual structure fires are down. We just started a new national reporting system in January, which does a better job of actually classifying the incidents that we go to. And so the number actually looks like a little bit of an increase this year, but it's doing a better job of capturing actual and real incidents. And that's a good thing for our reporting and understanding of what the actual fire problem is. But as the numbers decrease, the danger and the severity have not, right? And so there's a lot of new dangers there with lithium-ion batteries. Those calls are increasing all the time. And then with the severity is just the constant increasing of contents with petroleum-based products makes the fires burn faster, that they escalate quicker. So really require a very, to your point, fire alarms, you need really good notification. That's really, really important. But also you need a robust fire response to take care of the problem before it truly escalates beyond control or into a larger incident. The flashover is when a building or a room, spontaneously everything in the room reaches the fire temperature and will burn at that point, right? That used to take about 25 to 30 minutes if it was even going to reach that point. Today, that goes to three minutes. A room can go into flashover. And that 3 minutes is prior to our response now. So very often when we arrive to fires, we already have the windows have failed, fires is blowing out the window, which wasn't such a big thing, 20, 30 years ago. So we do have to be very careful with our response. Our fire prevention division and our code enforcement division have done a phenomenal job of getting into these buildings through inspections, complaints, however they get into them, and making sure that they start to do a better job meeting code, our electrical inspectors working on the electrical systems. So I think that has contributed greatly to that number being reduced. But I want to be careful because the danger is still real and there. And it just seems like we're constantly, every year, something new is happening that continues that danger.
Through the chair, I'm assuming that most fires could have been and should have been prevented, and unless there may be arsonist fires, but probably every fire should never have happened. And is that something we try to educate the people about? Because we just really, if the fire never started, all the problems you just mentioned, they would never have occurred. But it seems to me that when they do start, it's carelessness. It used to be years ago smoking. I hope fewer people smoke. Obviously different electrical fires and so on. So I would hope that, people get educated and they should be able to prevent the fires we've seen over the years. Am I correct in that?
Through the chair to the councilor, most fires are preventable, whether it be through, discarded smoking material, improper use of electronics or cooking. So we try to educate the best that we can, but we've found that more important than education is engineering, and that is through the fire code and the enforcement of the fire code. So if we can engineer systems that are less likely to fail, and if there is a failure, that we have strong notification systems within the building, sprinkler systems when appropriate, that is a better way to address the problem, is to make sure that the systems built into these buildings are built to handle mistakes happening, because mistakes are always going to happen.
Through the chair, dumpsters, I think the fire department still permits the dumpsters. Am I correct?
Through the chair to the councilor, that is correct.
So that should be everyone, private home that rents a dumpster from some business would have to take out a permit just to have it on their property for a day or a week or whatever. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councilor, it depends on the size of the dumpster, I believe. Is it 5 yards? Larger than 5 yards requires a permit.
5 yards minimum. So that you're saying everything over 5 yards?
Everything over 5 yards requires, 5 yards and above requires a permit. If it's less than 5 yards, it does not require a permit.
Now, I called, through the chair, I called a few businesses, local businesses, just to check on the prices. Must have been 4 or 5. Not one mentioned to me, said to me, oh, do you want a permit? So through the chair, what percent do you think of the people in Worcester who do rent these dumpsters over the 5 yards, what percent actually get the permit? Because they look at it as a way to save money. They don't see the need for a permit. So through the chair, do we have a problem there?
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair to the councilor, that's a hard question to answer. I don't know the answer to that. What I can tell you is that we do issue quite a few both permanent and temporary dumpster permits every year. The number escapes me. I'm not 100% sure what that is. We could look it up. But our road inspectors keep an eye open for dumpsters popping up in the area as well. And so when they're in between inspections, they'll look at the dumpster, they'll see where it's situated, they'll look it up on our OpenGov system to see if it's been permitted, and if not, they will take an action.
Okay, and through the chair, it might be a good thing to remind all these businesses in Worcester that rent out these dumpsters that we do have a permit fee, and it should be, every company. I had a friend who was in the business a couple of decades ago, and he used to always mention to folks when they called that there was a permit fee charged by Worcester. He would lose business, he told me, all the time. Oh, that 25 or 50 bucks, whatever it was. The other guy told me I didn't have to do that, so it's an issue, I think. It's a problem.
Yeah, through the chair of the council, we can provide some education to the companies, but you're exactly right. That's a common problem of being told that one jurisdiction doesn't require something that we do. It's, yeah.
Through the chair to the fire representatives, what about the speed humps in the city of Worcester? How are you reacting to those?
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair to the councilor, again, a complicated question. The speed bumps do complicate our response and our driving around the city to a certain extent. We are lucky to have an extremely good relationship with Steve Rowley in DTM. They notify us when they are putting new speed bumps up. They come to us with the plans beforehand. We talk about placement. Sometimes I advocate for something that's a little less severe maybe than the hump that they're suggesting to begin with. But it's a problem. At the same time, we recognize that this is what the residents of Worcester are asking for. So I'm trying not to get in the way of that too much, but it does have an impact, and it does have an impact on the maintenance of our trucks.
Okay, and through the chair, I think over the years, firefighting science has certainly increased, and I know folks are pretty educated in the fire department with those changes. Can we expect, or should we expect, future use in the fire department of artificial intelligence?
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair to the councilor, obviously we'd be working with DoIT on their AI policies, but I think that we can probably expect some progress with that. We're already seeing a little bit of it with our RMS system in reporting. We get a lot of inquiries from different companies that are interested in maybe like traffic preemption, and I really hope that it takes off in the training realm that can really help us do more realistic, like tabletop exercises that would take us through a command function of actually fighting a fire, or teaching recruits the art of overhaul after a fire has occurred. So my hope is, and my thoughts is, that it's going to help the fire service in the long run.
Okay, my final question, I think we'll see on the national news soon, all the wildfires that occur in this country, and it doesn't seem like we obviously have any around here, thank goodness, but do we send folks to California and other places from the city of Worcester who are highly trained? Because some of those seem to go on for weeks and weeks and almost uncontrollable at times. Through the chair.
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair to the councilor, wildland firefighting is a specialty all of its own that requires an enormous amount of specialty training that is very different from structural firefighting. So we do not send anyone to those situations, and we don't have, I'm not aware of anyone being trained to that level. Sometimes the FEMA teams could be called upon for certain aspects of that. We do have members that are assigned to the urban search and rescue teams that would maybe assist with the aftermath, or if there's search and recovery necessary, but not actual wildland firefighting.
Okay, definitely my last question. What's the biggest need in the Worcester Fire Department?
I would say the biggest need is constant training, in development, right? It takes a lot of work to keep up with the current fire environment, the skills, and the personnel management side of it. So we really need constant high-level training throughout all of our ranks.
Okay. And I think, Mr. Chairman, our fire department is one of our departments that we can be very proud of and pleased with the level of education and ability and concern for the citizens of Worcester. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Luis Ojeda, followed by Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Thank you to all of you. Obviously, this is, there's a lot of work, there's a lot of levels to this. And it's important that everybody's on the same page and working together. One of the things that, I've been really happy about and been trying to push is your student engagement program. And it's good to hear that, you guys are continuing to work. And one of the things I'm hoping is to find ways to implement more when it comes to the education part of the actual calls that you attend. Right? Obviously, you attend more calls, medical calls than you do fires. And I think that's something that we can try to implement within the education program. I have spoke with some of the guys that actually they go into the classrooms and talk to the students about, and they do a phenomenal job. And I really appreciate that. But is there a plan for that, through the chair?
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair to the counselor, you are correct, about 62% of our calls are medical, and so it is a large part of what we do. What I would say at this point, that is not within the scope of the fire department, due to the complexity and the training requirements that need to be maintained in order to deliver that type of education. So right now, that is not within that scope. That would be a very large undertaking for the Worcester Fire Department to be teaching medical aid within the schools. I'm not saying it's not something that we wouldn't do, but we would have to have a large discussion on funding, training, and how it would be deployed.
Councilor Ojeda.
Is that better? Yeah, much better. That's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that. The reason why I say that is because when I was a phys ed teacher 15 years, 16 years, and we did a lot of hands-on training when it came to the CPR lesson. And I think the number was like 85% of the times this happens, if someone is there just to be able to administer hands-only CPR, the percentages increase. And I know that's something that they do in the schools. But then, like I said, there's other calls that you do attend. And I think it's important for our young ones to understand how to probably identify certain symptoms that are going on. It could be someone having a heart attack, someone having a seizure. So things like that, I'm hoping we could try to get into the schools. I know the school department does it with the health department, but it's really, if we can find a collaboration, I know that's something that we've been working on, but that collaboration would be really good because, having the fire department in the schools makes a really big impact for our youth. So I'm really interested in seeing if we can do that. Moving on to the next question I have is, when it comes to the 9.1, continued work with community partner agencies to develop and deliver ASHA training. Can you explain what that is so I have a better understanding of it, and maybe my counselors and some of the people that are watching or people that are here online? Through the chair to the chief.
Chief
Or
Dyer.
anyone else?
Through the chair to the counselor. So the ASHA training responds to like active shooter events or hostile events. We work with obviously the police department, emergency communications, but also other agencies on exercising the skills in the response. Usually on a yearly basis. We have one scheduled later on this year.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly for me is on 7.3, you mentioned individual training opportunities, engage with outside training. Is there a particular number that you have of how many firefighters attend these trainings?
Through the chair to the counselor, I don't have the exact number of firefighters that attended the trainings. We did backfill for $61,000 worth of overtime in order to send members out to the training, and then other members that we were able to send without encumbering a overtime cost also occurred as well.
Okay, would you say it was more than 50% of the officers attend this? And this is voluntary trainings as well?
Through the chair to the counselor, so, yes, we have a fund that allows people to bring to us an idea that they want to do some sort of training, and we work with them on, obviously it has to be appropriate training for the Worcester Fire Department, but then try to allow them to do that and backfill their position with overtime. And then we bring in other outside opportunities as well, which is referring to. So just last week, we had representatives in teaching a critical decision-making course that was available on a voluntary basis, but provided with overtime funding from a grant that all fire officers and fire chiefs had the opportunity to attend either those sessions last week or another session that will be coming up in the fall. So it's real valuable training, and it captures them while they're not working, while they're not responding to other calls, so that they can totally focus on the training at hand.
Okay, thank you. And you did mention earlier that one of the key things is being able to provide more training. And it seems like to be able to provide more training, you would try to, one of the difficulties is trying to find the time within their hours or throughout the year and be able to provide training. So again, I'm all for that. Training is important. You got to be ready at any point in time. So the more training, the better. So if there's a way where we can figure that out, that'd be great. And then lastly, you had mentioned the reporting when it comes to fires. I know that you had mentioned that if it's a different type of reporting. What would be the difference in reporting the certain fires? Can you just explain that? I didn't catch on to that.
Through the chair to the counselor, the old reporting system was called NFIRS, National Fire Reporting Incident System, and it was developed back in the 80s. It didn't capture all of the type of calls that we go on. It also would falsely identify certain calls as a false alarm when it actually wasn't a false alarm. The problem just ended up getting solved appropriately. So it's minor changes, but it does better accurately reflect the way our department operates and responds.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Before we go to Councilor Toomey for a second time, I'm going to ask some questions myself to the chief. As it relates to diversifying of the ranks, folks who are differently abled, folks, women, folks of color, can you speak to the recruitment and retention strategies in place as it relates to diversifying folks at Worcester Fire, including, but not limited to, promotional opportunities as well?
So through the chair to the counselor, over the last several years, we have tried to increase our recruitment presence. Out of our training division, we run some recruitment, and we do it out of the training division because those are the same people that work the civil service system, do the hiring, the background checks, and then run the recruit academy. So they're really in an excellent position to really teach the public what our job is about and what it would be like to be a Worcester firefighter, but also what they need to do to prepare to be a firefighter, what processes they have to go through to meet the civil service requirements, and just really get them the good information that we can. So we attend all public school work fairs. There's different events that different organizations have. I know we went to the Polar Park when they had their fair. I believe we go to the DCU Center. We work with the schools. We go to as many career days outside of the schools that we can. We go to spree days just to have a presence at the schools so that they see us. In past years, we have brought high school juniors and seniors to drill yard during our training events so that they could see what a training academy looks like. And I'm happy to report that I believe that the numbers are on the rise, that we're doing a better job over time, and that more people are taking the test, and that we're ending up with a more diverse workforce.
Thank you. Do we have numbers on the number of women and folks who are differently abled Are there any statistics that you're tracking as it relates to that, Chief Dyer?
Through the chair, through the chair, just to clarify the question, when you say differently abled, are you talking like ADA, or are you
ADA,
talking
could be
about the
learning
BIPOC?
disabilities, folks that are differently abled, so I haven't spoken about BIPOC yet.
Okay, so unfortunately, not unfortunately, it is, the requirements of a firefighter have to be met, so there's not a lot of accommodations that we can make. The ADA process through the city is available to recruits as they come in, and so we would make that available to them if they felt like they needed an accommodation. But the requirements from the state, civil service, the NFPA requirements, that minimum requirements that have to be met medically for a fire department and for a firefighter are fairly strict and don't give us a lot of room to make accommodations.
Thank you. And as far as BIPOC population that you mentioned, can you speak a little bit about this past year and what the numbers have looked like in terms of successful recruitment?
Sure. So,
and promotion, I'm sorry.
Sure. So, it's just going to take me a second to bring this up. I apologize.
Sure, take your time.
Yeah, so this year's class is a 36.4% BIPOC, up from 25% from the year before, 26 the prior year. And that's coming from like 2023 where it was 16%. So the trend line is moving in a positive direction. The department-wide is at about 16%. And so, 13%. 13.8%. So that just is moving us in a positive direction, obviously, with the recruit classes coming on. And I think it shows that our recruitment efforts have been positive.
Thank you. I know I worked for about 4 years or so with the diversity officer at the time was Will Mosley and Rohan Brewster. I'm sorry, Rohan.
That's correct.
Over at the fire department. So, I know some of that foundation was laid with the prior chief and in the beginning of the inception of your role. So, I certainly look forward to, as well, a report back on that position. So the second question I have is as it relates to facility maintenance. We've seen over at the police department that singular facility has been in disrepair, and there's been some lack of oversight. So can you speak to the stations across the city and what the maintenance regimen has been and what the relationship your department has had with facilities towards that end?
Sure. Through the chair, to the chair again, sorry. Our relationship right now with the facilities, and has been for quite some time, has been extremely positive. They've been a resource to us, not only on capital projects, but also on operational maintenance issues that we've had. We've been able to use them as a resource. They come to the stations anytime we need them to help us evaluate what's happening at the stations. We have made a concerted effort over the last several years, thanks to the council's support and the city manager's support of increased capital funds to make some major repairs to some of the buildings. We've had a lot of HVAC work through John Odell and his department. We've seen upgrades where we had 7 stations that had no HVAC in it whatsoever. We were using, the firefighters would bring their old window units from home to cool the stations down. We were able to put HVAC in every station, so all 7 of those stations, with unfortunately the one station that does not have that is South Division, but that is because of the replacement project that we did not invest that money in it. But a lot of our work, to be honest with you, is reactionary, right? We have, how many garage doors?
62.
So we have 62 garage doors that are constantly going up all day long for our apparatus to respond out of and return to. That takes a lot of maintenance, and what we do with items like that is that we have service contracts working with purchasing department where we get them in pretty quickly to handle issues as they arise, work with them to see if we can make any upgrades while they're there that we can stave off a future breakdown. But that's how a lot of our systems work, whether it be the plumbing or the electricity. We're looking always at what is the problem and what needs to be fixed to try to save us from having to do this again.
Thank you. Transfers into the department, I know it was referenced earlier to the CFO. Do we have an idea of the number of monies that were transferred in for various purposes, if it was from vacancy factors or if they were transferred in from unused departmental budgets?
Through the chair of the council, we've had one transfer in from salary, the fire salary, into our overtime budget this year. I believe that is all.
Through the chair, for FY26, all the transfers within the department have all been internal. We would have to go back and look to see in prior fiscal years what transfers have been made into the department.
Okay, so there were none this year, is that right, into the department?
Through the chair, that's correct. All of the transfers so far have been internal transfers.
Thank you. And as it relates to overtime, I know you mentioned that there was an uptick in overtime due to the, I can't remember if it was 4 or 5 that we went to, the numbers that we shifted to in terms of personnel on the equipment. It was my understanding that that might help steady overtime, but you're indicating that the overtime is increasing. Please just clarify. I'm probably misunderstanding.
Through the chair to the council, when we instituted our staffing policy that required 4 members to be on every engine, our overtime did increase. It wasn't last year's budget, it was the year before, I believe, was the floating lieutenants. Well, it was last year's budget. Floating lieutenants were put into place, and with the hope that that would fill in some of the gaps, the daily gaps. So every shift, we have 2 lieutenants that can fill in a lieutenant that is off on sick leave or vacation time or some other status, and that has reduced overtime. The change is that through the collective bargaining agreement, there's been some more benefit time allotted. So basically what it has done is it has reduced the increase in overtime.
Thank you. We'll probably dig back down into that at a later date. As it relates to private streets, has there been any cost associated with our fire equipment or apparatus navigating such streets over this past year, last fiscal year? In addition to that, if you could speak to the impact on response times and responsiveness during public safety events on private streets that are significantly difficult to navigate.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot speak to a specific incident where there was an impact. In general, the road condition does impact our response. We have to slow down depending on what the problems are. Sometimes, depending on the type of a call, you might actually reroute around the private street to get up a better way. Basically, the officer is always making a determination, what's my quickest route here and safest route here. So that is a game time decision that the officer will make. Obviously, roads that aren't in the best condition have an impact on our apparatus, and it makes it harder to traverse.
Thank you. Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to ask another question. The conversation that ensued that mentioned the snowstorms, et cetera, brought to mind a question that I had. I think it was in New Bedford that they actually had a fire truck with a with a snowplow on it. So I'm just, I know we had a lot of stuck plows, not stuck plows, a lot of engines that were, required a lot of assistance. And I'm just wondering, do we have any plows for our own fleet, other types of trucks, like the chief's truck and things like that, maintenance trucks that would be on the road?
Chief Dyer?
Through the chair to the councilor, I believe we have 10 trucks that have plow capability. Several of those are yard trucks where we'd rather them not go out onto the road, that they'd stay into the station. But when we do have these larger storms in events, we bring back our maintenance staff, and they'll take their trucks with good plows, good four-wheel drive capability. And if a truck is stuck or having trouble traverse, they will call for the plow, and the plow will assist. One of the maintenance plows also has a salt unit on it, and so it can also spread salt if necessary.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And finally, Morris Bergman, Counselor at Large.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate asking me if I wish to speak, and I hadn't, only because it's nothing really that struck me as pertinent to all the other questions. Seem to have answered the questions I would have asked, but I did come up with a couple while I've been listening to the dialogue of my colleagues. So before we finish, I just would like to ask for the chair a couple quick questions. And I'm certainly very supportive of this department, as I am of many others, and I think they do a great job. I can't recall, and I've been on the council a long while now, a time where anybody's ever complained to me about the Worcester Fire Department. And I think that speaks volumes of your public service and how you relate to the public. So I appreciate that very much. And I've actually seen them in action personally and professionally, and I think they do an outstanding job. But my question has to do with somewhat of a continuation of a conversation we had last week involving traffic and traffic patterns and so on and so forth. So through the chair to the chief, what is the single, if you can put a single label on it, or what's the top three, if that's easier, things that impede upon your ability to get to a fire quickly? What would be the top three? I know
Chief
you've been
Dyer.
getting some tough questions, so I'm going to give you the top three choices.
Through the chair to the councilor, I think number one would be congested roadways, during rush hour especially. Just getting through that traffic can be difficult. I think the second part is the tightness of our streets, and that's just the natural layout of an old New England city. But that can be extremely difficult, and then severe weather would be the third. So when you have, I'll take roads where you have cars parked on both sides of the street, or even during a snowstorm with the parking ban, they're on one side of the street. It can be still very difficult to get through that. So I think those may not be the top three, but they're close.
They actually matched up with mine, so if I could just follow up with a couple follow-up questions, one of which is, having lived here my entire life, and I'm assuming, Chief, if not your entire life, a majority, would you agree with me that the traffic congestion seems to have gotten worse and worse, particularly over the last 5 to 10 years?
Chief Dyer.
Through the chair to the council, that is my experience.
Yeah. And just this is more of a comment than a question, but we saw recently in an article in the Worcester Telegram, and we know it because we see it, we don't have to read it in the newspaper, the city keeps growing and growing, and the expectations are that we grow by a substantial amount over the next decade, as we have the previous decade. So one of the concerns I have is if we don't figure out how to remove bottlenecks, not just during rush hour, although that's definitely an issue, but I commented last week in my own travels, I frequently need to get between Newton Square and Tatnick Square, and starting now around 3 o'clock, it's almost impossible to get that less than 2 mile distance in less than a half an hour. And that's a far cry from years ago, where occasionally around 5 or 5:30, it got congested. Now it's always congested, and not just for a 5 to 5:30 window, but for 2 hours. And that's not the only part of the city. I know the same thing happens in every district, in every part of the city. And as we get more and more people on the road, I think we're going to have to try to figure out better ways to remove congestion, not just for ease of travel, but because public safety demands it. So that's all I'd have to say, but obviously, I'm always impressed with your department and appreciative with your department is probably the better way to express it, so thank you.
And lastly, Chief Dyer, if you could just speak to any handle with care efforts that are made. If you could explain what that is when there's an event that requires Worcester Fire Department's public safety response.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think that's something that I'm actually very proud of. Our department has worked very hard to help the district attorney's office really build out that program. And we created a tool for our officers, and probably more often than not, our FIU investigators after fires utilize that tool to notify the school system that there's a student in your school that just experienced a traumatic event. We don't go into the details of what that event was, but we just send a very quick, short message of please handle with care, so that the school is notified that that student may just need a little bit extra support that coming school day, and maybe acting out in different ways based off of whatever happened in their home. I think it's an excellent program. The police department join us as well, and I believe EMS also has the ability to make that notification.
Thank you very much for your service. Councilor Hayden, was there a motion when you were speaking? I thought I might have heard one, but I'm not sure. If not, that's okay. We'll keep it moving. All right, thank you. So we have a couple of motions before us. We're going to do a few chairman's orders. One is suggested by Councilor Toomey that we get a report back on the status of the current class action lawsuits related to the PFAS equipment, and also a report back on the idea that if a certain amount of communities join the class action lawsuit, that the city of Worcester would become part and parcel to that. In addition to that, report back on the diversity officer position, a chairman's order to look specifically at overtime in this department, including considerations for the four firefighters on equipment, and I think we might have one more from Councilor Toomey.
Clarification, the request for the report was on the fire equipment, the trucks, not the PFAS.
Oh, I thought it was the PFAS.
No, we've already got
Okay.
something going on the
Okay.
PFAS.
If you just
So-
clarify what it is for me?
Sure. The discussion that we had was about the fire trucks.
What's the motion?
engines, And it was to request a report on the class action suit,
Okay.
the progress on the fire engines and
Thank you.
equipment. not
As
the
amended,
PFAS.
we'll
Thank
accept
you.
that. And then we'll have a motion to discharge this item from the Finance Committee and to bring it to the full convening of the City Council for immediate consideration. Roll call.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, along with the orders, Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Bellata,
Yes.
Councilor Economou,
Yes.
Councilor Frizzola,
Yes.
Councilor Mitra,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Rosen,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chair, Councilor King.
Yes, and for the public that's watching or who may be tuning in at some point later to review this, we are at 6:23. City Council starts at 6:30. We're going to be in recess from the Finance Committee. We're going to begin City Council in a few minutes. We're going to take the public participation, and then we'll move to recess after that. So motion would be to go to recess from the Finance Committee. Mr. Clerk.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Bellata,
Yes.
Councilor Economou,
Yes.
Councilor Frizzola,
Yes.
Councilor Mitra,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Rosen,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mr. Vice Chair, Councilor King.
Yes, we are in recess. Good evening. My name is Christian King, Vice Chairman of the Worcester City Council. I'm calling to order this evening's meeting. And to my left sits the city clerk and City Manager Eric Batista to my right. And if you could read the call-in information before we do the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the virtual call-in information for the city council meeting, the link is listed on the agenda. The phone number is 646-828-7666. City council access code is 161-363-1913.
We do roll call and pledge.
Council Bergman.
Here.
Council Balata.
Here.
Council Economo.
Here.
Council Rizzolo.
Here.
Council Mitra.
Here.
Council Ojeda.
Here.
Council Rivera. Here. Council Rosen.
Here.
Council Toomey.
Here.
And Vice Chair Council King.
Here, if we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we're going to go to approval of the minutes. Item 5A, the City Council of the City of Worcester approves the minutes of the City Council meeting of April 28, 2026. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Balata.
Yes.
Council Economo.
Yes.
Council Rizzolo.
Yes.
Council Mitra.
Yes.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Rivera.
Yes.
Council Rosen.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Council King.
Yes. We're going to go to public participation, where a person may speak for more than 2 minutes on any items appearing on the agenda. This is item 6A. Pursuant to the Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, in order to ensure active public engagement, the City of Worcester allows for in-person and remote participation at all council and standing committee meetings. To participate in public participation section of the meeting, you may attend in person, or you may join via Zoom. Mr. Clerk, if you can share the Zoom information and any related directions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Zoom phone number is 646-828-766. The link is also listed on the agenda under 6A. And the access code is 161-363-1913. In terms of the rules of the City Council, Rule 39, items of public interest. At every meeting of the City Council, under public participation portion of the agenda, the Chair shall recognize any person seeking such recognition for the purpose of addressing the Council on any eligible item on the agenda for the meeting, both in person or remotely. Any person who wishes to speak on more than one agenda item shall combine their testimony on all items at one appearance at the microphone. The time for speaking shall not exceed 2 minutes, or for one speaker or 30 minutes for all speakers. Rule 40, petitions. On the first occasion any petition appears on the city council agenda, the prime petitioner should address the city council on no more than 3 minutes on the subject of their petition.
Thank you. Before we go to our first public participant, if anyone has any sort of disability that will impact their communication to the council as relates to the time constraints, if you inform us of that, we will take that into consideration as far as extending your time. Please state your name and city of residence and the items you're here to speak upon.
Yes, Fred Nathan Worcester. Items number 935A and C. A is a resolution to file and accept and expand a grant in the amount of $4,800,000. Absolutely no background as to what it's going to go for. And then C is, again, a grant that they're going to accept of $324,000. Absolutely no background as to what it's going for. Who knows? Maybe it's going to build another park. Maybe they're going to expand Polar Park, but it doesn't say it. And again, another item here, actually 936 C. So according to this, they want to transfer $1,600,000, and this is not to provide sufficient funding for parking-related expenses through the remainder of the fiscal year. I don't know what they're spending money on, but for basically 6 weeks, $1.6 million, I don't know what's going on, but I think the taxpayers want to know. Oh, yes.
30 seconds.
That's all right. 10M, your item, Vice Chair. So I'm not sure if I'm interpreting this right, but you're asking for how they're going to spend the money that was already been allocated for unfilled positions. I'm not quite sure how that's really going to read, but just food for thought.
Thank you. Next person up, if you'd like to come to the mic and state your name, city of residence, and the item that you're speaking upon.
Good evening. My name's Melinda Martin. I'm a registered voter in the city of Worcester. I also work for the Worcester Public Schools. I am speaking on 19A. It had gone to committee. There were several of us there that were against the street becoming public. We have since banded together, and we have gotten a bigger group that is against this. My reason for being against this, it'll be a huge financial hardship for me. I'm a single mom. I support my child 100%. I work for the city of Worcester, making less than $40,000 a year. So what mine is, I'm a paraeducator. We're negotiating contracts, and I think many of you know how much paraeducators make working in the city. This would be a huge financial hardship. I bought the house 8 years ago because it was a private street. It was a quiet road. The neighbors are friendly. The neighbors look out for each other. And again, making it a public street and would make it a cut through, adding a lot of traffic. But the biggest thing is a financial hardship. I worked hard to buy my daughter, to buy a house so my daughter can grow up in a neighborhood with kids her own age that go to her school. She dances at Burncoat Middle School. She's a wonderful kid. And this would just be to the point where I don't know what I would do. I would have to move because I don't have extra pennies to rub together to pay $14,000, which is my estimate. So I'm imploring, please reconsider and don't make our street public. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. If you'd like to approach the mic, state your name, city of residence, and the item that you're speaking upon, please.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is John Lamacchia. I live on 25 Boyd Street. in the city, and I'm here to speak in support of items 7C and 7D. First, speaking about 7D, it refers to taking care of the gaps in the sidewalk on Boyd Street from Huntington Avenue to Scrimgeour Road. Now, I live, there are 3 blocks of Boyd Street between Huntington Avenue and Scrimgeour Road. I live on the block nearest to Huntington Avenue. And I made a little check before I came to the meeting, and I found that there are 16 house lots on my section of Boyd Street from Huntington Avenue to Hastings Avenue. And of those 16 house lots, 7 of these house lots had no sidewalk at all. And the ones that do exist are not in very good shape. For that matter, the sidewalk in front of my house, for years, out of my own pocket, I have purchased patch filler and sealer to take care of the city sidewalk, just to keep it from deteriorating further. But I have to do it after every winter because the cracks open up again. So I am in support of both 7C and 7D. Hastings Avenue is in terrible shape, especially from Proctor up to Boyd Street. Terrible shape. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up, if you'd like to approach the mic, state your name, city of residence, and the item that you're speaking upon, please.
Hi, my name is Janice St. Amand. I live on Veely Avenue.
Hello.
And I'm here for item 19A. I did provide a copy of what I wanted to say because I know it's going to go over the 2 minutes.
Mr. Clerk, were they distributed?
So I want to thank everybody throughout this process that assisted me. One of the things that was mentioned by the Assistant Commissioner at the DPW meeting was, quote, that the city is compelled to have the obstruction removed in the name of public safety because we need to be able to pass plows and fire trucks through there. To not allow that is against the nature of public safety and in the greater interest to have the road open. That's codified in state law, end quote. That was from the Assistant Commissioner. As far as emergency services, I've addressed that numerous times with different councils. And as for, emergency services having access, time being of the essence, I mean, I would hope that nothing would happen to anybody on the street when services were not able to reach them in time. I understand that some of the residents have concerns about opening the road. The logistics show that if the road is open, a vehicle is only going to pass through once, not having to turn around and go back again. So it's actually going to reduce traffic. And then also, Sachimitra was very kind enough and very thoughtfully wrote a letter to all the residents on Veely Avenue stating that he was going to be trying to work with the city to extend the period of payments to 35 years, potentially. And I would appreciate the city exploring long-term payments options to help ease that burden for some of the residents that may have issues. And then there was one more issue that was brought up to me by residents as far as children on the street. Potentially, if it could be proposed to have a speed bump or two, and also caution, children at play sign. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And the clerk did hand out your testimony to the council, so we are able to access that. If the next person could please come forward, if you're so inclined, state your name, city of residence, and the item you came to speak upon.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jason Quintel. I'm a resident of Vila Ave in
Good
Worcester,
evening.
Mass. As well. I am here to speak on item 19A. I am against this agenda item. If I could hand these to the clerk, I did submit these via email to council and the clerk. We did have one more abutter who wished to sign this morning.
Thank you.
So I have spoken with and obtained 11 signatures from residents and/or abutters who are against this proposal and this movement going forward. My wife and I, 23 years ago, bought the house on Veal Ave because it was a private street. The street was in disrepair when we bought it. We knew that, and we were willing to deal with that. 2 to 3 years after we bought the house, we were approached at a time where the petitioners wanted to get the group together and pave the street. All residents on the street paved the street. About 6 years ago, we were then approached again. Not all residents wanted to pay for patching and repairs. And I understand that. Some of them don't use the areas that needed to be repaired. So for me, I see that this is something that could still be continued on as a private road. I think that there are better resources for the city to be spending their money on and taxing and assessing residents who don't want it and don't have the money to pay. And with respect to Councilman Mitra, 35 years is ridiculous. We pay back double at 5% on a 35-year term for that amount of money. At 5%, $15,000 over 10 years is $19,500, and it goes up to $23,000 after 20 years. Most people will be retired after 35 years and will still be paying off. And if we can't, there'll be a lien on our home, and we'll lose the rest out of the sale of our home. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. If anyone's inclined, if you could please step forward, state your name, city of residence, and the item you came to speak upon. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Firdaus Mahmoud. I live at 15 Viala Avenue. I'm here to speak about item 19A. My husband and I bought this house 6 years ago because of the private area. I respectfully ask that our street to remain private. My biggest concern is because of our children's safety, who rides their bikes and play outside every day. If this street becomes public, increased traffic could put them at risk. Many families, included us, might also face financial burdens because of this change. I respectfully asking you to reconsider our concern and keep our street private. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person up, if you'd like to state your name, city of residence, and the matter you wish to speak upon.
Hi, my name is Wilson.
Hello.
From Worcester, and I want to speak on 7O, speed humps. But what about the potholes? This is Officer Jack. Suspect spotted. This is Officer Hoff. I'm on the suspect. Officer Jack, look out for the pothole. Council, I was born at a very young age, and ever since then, I've lived in my house for about 20 plus years with my parents, who have lived in the same house for 25 plus years. If I could, I want to show you guys some pictures of the potholes on my street and what could happen if someone stepped on them. I've staged a few photos for you. Thank God they were staged, but if I could show the council. This is me after coming home, maybe from the bar. And as you can see, the pothole above my head is over 2 feet long. Big pothole. This is another one I took. Look at my legs. They've been on my street for 25 plus years. I have long legs.
10 seconds.
I will now make my
Thank you. The next person would step up if you'd like to state your name, city of residence, and the matter that you'd like to speak upon.
I'm speaking on 19A. My name is Peter Stanley. I'm at 22 Darling Street. I'm on a butter to Veal Street, or Viley Street, as we call it in our house, Viley. I've been there for 41 years, and I have to say that that area is a very special place. If you take Darling, Viley, Tiley, and Lorenz, and all those streets up there, it's a very special place in the Beverly neighborhood. I like to think of it as a nook in the Beverly neighborhood. And everybody, I think, almost everybody on our street doesn't want change because it is such a nice place. 41 years and never a problem. I've never made an insurance claim, ever, in 41 years. So, you know, it's hard for me to say, let's, with a broad brush, let's make it public. Whoop, excuse me. So I think more detail is needed. I think a workup has to be done to show the residents of Viley what it's going to look like. You know, how much is it going to impact their yard? Where's the water going to run off? The water runs off of Viley, Darling, and Tiley, runs down in front of my house, goes down a hill about 2 football fields long, into retaining area right next to the Goldwaite apartments. How is it going to impact that? So I think there's got to be much more detail, and I think there's got to be some kind of an impact statement as to what it might do to the wooded area, of which there's 4 acres of woodland there, before we do anything, or before we even consider it, and then maybe take another vote. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please state your name, city of residence, and the matter which you will speak upon.
Hi, my name is Margot Crawford, and I live in Worcester, and I'm also speaking on 19A. I bought my house in 1987, and part of the reason I decided to buy that house is because it was on a private way. I raised my son there. It was very safe for he and some of the other neighborhood children to go to each other's homes. I am a registered voter. I vote in every primary and every election. I also speak to my friends about issues that are important to me who live in other parts of the city. I am very much opposed to our private way becoming a public street. Also, one of the concerns of the lump, whatever, at the end of the road, it was there and well established in 1987. It has been there all of this time. What I was told at the time was it was put there by a man who lived on the other half of Veely, and how was he allowed to do that if it's not legal, and how now, more than 40 years later, is it finally being addressed? Thank you very much for your time, and I will repeat, I am very much opposed to being public. I vote, as do my friends.
Thank you so much. Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're speaking upon.
Yeah, I'm John Como, speaking again on 19A, which everyone has been speaking of. Everyone here kind of knows me. I was a lot of their paper boys for a number of years, back when we had morning and evening delivery of the Telegram and Gazette. I would like to follow up on what Peter was saying, the fact that I would like to see a further plan. What Margot said is mostly true, because I think I've actually, although a minor, lived here a year or two longer than she has. I am for the street going public, because I can discuss everything with everyone later. People do say it is a quiet street, but where the semi-permanent terminus is right in front of my house, and all of the problems end up in my front yard. We've had, on 2 occasions, criminals come down the street and wreck into the hump, resulting in cars in my front yard. One was a drunk driver. The other one happened when I was away at college. My mother, who has passed away, can address this, but I know that it did happen. During major snowstorms, 1996 being one example, that was a really bad year, and I think the last bad year was 2008. I've actually been plowed into my driveway. We get plow trucks come by, there's the dead-end street, and then we have to, usually myself or another neighbor will have to call, and a front-end loader will have to come in, pick up the snow, drag it away. It becomes a problem when I try to pull out of my parking lot, my driveway, and I can't. There's no room to turn. It's just a straight wall of ice. Or I have to get out there with my snowblower or shovel and move all the stuff myself. I understand people's concerns about the cost, and I also understand that maybe the city could help out if we didn't go, you know, not to rub in all of your noses, maybe if we didn't spend $12.5 million on a sky bridge a couple years ago, we wouldn't be having this problem. Thank you and good night.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to come to the mic? Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you'd like to speak upon.
My name is Delaney Lawson. I live in Worcester, and I'm here to speak on 19A. I would like to keep the road private. Ideally, yes, it would be nice for the road to be paved and fixed, but not at the cost of making it public. We're first-time home buyers, and we've been in the house for less than a year, and it's unfortunate that we already have regrets in choosing this road as our home just because of everything going on around us. One of the main reasons we chose this home was because it was on a dead end and had no through traffic. I'm curious as if the city could change or alter the name of the road beyond the berm and recognize this change to therefore avoid confusion with emergency vehicles. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you'd like to speak upon, please.
Okay, my name is Dongka Yu, and I'm resident in the Worcester, and I'm here for item 19A. Good evening, everyone, and I'm one of the impacted peddlers, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to respectfully voice my opposition to propose the conversion of the private rail into our public street. First, I want to address the process. The majority directly impacted abutters have voted against the conversion. Despite that, Standing Committee on the Public Works voted to move forward anyway. This raised a serious concern about whether the voice of the resident most affected by this decision was truly being considered in a meaningful way. Second, the financial burden of this conversion is significant. The cost assigned to each abutter was too high, and we are being asked to absorb all the expenses, and many of us did not plan for and may not be in position to afford. This is not a minor upgrade. This is a major financial obligation placed on a small group of homeowners. Third, the impact of the safety and the quality of life. Right now, our street is a quiet dead-end street for over 50 years. That limits traffic, keeps speed low, and creates a safer environment for residents, children, and pedestrians. Converting this route into a public roadway, throughway, we fundamentally change that, and it invites increased traffic and also alter the traffic pattern. This is not just a simple roadway repair or upgrade. It's a lasting transformation of our neighborhood. The conversion is not the best strategy to address the current roadway condition issues. For this reason, I strongly urge you to reconsider moving forward with this conversion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So anyone else like to come to the mic and speak on an item? Thank you, sir. Please state your name, city of residence.
Colton Chassie, resident of Worcester, speaking on 19A. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'm just emotional right now. I get the whole letter we had in the mail about making alternatives to this payment, but I just think it's ridiculous. I kind of laughed at it. The way that we have to pay our money to pave this street to make it public seems a little ridiculous to me. We bought the house knowing it was private. The dead end street was amazing, everything. We saw the potholes, we didn't care about it. All the stories about everyone pitching in, keeping the road afloat or whatever. I'd stick to it. If you were in our shoes, living in this situation, having to deal with this, I think you guys would think differently. I just hope you guys think differently, and I just hope you guys can keep this private. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak to anything? Okay. We're going to move on. Is there any virtual callers, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. There's 9 virtual call-in users at the queue right now. So if you're looking to speak during the virtual public portion of the agenda, I would suggest that you raise your hand. If you're on the phone, please press star 9. Our first calling user is a person with their initials AS. I'm trying to mute the resident now. Please state your full name, city of residence, and the item you're calling on.
How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, please continue. Please state your name and city of residence.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. For some reason, my earbuds are not connecting. You can start my timer.
Okay.
This is Ashley Spring, City of Worcester. I am calling in to voice my support for 12V. I think this is an important conversation that needs to be had. You know, these payments, this is a marginal increase in these fees that could really contribute to affordable housing in the city. It's really the bare minimum I think that we could do, and this is something that I definitely think we should address. And I thank you, Councilor Bellotta, for thinking of this and putting it on the agenda. I also want to speak on 14B. It says the City Council of the City of Worcester does hereby support State Auditor Diana DeZoglio in her efforts to uphold Massachusetts ballot question 1, an authorization of the state auditor to audit the general court, which passed on November 5th, 2024, with 71.57% of voters approving the initiative put on by Councilor Rivera. I am, of course, not against the audit. I think very much that the voters should get what they voted for. However, I think this is a sore topic right now in the state, and with potential lawsuits going on between the auditor and the legislature, I don't think Worcester should be sticking its head in that right now. So I'm going to oppose 14B, and that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The next caller is David. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling on.
Yes, hello. Are you able to hear me, Nico?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, good. I'm so glad. Hi, David Webb, Olympia. I'm here to talk about Bergman's request for 500 police officers, the deceptive and kind of trickstery way that Worcester changes private streets to public at the, picky and choosy and disadvantageous to customers, constituents, whatever you guys call them way. And also about the $20 million slush fund, building renovations or bribes that Manager Batista is giving to the police. It's understandable that a city that doesn't maintain anything also doesn't maintain its police department, but none of the other departments that actually need it are getting the $20 million that you're putting towards them. This $1 billion budget is kind of a demonstration of your values. Oh, right, that was the other thing I wanted to speak about. The newly appointed constable. Congratulations, Eric Batista, for finally appointing a black colonizer. Thank you for diversifying the colonization systems that you have upheld and maintained and facilitated and streamlined and refused to provide any accountability for, despite it being one of your responsibilities. As far as Bergman's request for 500 new rapists, racists, or apologists, aka Worcester police officers, because that's kind of all it is. Some of them are rapists, some of them are racists, and the rest are apologists. So the number of them isn't going to reduce the problem with them when there's zero accountability from the top down. When their union protects their bad behavior and
you have 30 seconds.
gets rid of any... Yeah. When the union protects their bad behavior and the city manager lies on their behalf and lies about them cooperating with hunting immigrants and illegal kidnappings of people who haven't done anything wrong. When the city law department protects the police by illegally withholding records, by delaying, denying, and charging for police records. Illegal bad faith practices.
Thank you. Who's next? Next caller, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The next call is Lewis. I'm going to try and meet the resident now. Can you please say your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling on?
Hello, my name is Louis Darden. I'm a Worcester resident. I'm here to speak, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm here to speak about the importance of after-school programs and summer programs for the youth. My concerns in regards to this subject is how it will have an impact on the families struggling already. These decisions will also impact our youth by not providing them the proper opportunities in education, along with the many life skills learned in summer programs. Also, how it may impact many parents as well that depend on these programs so that they can provide proper time to go to work. We are asking that funding for after school and summer programs to be prioritized in the city budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, the next calling is Miriam. Try and meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence.
Good afternoon. I'm a Worcester resident, and I would like to talk about after-school program and how important it is for working parents. I want to share with you my personal experience with that. 2 years ago, I was working as a family advocate in Worcester Head Start, and I couldn't back to my work because after-school program didn't have a spot for my kids. So I was working for 3 years. They was helping me and my kids and was supporting my family by giving me more time to work in it. But because I couldn't find a spot for them, I couldn't back to my work. So it's really important. It was very affecting my family at this point. So I would ask with Lewis for more funding for these programs. It's very important to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Ruby. Try and meet the resident now.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
All right, excellent. Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair, council members, and all present tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. My name is Ruby Pezzanetti. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Edward M. Kennedy Community Health Center. We're located in Worcester with 2 clinical sites, 6 school-based health centers, and 1 administrative site. I'm here to speak in reference to item 7B to refer to the Planning Board the health center's request to amend the zoning map of the city as referenced in Article 3 of the City of Worcester zoning ordinance to wholly encompass the properties at 600 and 604 Lincoln Street in the Business Limited 1.0 zoning district. The Kennedy Community Health Center is a federally qualified health center serving residents of Worcester. We provide primary care, dental services, behavioral health, optometry, and community-based health programs, in addition to access to 2 clinical pharmacies. The mission of our health center is really to help people live healthier lives. We believe that everyone has a right to accessible, high-quality, comprehensive, integrated, and compassionate health care. As a community health center, Kennedy Community Health provides that care to the patients, but more importantly, to ensure the community of Worcester and its residents remain healthy. True to its roots, the health center has continued to grow to meet increasing community demand for access and affordable health care, which we've been doing for over 53 years. This project supports the organization's continued growth and operational expansion to really address the gaps and available access to care and disparities with primary care, specifically in the Worcester community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Clerk.
Vice Chair, the next resident, I'm trying to meet the resident now. I think it's Shakoria.
Please state your name and city residence.
Yes, hi. First and foremost, I want to say, please excuse me. I am under the weather right now, but I thought it was really important for me to be here. My name is Shakora Baldwin, and I am a Worcester resident. I'm also a paraeducator within the Worcester Public Schools, and I'm also a recent graduate of the Worcester Parent Leadership Program. And I'm here today to speak on the importance of affordable and safe after-school and summer care for our children in our neighborhoods. As someone who works directly with students and their families every day, I see firsthand how important after-school programs are for our community. I also live within the community that I work in. And for many working families, including myself, after-school hours are one of the most important aspects of our lives, which is really difficult for us to find and maintain due to cost. Parents are also often forced to choose between missing work, leaving their children unsupervised, or paying for a program that's just simply too expensive to maintain. After school and summer programs are not just child care, they are an investment back into our communities. They provide children with safe environments, academic support, mentorship, often healthy meals and physical activity, and opportunities to build confidence and social skills. So they also help reduce youth violence. And I know we have a lot of public parks. We have some of the most greatest parks around, but it also can be very dangerous with the activities that go on around them. And it's not ideal for children, especially young children. So having a space that's dedicated for them to go after school or in the summer that is affordable for the families, I think is really, really important. So I'm asking the city committee to just please prioritize this in the city budget and help make it more accessible and affordable for families, because no child should be without due to where they live or due to their family's income. And I thank you for this time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, please state your name, city of residence.
Next speaker is June. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak on this. My name is Jun Yan. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm calling in to speak about item 19A, the conversion of the Vile Avenue from private to public. I'm voicing my opposition on this item, and I've sent an email about this to many councilors, but I just want to speak about one main point, which is that I feel this is kind of a rushed decision on a financially quite significant issue on the abutters of the street. This essentially has the same financial impact as a betterment assessment, but it doesn't really provide the level of disclosure, review, and participation associated with projects of this kind of scale and financial impact. So we don't know how much we're going to lose our front yard and how the street is going to really look like after this is done. One concern that I heard is about safety, but from what I heard, there is not really any recent safety issue, and during the hearing there were not really reports from emergency or hospital about trouble with accessing the road. So I just don't see, why suddenly there is such urgent need to have this large project over this private street, and the street has been safe for many, many years. One thing I also want to point out is that, I mean, there are
Your
some
2
issues,
minutes are up, ma'am.
as I heard. Hello?
Yes, your 2 minutes are up, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. How many more do we have on the line, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Vice Chair, there's 6 more call-in users.
Okay.
The
Next
next
up.
speaker is Ann Bureau. Try and meet the resident now.
Hello, my name's Ann Bureau. I'm with Worcester Community Connections Coalition of Seven Hills. I'm also a resident of Worcester, and I'm here to speak about the importance of summer care and after-school care. We work with parents in the community to identify gaps in services. We do a community needs assessment with parents every year, and access to affordable after-school care and summer care are one of the top needs. So we're so grateful for Rec Worcester, for the work of Raquel Castro Corazzini, and we really asking for prioritization of funding for after-school and summer care. As someone mentioned, these are not just babysitting, but it's such a huge economic help to families who depend on it to go to work and keep their jobs. So thank you for your kind consideration. I also want to speak on item 12V in terms of increasing what developers have to pay into for the housing trust fund. The housing crisis is the other great challenge Worcester families are facing, and this is incredibly important as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, please state your name and city of residence, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The next one is Natalie Gibson. Please say your name and city of residence.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair. I wanted to throw my support behind 12V and also 19A. I sympathize with all the people that have spoken about having their road turned into, or it's about to be turned into, a public way. I've been on my street for 20 years. When I purchased my house here, it was a dead end. I had no idea that there were huge rocks that were removed from the top of our street, and now my street is one of those streets that people are speeding up and down, and we're about to be in our 3rd year of having speed bumps. They're going to be permanent because it's being used as an access point for streets higher up. I understand the petitioner stating that there could be issues with emergency services. I think that the woman that spoke regarding having the street name changed in a way so that it's not confusing for emergency folks. But if the majority of those people do not want that street turned to public, that is their right. They bought that house for that specific reason, especially that poor family that just moved there less than a year ago. If these people have to up and move, then the city should be on the hook for paying for it. Not the taxpayer, but the people who are making it a public way. So I fully support them.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Clerk.
Vice Chair, the next speaker is Duke. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Please state your name and city of residence.
Hi, my name's
Sorry,
Duke
Duke.
Duncan.
Can you also state the item you're talking about as well? We'll start you once you begin.
Absolutely. Thank you. Hi, my name's Duke Duncan. I am a Worcester resident, and I'm speaking on item 19A. I live on Darling Street. I'm a first-time home buyer. I've lived here for just over a year, and one of the things that drew me to the neighborhood was it's quiet, and there's not too much traffic going in and out, and I am in opposition of VL Ave turning into a public way with increased traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The next one is Echo. Trying to meet the resident now.
Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're speaking upon.
Hi, my name is Echo Louisant Collins. I am a longtime City of Worcester resident, and I'm calling in to speak on 2 items. First of all, 12V. I would like to thank Rob Balada for being resourceful and intuitive and innovative in his thinking. And it's really not even innovative. Currently, there is the 3% that would be paid by the people building if they wanted to go ahead and avoid adding affordable housing units. That 3% cost is a drop in the dime, which is causing people who are rich to just say, we'd rather pay into the trust fund. My concerns are, how is it that the city of Worcester plans to add 12,000 much needed units by 2034 if we're not doing anything proactively to make sure that happens? Increasing this from 3% to 5% will either A, increase the trust fund, or B, make it so that they're choosing or having to weigh more on building the affordable units that are much needed in the city of Worcester. And we can't have it both ways. We can't say we don't want rent control because then it's going to prevent people from coming in and building, and it's going to actually hurt the amount of units that we can bring into the city of Worcester, while also actively supporting and helping the people who are coming in to build also hurt the city of Worcester by not building those affordable units. So I thank Rob, and this is something that if you're really for our city, if you're really for the community that lives here, we should absolutely increase that to 5%.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The next one is Colin User 1. Try and meet the resident now.
Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're speaking upon. Hello, please unmute yourself.
If you're on the phone, if you can press *3. I think, Mr. Vice Chair, there's an audio issue. Maybe we can come back to the call-in user after the next.
We'll come back to you after the next call.
The next call-in user is Michael. Try and meet the resident now.
Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling upon.
Hello, my name is Kelly Force, and I live at 26 Veely Ave in Worcester. I am calling to speak on item 19A, which I am 100% in support of. I live at the very end of the street next to Mr. Como, who spoke earlier, and I don't think people are realistic about the safety issues on the street. Every vehicle that comes up has to turn around and go back, so it's double the traffic. The trash truck, the recycle truck, any large delivery truck, all have to back up or down the street. And with the children in the summertime, riding their bikes, being out in the yard or playing, that's going to be a safety issue. We have also had people parking at the end of the street, doing drugs, having sex, and peeing. So, and I don't think the residents are all on board to take care of the street. There are potholes at the beginning of the street that one resident stated they just go around, but you're on the wrong side of the street when you do that. Thank you for listening. Have a great night.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The next one is Georgette. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Please state your name, city of residence, and the item that you're calling upon.
Good evening. My name is Georgette, and I am calling in to speak about the issue with the after-school and summer care programs. I'm asking that the council consider the use of the city budget and resources to go towards more after-school and summer programs. It's important to my family and also friends who have kids because, you know, it's a safe, these I should say entities or programs are safe for our children. We feel relaxed when we are at work, that our children are safe. And so I think that, you know, more funding should go towards making our children safe and even for their development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We can try the calling user one more time. Can you press *3 if you're on the phone, or unmute your device? So, yes, we do. So at this point, this is our second attempt. If Mr. Chair, if Mr. Vice Chair, we can go back to Eric Stratton. It's our last calling user.
Yes. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hello, Eric Stratton, City of Worcester. I'm calling in regarding 12B, 12D, 12F. There are a number of items on tonight's agenda addressing speed and traffic in the city. And I find it very interesting that we have a number of individuals who are making these requests, and yet when we have issues that come up, like focusing on Vision Zero, focusing on traffic calming measures, such as adding bike infrastructure or pedestrian infrastructure, narrowing of roadways, or possibly even a reduction of a travel lane, that often a lot of these same individuals speak up against those. You know, quite frankly, you know, to the council members, you can't have it both ways. You know, frankly, there are proven and data-driven ways to help reduce traffic speeds in a safe and effective way to make the city livable and safe for all road users, pedestrian, bicycle, and motorists. Most people use all three. I was walking around this afternoon, I drove to the grocery store, I was gonna go on a bike ride, and then we had our lovely storm. I mean, quite frankly, it's very frustrating to see when we have so much pushback for so much of this infrastructure, and yet you all love to put items on the agenda because someone in your district has asked you, oh, could you put this on for me? Oh, could you do this? Please, if you're gonna actually put it on the agenda, stand by it. Stand by the work and stand by our city employees who are experts in their field, who understand transportation and the needs for our city so that we can better address speeding and traffic deaths. It's incredibly frustrating. So I hope you all can please take a look at that and consider that as we see, you know, lots of, you know, sort of unnecessary loud voices going after every single project in the city that focuses on trying to make the city livable and one where we can all safely traverse it. When you look at things like Gold Star, or you look at other streets in the city where we have 6 lanes or 4 lanes, traffic flies. We really need to focus on ways that we can calm the traffic, slow it down some. And while I know people don't love hearing that word slow, slow means saving lives. When people are going 40 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour, or even faster on some of these roads, people die. There's no way around that. So please, I would ask you all, when you're putting these items on the agenda, please stand by it and the work that these departments do. There's a lot of people and very vocal critics, I think, amongst the city council who love to go after any of these road designs, and they think every
Thank you.
opinion
Your time
needs
is
to
up,
be
Mr.
heard.
Stratton. Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, Mr. Clerk, for public participation?
Mr. Vice Chair, there's no one online at this point. The
Okay.
caller that had the call information via phone has disconnected, so.
Last call for anyone in the gallery. Okay, we're going to close out the public participation portion of this meeting. We're going to take a couple of items out of order. The intent this evening is that we have a packed agenda on our Finance Committee with our budget. In addition to that, we've had a number of folks who have called in to testify on 19A and 12V. So we would like to take 19A out of order along with 12E. And I'd like to read those before we decide to do that. 19A and 12V. So 19A, I'm sorry, and 12E. E as in Edward, and we'll also take 12V after that. So just give me a second here, 19A. Report of the Committee on Public Works upon the report of the Planning Board upon the amended petition of Councilor Satra Mitra on behalf of Janice and Mark St. Amand requesting Veal Street from north of Darling Street to Lorenz Street and Darling Street east to Pierce Ave be converted to public roads. Recommend adoption of this accompanying order that was adopted out of the Committee on Public Works. Mr. Clerk, what was the vote in that committee? Was that a unanimous vote?
Through the vice chair to the council, I believe there was 2-1. If I'm not mistaken, Councilor Khanna was the chair of the committee, so he can attest to the vote.
Okay, so that was a split vote. So we'd like to take that with 12E. 12E is a request to the city manager requesting the Commissioner of Public Works and the Chief Financial Officer provide the council with a report concerning the feasibility of extending the 10 and 20-year payment plan options for residents who finance with the city during private street conversions to also include a 35-year payment plan option, and that's filed by Satra Mitra. So we will ask Councilor Mitra if you'd like to speak first on these. Well, we'll take the roll call to suspend the rules, is that right? So roll call to suspend the rules to hear those out of order. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellata? Yes. Councilor Khanna?
Yes.
Councilor Pizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Councilor Kim.
Yes, Satra Mitra, Councilor, would you like to speak? Followed by, perhaps, we'll see who's followed by. We'll give Councilor Economo and his committee the option to speak after Councilor Mitra, if they so choose. If they do not, we'll go to Councilor Bergman. Councilor at Large Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll first talk about 19A, which, as we heard, that many of the residents in that area came and spoke. Some were in favor, many of them were not in favor, and we heard them all. I think it came from the committee as passed for continuing to convert it into public street, and the vote was given by me because I thought when I saw the structure of the street, Viola Street, I think it needs to be safer. I think safety was the first thing in my mind, and if you would like to see, if I would request the City Clerk, Mr. Vangeli, to show the street and situation, how it looks like, I think you will see that this street needs to be taken care of for many reasons. The condition, at the same time, the safety approach and the possibility of how the emergency vehicle or the fire trucks can get there. It has, a time when the difficult time comes, if it's a time when the medical emergency people, trucks have to go there and they cannot get there, I think every minute counts. And if they have to turn around and come, it's life-threatening sometimes. It's very dangerous. You can see the tree that's sitting there for so long, so many years. So when this was brought to my attention by the resident there, I put it as an order, and it was voted in to convert it into a public street by the standing committee. I do hear that many residents find it very difficult because of the financial challenges, and I absolutely understand that as well. I called our DPW commissioner, Commissioner Westerlin, asking that what's our payment plan? What kind of relief we can give to our residents when a situation like this comes, when they have to pay about $14,000, $15,000. He mentioned that we have a plan that they can pay it either in 10 years or in 20 years. They don't pay anything up front. City takes care of fixing this and converting it. It's just they will be added in their tax bill to make these payments for the number of years they choose. I said that, well, to make it even affordable, can we make it a little bit longer so that people can find it a little bit easier to pay? And that's what my order on number 12E is about. That's why I wanted to have it all together, that if instead of 10, 20, if it could be given an option that they can pay in 35 years, probably the monthly payment would be even lower, that could make it more affordable. You got to realize that no one is going to pay this $14,000, $15,000 upfront. City is going to take care of it. In the process, when it is done, the value of the property goes up because it's now a public street. It is safer. Many children who play there, they feel safe. They will be safe. We, as a city council, I thought my primary goal is to see everybody who lives there are safer. I think people don't realize the need of this every minute that counts when there is an emergency unless it happens. I hope no one goes through that. But we as councilors want to see that we are protecting everybody for that moment, which might come. Hope it doesn't. So with that consideration, I thought that I'll make it easier to make the payment a little longer and so a smaller amount. And that's why I put that order, which I would request the council to consider to pass. But I want it to be done a little sooner, so I request this to go to the manager so he can make it quicker. And listening to so many residents who came in, I do feel to discuss more. Many of them have said that maybe we should discuss more. I do think that it's important to convert it, but with the permission of the chairperson, Councilor Economou, if this could be sent back to the standing committee to discuss it more and bring it back to the council, because now that we have heard, we have seen what the condition of the road is, I'd like to make that amendment so that it can go back to the standing committee again to rehash the whole thing. And that's my request. I'd like to see that it is done right, and we have heard everyone, and we're trying to respond to their needs and how to make it easier for them. So I have two orders. One order is to stretch the payment plan to 35 years, and I'd like manager to take care of it sooner so we can talk about it in the standing committee meeting. And the report that has come from the committee, if that's okay with the chairperson, then I would like to send it back and discuss about it further.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on this matter wants to speak on it? Councilor Frisolo, District 3, member of the Standing Committee on Public Works.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't plan on speaking on this, but through you, as a member of the committee, I was the dissenting vote, and I would not vote this to go back to committee. I want the vote taken tonight. It's up to the people on that street to get the majority of people in favor of making a public street or not. And that night, and even as we speak tonight, the majority of people are against it, and I would like the vote taken tonight. So I'll vote against sending it back to committee, and I'd like to vote on 19A tonight in a roll call. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Morris Bergman, at-large representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having a split vote only confirms for me that oftentimes these are tough decisions because you're balancing perceived public safety versus the expectations of people that bought their property that it's going to remain a private street. But I'd like to speak a little bit with the benefit I've had being on traffic and parking, public works, and a resident of the city. So one of the things I noticed, and we all interpret things and see things oftentimes differently, when a street is almost equally for or against something, and it's historically been private, I'm of the opinion not to upset the apple cart. So if half the people more or less are for it, half the people are against it, there's no strong showing to me that there's a change that needs to take place. That's first of all. Second of all, my experience in traffic and parking and being a resident of the city is once you make a private street public, the idea that it becomes more safe because emergency vehicles can get down the street quicker, it has to be balanced, and I'd say a lot of times outweighed by the reality that cars are now going to go zipping down there because before they couldn't go very fast, and now they can. So I think the argument about safety oftentimes isn't as realistic as it might seem. Thirdly, I would say that taking a look at that street that was on the screen a few moments ago, that my colleague, Councilor Mitra, had the clerk show, which I think is helpful. to me, that private street, and I hate to say it this way, but I have to, doesn't look that much worse than a lot of public streets. And I hate to say it that way because there's no guarantee that they're going to get a street that isn't going to get potholes down the road, and we're going to have the same problem with that street after having paid $14,000+ to have the luxury of calling 311 to say they got a pothole back in the street. So, and $14,000 isn't something I'm going to minimize. It's the timing of asking somebody to pay that nowadays when the price of gas is $5. And I don't know how people are going to come up with an extra $15,000. Even if it was spread out over time, let me also put my lawyer hat on, which I do for my day job. When a prospective buyer putting any properties up for sale sees that there's now a charge on the property for the next 15 years or even longer, it devalues the property because now they got to buy a piece of property that has an obligation to pay for years and years to come. So for all those reasons, I can't support it, and like my colleague Councilor Frisolo said, I'm not going to oppose 19E. Let those in charge come back with a report. Well, what does it look like if these payments are spread out over time? But I'd like them to add, if I could maybe as a friendly amendment, what is the total payments that a person's going to make if this is spread out over a much longer period of time? Because I agree with what one of the speakers said. This is going to double their cost, even though it's going to be spread out over a longer period of time. But I don't see any reason not to vote on it tonight. It's not going to get any better. Some of the people on the street are going to be for it. Some of the people on the street are going to be against it. I think there's been the reasons stated for those that are for it and those that are against it. And if it comes back in 3 weeks or a month, my own opinion, it's just going to cause more tension in the neighborhood. There should be a final vote on it tonight, whichever way that vote goes, end the discussion and end the controversy and put it to bed before the summer starts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there anyone else on this item? District Councilor of 1, Tony Economo, and Chair of the Public Works Committee. Councilor Economo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate everybody coming down yet again to voice their concerns on the street. As the chairperson of the committee, knowing the areas as well as I do, from my standpoint, it was purely had to do with public safety. Unfortunately, later in that same week, I was on a fire scene and speaking with the chief and just how critical seconds, not even a minute, mattered to public safety. And the way I looked at it was the chief said it here today in budget. It's like it's their call as they're coming down the street which way to go to the scene. If they come down the one side and it's on the other side, they have to come back around and come around. Nobody tells you when your house is going to be on fire. Nobody tells you when you're going to have a heart attack. And that moment when that vehicle turns the corner and cannot go further, if it's on the other side, are minutes. Not just a minute, it's minutes. So that's where my vote came from. Number one, I have no problem if it comes back to Public Works for further information as suggested. And I have no problem if the will of the council here tonight is to take a vote on it tonight. So that's where I'm coming from on it. I understand it all. And that's what I have to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I'm going to step down and speak. Councilor Toomey, if you could come up and assume the chair, and then we'll play musical chairs after that. Ooh.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Councilor Toomey. It's a question through the chair as it relates to the administration's response to this. So it's very clear to me from the folks that came out this evening on both sides of the matter the folks on the Public Works Committee, Counselor at Large Mitra. The unifying theme here is public safety. Regardless if you're for it or not, folks want to be safe. They don't want cut-through street. They want to be able to have their friends and families navigate and be safe in their yards. We've heard folks testify that the obstructions have caused safety consequences on their properties with concerns of how that ends. We've heard the chairman today speak about his public safety concerns. Through the chair to the administration, short of a conversion of this street, are there any other options? I sense, and from what I hear, portions of the street might have different thoughts on the safety parameters and risks associated based on proximity and the like. But is there other options short of a complete conversion that could potentially come into play through the chair?
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, when we're looking at street conversions as a whole, there's a specific standards in which the Department of Public Works reviews the improvements that are necessary to a particular streets. Whether there's applicable sidewalks needs, there's catch basins, water sewer infrastructure, et cetera. There's a significant amount of things and design work that has to go in play to make sure that it's a full public street and it also meets the standards. Right now, other than what I have in front of me, I don't have any other kind of designs or other options, but I know that there's a specific standards in which we need to bring any street, once it's converted publicly, to those standards. So I wouldn't be able to speak on those items tonight.
Thank you. Through the chair.
Counselor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, is there work that could be done maintaining the private way that would address the obstructions in the road? Through the chair.
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, through chair to the council. So because it's a private road, each resident or each property owner has ownership to the middle of that road. And so they're responsible for that road as neighbors. If there's a desire in their part to remove any barrier that provokes or prevents them from going from one side to the other, that's a decision that as neighbors and property owners would have to make and make those necessary changes. What the maintenance that we provide as a city is any type of change, maintenance requiring potholes or any other infrastructure into that road. There's a provision of utilizing this act which allows for the city to maintain that, but it's at $6 per linear feet. And that would be as a petition, and it would come in and we would go through that process. But it's only for the purposes of maintenance, not for the purposes of conversion.
Assistant Commissioner Mello is on the phone. If you'd like to.
Does the Assistant Commissioner have anything to add?
Excuse me, Counselor?
Madam Chair, with regards to the recommendations that were made and the inspection that was completed? Through the chair.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
The question is to Commissioner Mello. If he could speak on his recommendations that he's made relative to this matter or that he's reviewed through the chair.
Assistant Commissioner.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me. So when we take a look at a road like this, what we go out and do is we look at things holistically from an engineering standpoint, right? So as you saw in those pictures, the road is in very poor condition. So the number one sign that a road has really kind of approached the end of its life is the alligator cracking or fatigue cracking you see. That's kind of when the road has just decided to crack everywhere in no particular pattern, which is very apparent on this road, especially along the gutter lines, which is indicative of drainage issues. So when we looked at this road, it was in poor condition, and we actually use a matrix for how we decide if a road is converted or not in the city. And this road received a priority 1 rating, which means it was the highest rating it could receive, and that was based on residents that live there, connectivity in the neighborhood, the presence of utilities, and the presence of defects in the road, proper right-of-way. So as to the matrix that the city currently has in place, this was a good candidate for a road. And then the conditions, in so much as the drainage in the roadway out there made it a good option as well from an engineering standpoint. Speaking to some of the items, if we could do something that's not a full conversion, but also goes ahead and addresses public safety. You know, the big issue out there is non-connectivity of the road, right? So especially with the street having the same name, that's something that pops up throughout the city and does create issues with response for EMS. You know, also having that dead end there, you can see kind of creates an area where traffic accidents have happened. It creates snowplow issues, maybe some vagrancy and things like that. So if we were to remove that tree and connect the road and do that as a minimum, that could address the issue. And then secondary to that, if the road was converted, DTM has a very robust speed table program, and they could go ahead and put speed tables in on that street, which would go a long way to address concerns when it comes to traffic cutting through down there. And lastly, if this road is voted for conversion, how the DPW moves forward with things is it is up to the residents of the roadway if they want sidewalks on in their neighborhood or on one or both sides. So if there were sidewalks added to this, that would decrease you know, potential for vehicle and pedestrian related incidents. There's not really a great sidewalk neighborhood network throughout the neighborhood already, just putting that out there. But that's kind of the in and out, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions that anyone has.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Councilor King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you mentioned the addendum as it relates to public safety and the connectivity and the confusion of first responders, could you just reiterate what a potential resolution to that is, short of a complete conversion, and your understanding as public safety aspect of that?
Assistant Commissioner Mello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So,
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Madam. I was confused if I was talking through Councilor King or not. Thank you. With respect to the public safety, we could remove the obstruction in the roadway, and that would allow it to be connected from one end to the other. The issue there, right, is if EMS is responding to one side of the road or the other, not knowing that there's non-connectivity there, that could present an issue, right, where you'd have to stop and then go back around. Even with being off by one number, that would present an issue. So removing that tree and then connecting the road would be a good way to solve what would be the biggest public safety aspect currently present in the neighborhood.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excuse me, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to see that option delineated in writing for further review. You know, I think Councilor Economo, Councilor Frizzolo, and who's the third one? Councilor Mitra, all have the best interests of their city and emergency responding at the forefront. And certainly I think all the residents do as well, with various positions on what that should look like and what those risks are. I would like, by the way of a motion, that we get an outline of what that option would be if the city did remove said trees by in the pursuit of public safety, and what costs would the neighborhood incur on that private street, Madam Chair. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
I think after I speak, it's Councilor Mitra.
Be careful, Councilor Toomey. down the stairs. Want to make sure she's okay. Counselor at Large Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is always a very difficult decision, and I've been on Public Works and have had to make an extremely difficult position. And I had to face that with the understanding that if it was an extreme safety issue, and in this particular case, this one time I had to make this decision, it had a lot to do with water flowing into people's yards and big gullies being created because there was no way for the water to move. So it was truly a safety issue. I see some safety issues in this, but I also know that with some conversation and working together, that the community could certainly come together and understand their options as will be presented. I think if this goes back for a discussion, things that they can do, and also to understand what the city has for those options. I think there are some good things that potentially could come out of this, but I think it requires the cooperation of all of the neighbors in that community. And I think that that's something that, you still are left with a problem, whether we voted up or down, you're still left with some issues. And people have to understand that the neighbors who reside on that road are responsible for upgrading and maintaining that particular road. And it can be done privately, and it can be done through petition through the city in varied ways. I believe there's actually the summary of options with the private street conversion. There's, the cost of the property owners, et cetera. So there's possibility of some assistance, but I think it requires some further discussion. I certainly couldn't support approving it right now. I think it should have an opportunity for people to be educated about the options that are out there and helping people to work together. And that's really what I think would be a good thing, is to have people come together and solve solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Toomey. Is there anyone else for the first time before we go to Counselor at Large Mitra for a second time? We're going to go to Gary Rosen, Counselor at Large.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question maybe of the Law Department. Okay, can I ask for where she's sitting?
Please.
I can direct it to her there. Thank you.
Before you begin, Counselor Rosen, if you could just state your title and your name for the record for the public who may not know you,
Alexandra Kalkunis, City Solicitor.
and your position.
City Solicitor in the Law Department.
Thank you. Counselor at Large Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the city solicitor. Who actually owns this street?
Madam Solicitor.
Through the chair, this is a private way on the official map, so the abutters on that way own to the center line of the street.
Through the chair, does that mean taking into account all the abutters that the residents, the abutters, own the entire street or not?
Each one owns a percentage.
Okay, so if we add it all up, do the abutters own the entire street?
Correct.
Okay. So that means the city doesn't own, am I right, through the chair, doesn't own any of the street?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, so through the chair, what legislation or what legally gives the city the right to tell the abutters, the owners of this street, that they must do work on the street they own? What gives us that right to do that?
Madam Solicitor.
Through the chair. So once a city adopts an official map, which Worcester did a long time ago, any way on that official map is considered open to the public. So even though this is a private way, it's a way that's open to the public, which gives the city the right to go in and make improvements. However, there is, requirements for statutory public hearings where the committee should hear the feedback of the residents, who are really the ones that have the right.
Through the chair, so are you saying the final decision is really made by the city that doesn't own the street, but it's our final decision. Is that what you're suggesting?
Through the chair, because this way is on the official map, yes, that's correct.
Okay, through the chair, do you know, City Solicitor, do you know if this has ever been tested in court?
Madam Solicitor.
Through the chair, yes, this is a long-standing legal principle regarding private ways.
So through the chair, we have a lot of private streets in the city here, obviously.
We do.
It would be nice if we could change them all someday into, that's never going to happen, but the city, if we had the money, if we were rolling in money, we could actually have them all paved, even if every single owner on those streets did not want it paved. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, except for the private ways that are true private ways that are not on the official map.
And through the chair, are there many of those?
There's quite a bit in Worcester. Worcester has 80 miles of private streets, which is a lot. We have, one of the highest numbers of private ways around this area.
So through the chair, why would this street in particular be on the city map and the others aren't?
Through the chair, so when the map was adopted, it's basically any way that was open to 2 or 3 more abutters. Sometimes they're left off in error. Sometimes at that time there wasn't development on the street, so it wouldn't have been added. There's multiple reasons why.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm just reluctant, and I know the city solicitor stated that it certainly is legal for us to basically force residents of any of these streets around the city map, even though they're private and they're owned by the residents, that we have the legal right to force them to pave it. It's just, I don't like that. I just don't like that idea. I mean, it's legislation that I certainly, if it was coming in front of me now, I wouldn't agree with. I'm glad I live on a public street, and I'm glad the city owns it, and sure, the city can decide to tell people on my street, what we should do. I just think the people who live on a private street have a little different situation than I do. So I don't think I can support this, only because if the city doesn't own the street, I don't see how the city has the right to tell people who do own the street, here's what you're going to do with your street. It's not ours, it's your street, but here's what you're going to do. I just don't like that type of a process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, I'll just clarify that's why with private ways there's a required public hearing so that the body can hear from the residents and the people that live on the street.
Thank you, Madam Solicitor. Was there someone else for a second time? Councilor Mitra?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everything should be well conversed, well thought of. We heard many residents came in who are in favor of converting it into public street. Many residents came in who said that they don't want to convert it because they like the way it is, and some of them have the financial challenges. We as leaders of this city, I think our job is to see that the residents, at the end of the day, are safer, and we're doing our job to protect them. Somebody is trying to jump from the top of the roof, and if I'm there, if I'm not going to save that person, I'm not doing my job. I think I'm trying to save a life. That person may not be thinking, may not be seeing the danger that is there until it happens. We have been given the narration. We had the assistant commissioner spoke about the condition of the street. It's one thing that how our public streets look now, maybe full of potholes, that we're trying to fix it. But that doesn't mean that this road, even if it doesn't have pothole, the way it is situated, it can bring a matter of danger in the lives, that people may even find their lives go. What is more precious in our life is to have a life. I mean, your money comes and goes, I understand, but I think we as a leader has a responsibility to at least to say that, look, we're trying to do our best to give you the minimum that one can pay. I understand that, yes, there is interest, that's how mortgages are. People take it for 40 years, and there is, if they can pay it all off, of course they will, because there is no interest attached to it. But at the end of the day, as the leaders, we'll all have to see that, am I trying to save somebody who may go through a dangerous situation? And at that time, if that happens, no matter who it is, I think you will feel guilty that I had the opportunity to make this road be more safer and not have someone of our own city go through that dangerous thing that we don't want to think of, that we want to hope for. So I would suggest that let us get back to discussion. That's why I wanted that maybe something will come out of it. We're all together in it. We're not trying to just push it. We are intelligent, we are deliberative. We are not trying to say that this is my way. I think it should be given an opportunity, another opportunity, rather than rushing over it tonight. Give a chance to go back to the standing committee. Let's discuss, let the residents come again, and maybe we'll find a media. We'll have the commissioner come in, assistant commissioner come in, and maybe they can give us a solution which could be more acceptable by everyone around there, which could be less expensive, rather than just taking care of it today and putting it into the bed. Is not the decision that the leaders make. Leaders have to give its best to come up with the best opportunity and the best decision. And I don't think we're making the best decision at this point when there are residents who are saying, I want it, when there are residents who say, I don't want it, even though they have the majority. But we know those votes are non-binding votes, what the residents are giving. We know that. It's just to assess what is the reason they are saying no. What is the reason they are saying yes? If somebody says, I have financial difficulty, that's one reason. But if somebody says, my life could be threatening, that's another reason. What do you weigh? It doesn't mean if the 12 people come, I have financial difficulties, that doesn't mean that is the majority we should vote for, because we as leaders should see what is the right thing to do.
Thank you,
And
Councilor.
that's why I would request that it be sent to the standing committee again to think it over.
Thank you, Councilor Mitra. Before we go to Councilor Toomey, and then I'm going to move the question after that, just wanted to share for anyone with visual impairments who may be following along online or may be sitting in the gallery, just want to explain the 3 photos that were shared. There was a photo of large potholes with presence of alligator cracking. For those who are visually impaired, is a second picture of large potholes with wide alligator fatigue cracking and significant puddling apparent. It's a third photo for folks who may be visually impaired that shows no berm and accumulated sand, gravel, and severe asphalt distress and gutter line indicative of poor drainage. And then the final picture is pavement discontinuity, obstructions in row. Councilor Toomey, for the last comments on this matter.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. I'm not for, after having heard everyone tonight, I just want to be clear. I'm not for making the road public. I'm for having a discussion about how the community, the residents can come together. Clearly, there are some issues that were obvious by those photos, and how do they make their road safer for everybody? Then there's the other issue of the continuity of the road, and so there should be some discussion for that too. But I just think it's better for people to have all of the information at their fingertips so that they can work together. Thank you.
We'll go to Councilor Economo and then maybe Councilor Bergman.
I'm sorry, Councilor. I don't mean to step on your toes.
Go ahead, Councilor
Thank you. My suggestion is to send it back to committee for further discussion, to bring up the points that were made from Commissioner Mello and also from our city solicitor. I think that would be the best route to go, so that people have all the information, and then let it ride how it goes from there. That would be my suggestion. If it comes back to council and the council views that they don't want to take those steps, so be it. Like I said, I'm coming at it from the point of purely public safety, having witnessed some things that, could have played out differently in another time. So.
Thank you. Councilor Bergman, at large, please note I'm allowing you to speak.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I'll make it less than a minute. Again, my experience and what I've heard tonight tells me that nothing's going to be any different. It's a private street. We can't take somebody's trees if they don't want us to take their trees. There's no solution that I see that can't be decided later on that would prevent us from voting tonight this up or down. I would just also say that I like to be consistent. As the city solicitor said, there's 80 miles of private street. Why are we focused on one street when we've got 80 miles of other streets, which we're not telling people they have to pay $14,000 or more to convert their street? We either do it for all or we do it for none, but we've heard that. And lastly, let me say, if this is truly a safety issue, and the city felt that way, that they were saving lives, and this needs to be done in recognizing that it's financially improbable for people to pay it, the city could take the property by eminent domain. I'm not saying they should, they shouldn't, but they could. So all I'm saying is, let's not make this about what the neighbors are forced to do. Let's make this about what's realistic. And what's realistic is, we have half the street for it, half the street against it. It's going to be tension all summer. We're going to get reports back, kicking the can down the road. And at the end of the day, nothing is going to change unless we resolve it tonight. Again, it's the will of the council. Both sides have been heard. Everybody's well-intended. I just don't think time is going to change anything. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, there's a motion on the floor from Councilor Mitra to refer this accompanying order.
Point of order.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, 19A was voted out of committee and was before us. Mr. Clerk, through you, Mr. Chairman, why aren't we voting on 19A before any other item on the street?
Through the chair to the council, so it depends how the chair recognizes, but in terms of Rule 27, if you had made a motion to accept the committee's recommendation, that would be to adopt, which is number 9. Councilor Mitra and Councilor Econom, I think, made the same motion, is to refer it to committee. That's number 7, based on Rule 27. But I don't know how the chair interpreted the motions.
So there's a motion on the floor to refer to committee, made by Councilor Mitra. There was a recommendation from the Committee on Public Works to adopt the order relative to street conversion. We're taking the motion from Councilor Mitra to refer. This isn't the first time we've done this. We've done this with inclusionary zoning. We've done a whole host of things. I'm just explaining to you the decision. So this isn't out of the norm. So the motion that was made on the floor was to take this report. We've sent back reports before, just like this, to the manager. This is a recommendation to refer it back to committee. We're going to roll call it.
Okay, I don't want to prolong it, but it's not half the street is for it and half the street is against. It's a major majority are against it. And we're taking that away from them, and I just feel that's incorrect to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So that's the motion, Mr. Clerk, and then we'll vote on my motion subsequent to that. So roll call.
Mr. Chairman, clarification. 19A is to recommit it back to the Committee of Public Works. Councilor Bergman.
No.
Councilor Bellata.
No.
Councilor Economo.
Yes.
Councilor Fasolo.
No.
Councilor Mitra.
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda.
No.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rosen.
No.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Councilor King.
Yes.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, the motion failed. It was 5 to 5.
Okay. The order, there is no order on the floor to recommend adoption, but that is what was recommended from the committee. So we'll take a roll call on adopting the conversion to a private street of 19A. Roll call.
Excuse me, point about it, to a private street? No,
Yeah,
to a public street.
That's the sorry, to a public street, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call.
So this is to accept the committee's recommendation. Councilor Bergman.
No.
Councilor Bellata.
No.
Councilor Economo.
Yes.
Councilor Fasolo.
No.
Councilor King.
No.
Councilor Mitra.
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda.
No.
Councilor Rivera.
No.
Councilor Rosen.
No.
Councilor Toomey.
No.
So that committee's recommendation is failed.
Motion to reconsider.
So, so are we placing the item on file, Mr. Chairman? Or just, What, you just voted it down?
Do we need to reconsider it first? I want to make sure. we
Sure.
come back. Motion to reconsider.
Counselor Bergman?
No.
Counselor Balata?
No.
Counselor Economou? Counselor Fasolo?
No.
Counselor Mitra? To reconsider the vote that went down? Okay. Counselor Ojeda?
No.
Counselor Rivera?
No.
Counselor Rosen?
No.
Counselor Toomey?
No.
Mr. Vice Chair, Counselor King.
No. And we have outstanding my order regarding asking the engineer and the administration to take a look at removing what he described as the most concerning public safety aspect of this, which is I want to read this correctly, which is the obstruction, removal of the obstruction and potential connection of the road as a minimum in the interest of public safety, and how much that may cost. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Balata?
Yes.
Counselor Economou? Counselor Fasolo?
Yes.
Counselor Mitra?
Yes.
Counselor Ojeda?
Yes.
Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Rosen?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair, Counselor King.
Yes, we're going to recess out of City Council, and we're going to take a break. Then we're going to come back and we're going to re-adjourn into Finance Committee. For the public that's watching, we will, after that, come back to the full council after Finance Committee. Do we need a roll call on that?
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Balata? Yes. Counselor Economou? Counselor Fasolo?
Yes.
Counselor Mitra?
Yes.
Counselor Ojeda? Yes. Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Rosen? Yes. Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair, Counselor King.
Yes, meeting is in recess. Good evening. My name is Christian King, Vice Chair of the Worcester City Council. We are reconvening the Finance Committee meeting of May 19, 2026. Roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Councilor Bergman?
Here.
Councilor Berlotta? Councilor Economo?
Here.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Here.
Councilor Mitra?
Here.
Councilor Ojeda?
Here.
Councilor Rivera? Here. Councilor Rosen?
Here.
Councilor Toomey?
Here.
And Vice Chair Councilor King.
Here, we are on budget item 4, the fiscal 2027 hearing related to inspectional services. Folks who are online will be following along. It's on page 77. Mr. McGurthy, do you have anything to present?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is, and we're joined here by Commissioner Antanovica.
Yeah, if you could just, if you could introduce yourself, sir, and your title.
Sure.
Yes, to the chair. My name is Nicholas Antanovica. I am the Commissioner of Inspectional Services.
Welcome.
But this is a de minimis change year over year from 26 to 27. It's a $5.6 million appropriation. There were 2 new inspectors recommended in the department, a principal plumbing inspector and a wire and electrical inspector, which will help manage the workload. But there was also a reduction of 1 customer service representative as an offset or a partial offset. There is funding in the capital budget under the Department of Public Facilities related to 25 Mead Street, but it's not listed under inspectional services in that budget.
Was it listed under?
Through the chair of the Department of Public Facilities.
Thank you. City Manager, is there anything you would like to add before we begin? Okay. Councilor at Large, Kathleen Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, thank you. Welcome. Your first budget meeting, in Worcester anyway. So one of the things that I think, really, I think people have been focusing on a lot has been the software. And I know that is something that's you've been working on. Could you just give us an update on all of that, how that's working?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the council, yes, we have several different softwares that we use in the Inspectional Services Department. Right now, our primary permitting software is OpenGov. That is where we have our building permits, our food permits, electrical wiring. The other piece of software that is our other primary piece of software currently is the Slate software, and that is where the rental registry is currently being established. We are having difficulty with that program and getting it to perform the way that we anticipated or expected it to. That is why we've not fully embraced or been able to implement the rental registry the way that we've expected to or anticipated to. In the next budget and fiscal year, we are going to be moving the rental registry back into OpenGov. The reason why we're going to be doing that is, 1, to alleviate the difficulties of the other program, 2, that reduces the cost of another software that we have. And then the third part of that is that all of our information will be in one program at that point, so we don't have to go back and forth through several programs to find our violations and responses and inspections.
Okay. Was there any type of considerations in the contract if they weren't performing properly or weren't able to get it done?
Commissioner Antanovica.
Through the chair to the council, no, reading the contract, there weren't really any hard stipulations for not meeting certain things. Looking through, it was no, we did not have any teeth in the contract for poor performance.
It's just a recommendation, but I think moving forward for all departments that, if we could just make sure that we have some teeth so that we can claw back, essentially, if they're not performing. I appreciate that. And so one of the other things that I have to commend your staff on is attending all of the neighborhood meetings. They're out all the time. I know I see them at the meetings, and they're very active, and I appreciate the fact that they're out in the community. So that's really good. I had a question about the hoarding, aging in place issues. It says that you've had 41 healthy home referrals and made 14 referrals to EOED for housing programs. Is that, how cost effective is that?
Commissioner
Department?
Antonivica?
Through the chair to the council, when we're talking about cost effectiveness, it's tough to gauge when we look at these. Going into these types of situations, hoarding conditions vary greatly from the amount of items that are there to the condition of the property for which the people are staying in. So we've had certain items where we've been able to work with an owner to clean up the problem, and it's been as cheap as helping them get a couple of dumpsters. And then we've had it from the other side where we've had to go in and they've ended up having to take out loans or work with us, and you know, while working through economic development with some of the grant programs, still taking on task certain things that there have been, you know, $100,000 to $200,000 costs to cleaning up some of those cases that we have.
Is there any way to get any of that money back? And
Through the chair, yes, there is ways when we come in and we find, if we find that it's a hoarding condition in a rental property, or if we go in, we first try and work with the property owner. If there are any violations, we'll work with them to get the violations fixed. If we do not get support from the property owners or from some of the tenants in certain cases, we do have the ability to work with the courts and then go in place and remove people or do the cleaning and then lien the property for the services that were provided.
Okay. Changing slightly, you had 86 clean and liens and that's outside the building, right? The clean and liens.
Through the chair, yes, clean and liens are for overgrowth and debris in the yards.
And so it says that you issued 192 tickets for violations, for the City of Worcester nuisance violations. How much are those tickets?
Through the chair, the tickets vary. We are putting in a better process for how we ticket people and how violations are issued. The tickets can range anywhere from 200 up to, I believe, 2,000 with court approval on certain areas. We have been working with the inspectors, though, as I said, to work on our ticketing methodology and increase the amount of presence that the inspectors are seeing for those type of violations.
Okay. One of the things that is very near and dear to my heart is the accessory dwelling units. I filed the order to have us be able to allow those, and so that's really important. Today was a very exciting day. I wasn't able to go, but the elderly tiny homes were, I think it's a groundbreaking for that today. And so I'm really thrilled to see that you have 31 approved projects for ADUs. Is that working well? Are there any improvements that you need to make in how that gets done, or?
Through the chair, we can always improve. Part of the ways that we have been improving is we've just revamped our building permit process workflows. What we've done is we've separated out a lot of the different permit types to make the flows easier. We've removed certain departments that don't have to review items on certain types of permits. We've added other departments that were being missed on other permits, creating delays. So by modifying and renewing our permit workflows and working with our technology, I believe that we are making efforts in being more efficient with our permits.
Okay.
Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think overall, I mean, you've been doing, they've been doing a lot of work. The rental registry, as you said, is not as robust as we would like it to be. What suggestions do you have to move forward to make that more? Well, you just talked about that. I'm sorry, that's wrong question. But the other thing that I wanted to mention is you also have been doing a lot of work, and one of the things that we get calls on all the time is regarding rodents and pests, rats and et cetera. And it's clearly, you now have 2 inspectors, and they tested and passed for the pesticide applicator certification. Housing inspectors work with DPW, trained on integrated pest management for rodent control. And then your staff members completed training for work zone safety, and they've baited 475 manholes with rodenticide and conducted 112 follow-up inspections of the baited manholes. And then you've got a formal sewer baiting program to roll out this spring. How many manholes, sewers will you be baiting this spring?
Through the chair to the council, right now we've had a formal kickoff meeting with DPW about 2 weeks ago. We've had two weekends now of baiting going through. We are getting about 30 manholes per crew per weekend. We have 2 crews going on most weekends, and then 1 crew depending on staffing. So we're anticipating, and right now our schedule goes from 2 weeks ago to up to about Labor Day we've scheduled out. So we're anticipating, hoping to get to close to 2,000 manholes.
Has the need for baiting increased over the past year?
Through the chair, the complaints have not showed an increase, a need for it. We have had targeted areas where we do see an increase. We're also looking at where the complaints are coming from. Part of revamping our permitting system is to help us identify some of these a little bit better. So what we're doing is we're concentrating more on those, but we haven't seen an expanse throughout the city or an increase in complaints throughout the city for rats.
So would those areas that you're highlighting, targeting, those would probably be areas where there's mostly food services, food restaurants and things like that? Are those the primary?
Through the chair, yes, that's where we do see some elevated concern and complaints is high traffic in food areas, commercial areas with large dumpsters that aren't being cared for properly. We don't necessarily see too much in a lot of the residential neighborhoods. We see them in a couple of targeted spots, but when we go there, we usually find other violations throughout the neighborhood that are contributing to the rodent issues.
Okay, because I know, again, it depends also too on the construction scene, what's happening places in the city, places you wouldn't expect to have rats show up because they're near residential neighborhoods and they wouldn't expect them to be there, but the construction I know makes an issue. Have you increased any funding in that particular area or in your department?
Through the chair, we actually fund that, part of that through our problem properties fund. So the city manager or the city manager's administration provided ISD with, I believe it was $40,000 last year to beef up our rodent control program. We did use that to buy some pilot boxes and work on some programming to get our system up and going. We did not need that additional funding this year. Right now, we do have our 2 trained inspectors. We have a 3rd one that is going for the license. We've teamed up with DPW, and we have 2 trucks going out. So Right now, we've hit a groove, and we're just responding to the complaints while we are going through our process.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and, I mean, the budget's pretty close to being the same, so that's not bad. I want to thank you for all your hard work. I know you guys, every time I call, I know Lee Hall, you answer my call, whatever, very responsive, so thank you very much. Just wondering if it's possible to, going back to the rats, if it's possible just to get a report back on that, areas of the city where there's major problems, et cetera.
Through the chair, yes, we can
Yeah, thank you.
provide that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks to you and all your employees for all the hard work that they do.
Through the chair, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilman Economo, D1, followed by Councilman Frizzolo of D3. Councilman Economo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thanks for being here tonight. Thanks for sticking around. I think your department does a great job. I like where it's heading, and I know that the people certainly appreciate it. The two add-ons for plumbing inspector and electrical inspector, do you feel that that is going to help abate delaying inspections, or how do you see them working in the field? Excuse me.
Through the chair to the council. In looking at that, yes, I absolutely think adding those two positions is going to facilitate inspections in a more efficient manner. Right now, the plumbing and wiring teams have 4 inspection positions each. Those inspectors are averaging between 10 to 14 inspections a day currently. That is not something that's sustainable, and quite frankly, it's not providing a good service by having that many inspections and potentially rushing through or looking at stuff. So by having the additional positions, we will be able to reduce the number of inspections that each inspector will have to go to, therefore improving the quality of inspections and the efficiency in which we can do it.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work that the current staff does. I know they're doing all they can, and I appreciate that. Do you see any inspectors leaving the position in the next year or two, or this upcoming fiscal year, that we end up being on the shorter side of things again?
Through the chair, while I can't anticipate anybody leaving, we do have people that are coming of retirement age. Don't know what their plans are, but we may have people leaving. And then also, there are just some unforeseen items that may occur. We're down to 1 plumbing inspector for a couple of weeks just due to the way that certain things happen. So while we don't anticipate losing anybody throughout this next year, I can't guarantee that won't happen.
I appreciate the answer, and like I said, I appreciate all the work your team does, and I'm all set with my line of questioning, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Frizzolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Commissioner, I want to thank you for every time I've contacted you, you've been very responsive, and so many others in your department as well. And quality of life under your
Through the chair,
control?
no, that's through the city manager's office.
Okay, well, quality of life team down on Mead Street, they do a great job too, so I wanted to point that out. But again, the one blip that I have, and unfortunately I haven't had a chance to talk to you or the manager about it, just happened in the last week or so. And I think I'd like to bring it up just so you can educate me and the general public. There was an order from Planning and Zoning on a adult daycare on Hamilton Street that abutted a residential property. And it's like a year or two old, so the constituent who contacted me has been very patient, and it ended up going to court. And the court ruled that stockade fence that was supposed to be installed where the previous fence existed and now has been taken down. The judge ruled in favor of the daycare, adult daycare, and ruled against the order of the city. And how does that happen? I mean, I understand they went to court and ruled against us. And two, how do we go about, is there a way to challenge that through the law department again? Because obviously the constituent is not happy with the result.
Through the
Commissioner
chair.
Antonivica.
Through the chair to the council, I am familiar with that project. What happened when we did go to court was that we were requesting the fence be put at the top of the slope as opposed to the bottom of the slope where the property line was. That decision was made because it was, quite frankly, going to be more easily constructible for the daycare to put at the top of the slope. The daycare challenged the location and went to court, and what happened was that the court agreed with the daycare that they don't need to put it at the top of the slope, but they still need to install it along the property line.
Okay. So we're okay with it? I mean, that's...
Through the chair, yes. They are still required to install the fence.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, that's
Yes.
all I had. I
Okay.
have nothing but high regards for you, Commissioner, and your staff. Do a great job. And again, I just brought that up not as I got your moment here. I just thought, I could learn from it, and the general public now can see where something goes to court and what the result is in the end. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilman Robert Bellata, D2, who's joining us virtually. Councilman Bellata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for joining us, and really wanted to say thank you for all the work that you and your department does. As a district councilor, you're one of the departments that I work with the most, and you and your staff and quality of life as well have been extremely helpful when it comes to dealing with problem properties and complaints from residents and dumping complaints. So, again, thank you for all your work, and especially all the inspectors that consistently show up to the neighborhood meetings. So I really appreciate that. One question I had was I noticed that there was only a single lead inspector for the city. Is that because of just the need has tapered off, or just curious if you could provide some additional background as to why there's just one lead inspector?
Commissioner.
Through the chair to the council, we have two lead inspectors or two licensed lead inspectors on staff. We have one lead position. We are in the process of getting another inspector licensed to do and trained to do the lead reports or the inspections. One of the issues with getting inspectors trained up is the availability of the training. So the training only happens a couple times a year, and there are limited spots. And if we are not lucky enough to get a person in there, then we are out of luck. So that is part of the reason why we don't have more than two lead inspectors in the city, but we are trying to increase that amount.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that information. But no, again, all the work that the team does with the establishing the critical case team that works with law and WPD and the Department of Public Health and Worcester Fire, I was reading through the different goals, objective 8.1, that there was 2,300 registrations with the rental registry that the council passed in the previous council, and all the inspections that ISD does. It says they inspected 1,000 units and identified and enforced 187 violations and completed 86 clean and liens. This is the work that really helps with quality of life in our neighborhoods. So thank you very much, and looking forward to continuing to work with quality of life and inspectional services. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Rivera, D5.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this time to thank Commissioner Antonivica for being present, being involved, working with us to make sure that we're responsive to the residents, and especially in District 5. Just want to thank you. Answered a lot of our questions, emails, texts. It's been involved getting stuff done, and residents are happy. I'm happy, and I just want to thank you and appreciate it.
Through the chair, if I could just say one thing real quick.
Yes,
I know
Commissioner.
I'm the one up here answering questions, but I do need to say that I have an incredible staff. They are the ones that go into people's houses every day and have to deal with the situations and find resolutions and work with the people and handle the tough situations. So as much as I can come up here and answer your questions, and I appreciate all the thanks, it is the staff that actually deserves a lot of it. So I just want to make sure that they get the recognition that they deserve.
Thank you, Commissioner Antonivica. Commissioner at Large Sachamicha.
Councillor, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the Commissioner.
Commissioner at
First of
Large,
all,
Council at
thank you,
Large.
sir.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for coming and staying here with us this late. Appreciate all you do. I think all 73 of you do a great job for the city. Just a couple of clarification questions. You have in the operating budget, you said that your exterminator cost went down by 20,000. So everything is going up. So how is the cost go down by? If Chief Financial Officer maybe
Commissioner.
can explain.
Through the chair, the cost went down because we were able to buy a lot of our product last year that we don't need to rebuy again this year. So one of our big purchases in the last fiscal year, or not needing for the next fiscal year, was all of our Terra 3 bait. So we don't need to purchase any more bait for this year. So that's a reduction. We also have all the traps and a lot of the supplies that we're already using for this year. So we didn't have to rebuy any of those items.
And to act upon any job that needs to be done, you react to the calls you receive, or 311, or your inspectors are making some rounds and you detect it proactively. How do you come to know?
Through the chair to the council, it's a combination. We get complaints or concerns many different ways. The majority of the way is through 311, but we also have an inspections email. We also get phone calls. We also get stuff sent down from the city manager's office often. But then also, while the inspectors are out doing their regular inspections, yes, they have proactive cases where if we are in a neighborhood doing a rental registry inspection, but we see overgrowth and trash on the house next door, the inspectors will write the violation for that property while they're performing their other inspections.
On that context, I know that many landlords who don't stay in the property, they're like, not staying in the property, but they have tenants, and complaints have been that those tenants don't really maintain the disciplined way of throwing the trash, and there has been requests for the inspectors to go and check that. You have the registration of all the landlords who have registered through us. So many landlords who don't occupy the properties, you have a way to get to them and see how the tenants are. Because the complaints are those who live in the other side of the residency. They think that the tenants are not really maintaining the way it should be. They throw the trash the way they want, and it doesn't look nice, it's not decent. So that's something that your inspectors go and check in those homes where it is rented, but the landlord doesn't stay.
Commissioner.
Through the chair to the council, yes, we have many properties that have what we call absentee landlords. Our best avenue is we have different methods to gain compliance. We work with the tenants if we are able to. If not, then we have different methods for sending violations or bringing people to court or doing clean and liens to take care of the different properties. But we are approaching this as owners are responsible for their properties, and we would like them to appropriately take care of them the way that they are supposed to.
Are you pretty much caught up with all the requests that you have received to come and do some inspection, or you have some backlog?
Through the chair, we have backlogs. With the amount of complaints that come in on a regular basis, we always will have a backlog that comes in. Because when they do come in, we want to prioritize the complaints, and we want to handle the most egregious ones first and make sure that we are being attentive to anything that is a life safety or immediate life safety danger and getting that corrected, and then we go down the priority list.
So based on through the chair to Commissioner, based on the volume of work that you are kind of getting in your office, do you think you have enough staff, inspectors to take care of it, or do you think there is a need to increase that?
Through the chair, as this being my first year, I've just finished my first year, we are reviewing our processes, and I do see that there are some efficiencies that we are able to make within the department. So I don't think that I can accurately make the statement that we are understaffed or don't have enough right now. I do think that, yes, I will never turn down staff if people want to give me people, but at this point, I would want to say that I would like to make our processes more efficient before I come in and say that, we need a significant amount of more staff or any more staff.
Thank you so much. I just have one clarification on your, the expense list here. What is the difference between 33 HC category, 35 HC category of the sanitation inspectors? That's in the pay scale column. There are some 33 HC, there are some 35 HC. They're all sanitary inspectors, but I'm not quite sure if there is any distinction.
Are you referring to page 86, Councilor Mitra?
That's on the page 86.
Page 86, Commissioner.
Through the chair, yes, those are the different the different levels of inspector that we have, whether it be a regular sanitary inspector, a senior sanitary inspector, or the principals. They have different pay rates and are calculated.
So it's the different pay scale, but
Yes.
they're all sanitary inspectors.
Yes, but they are different positions in the sanitary. So we would have a sanitary, a senior sanitary, a principal sanitary, and a chief sanitary inspector.
Thank you so much for answering all the questions and being just about a year in this position. I think you have done a tremendous job. I'm new, and whatever I've seen, and I came to see you, meet you, and in various other meetings that I have met, and your staff and everybody is commendable, and we're very grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman at Large, Morris Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I expect to be rather quick. To the Commissioner, you've heard it from some of my colleagues before. I also commend you on the job you do and your staff does, always responsive when I call. I've said this before with previous commissioners, that given the circumstances that you go into people's homes, it's always been amazing to me how few criticisms I hear from the public about your department. And the few I hear are usually because they're on the wrong side of an order that your department is on the right side of, asking them to do it, and they're just not happy to hear the truth. But it's rare that they haven't. Usually it's an acknowledgement, yeah, they were right, the inspector was right. So it's an amazing accomplishment to me to be in that position and receive such little criticism. I think that's a compliment to you and your staff. I really have just two areas of questions, and they'll be brief and rather limited. One is, my colleague, Councilor Toomey, had asked about ADUs. Could you repeat through the chair the number of ADU permits that have been issued since you've been Commissioner?
Commissioner Antonivica.
Through the chair, I believe that was 31.
Okay, that's what I thought you had said. That's what I wrote down. So through the chair, I guess my question is, 31 is 31 more than we had, but it's, to me, and people could differ, it's not like a number that you could say, wow, what a difference the ADUs have made. So I guess my question through the chair to the commissioner, if you know, or if you can surmise, what do you think the limitations have been on not getting more ADUs out there?
Through the chair to the council, I believe there are a number of factors why we haven't seen as many ADUs or more ADUs than we would like. One of the biggest factors right now is the cost of everything. There are just a lot more projects that are not moving forward due to increased costs, due to the world climate right now. The other aspect of it is that while the city of Worcester has had the ability to provide ADUs for their residents over the last several years, the state only came out with the protected ADUs about a year and a half ago. So there are people that are still realizing that this is allowed and that they're able to do it, and then getting the proper materials and then the contractors on board too, to get it in there. So there are several factors as to why we're not seeing a lot. I don't know how to pinpoint exactly which one is the controlling factor, but I think it's almost kind of a perfect storm for why we haven't seen a big jump in the number of ADUs.
And if I could, through the chair to the commissioner, back to your surmising a cost, and I'm sure you're right, is a big factor. If you know, how are people that are able to put on the ADUs, primarily, are these being financed themselves, or are they going through traditional lenders?
Through the chair to the council, that's not something that we ask when people are applying for permits. We review the plans, we look at the cost of construction, but when it comes down to how they are actually paying for that money, that is not something that we get involved with.
I appreciate that. And through the chair, do you have a guesstimate, use that word, on the cost of adding an ADU, typical cost or a range?
Through the chair to the council, the best way to do it would be a square footage cost versus an overall. But if I had to throw a number out there, the protected ADUs are allowed to be up to 900 square feet before they need relief. I would say it's, right now, we're probably looking around $200 a square foot in that area to construct something. And that's on the lower end side, not too fancy, basic finishes. So we're looking at almost $180,000 to construct a 900 square foot ADU.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have, again, I'll try to be brief on it, is a little bit more of a touchier subject that happens from time to time. Not often, but it does happen where I've received calls, I'm sure my colleagues have as well, where there's, trying to use the best word I can for the situation, but perhaps inconsistency is probably the right word. There's an inconsistency between a decision made by your department and the fire department on what's needed in a property. It mostly happens in commercial settings. Once in a while, I've heard it in the residential setting. So there's that, issue with two different departments addressing, and sometimes the same type of question. And the quick scenario would be somebody applies for a building permit and goes through what types of fire safety they're going to put in the building. Building department thinks it's fine. They go for certain final inspections with the fire department. Fire department comes and says that's not acceptable to us. It doesn't happen as often as I've heard it happen in the past, but it still happens. So my question through the chair to the commissioner, has there been any improvement in trying to coordinate those answers and what's expected of a developer between both departments?
Through the chair to the council, yes, I believe that we have been making improvements. I meet with Chief Dyer once a month to review different concerns that we have, whether it be reacting to calls, doing plan reviews, going out on inspections, handling complaints. We also have started working with fire prevention to do common plan reviews. Part of that is seeing what they're looking at and what we're looking at and having those decisions before it gets back out to the contractors. We have also updated our building permit review process so that everybody is able to see other people's comments at the same time so that we are not providing conflicting comments anymore. So we are trying to make it easier for the contractors and homeowners and more efficient for us.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that's good to hear. Thank you, Commissioner, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is anyone else? Counselor Gary Rosen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the commissioner, the relationship, I believe that we have, or we should have, inspectional services with the Department of Public Health. There is supposed to be, I believe, state, maybe regs, some type of relationship between the two. Do we have that, number one, and what is that, number two?
Commissioner Antonivica?
Through the chair to the council, so yes, we have a memorandum of understanding for enforcement from DPH through ISD. And then we also work in conjunction with them. So the way that that process has been set up is that DPH sits as more of the policy and research arm, and ISD works as the enforcement arm of HHS. We coordinate with DPH on a regular basis. We meet with them once a week. We talk with them. We review any type of ordinance proposals that we're looking at. We have coordinated with them to set up a digital daily for the inspectors so that we are able to track all of the work that's going on out in the field in a digital manner, right? Prior to that, it was all being done on paper, so DPH was able to set up a digital format for us. So now we are collecting that data through digital, and now we're using that to help DPH inform us how, or areas where we can improve our inspection, and then also trouble areas where we know to focus enforcement in the future.
Through the chair, is that relationship with Department of Public Health, is that relatively recent?
Through the chair to the council, I believe it's been set up for a while. There's been several iterations of the relationship between ISD and HHS. I believe it was Code and Health at one point, and then Health and Code, and now it's ISD and DPH. But throughout the years, there have been several iterations, and we think at this point we're finally getting our gel together and are making it work.
Okay. Through the chair, does your department supervise, if that's the word, the woo bins?
Through the chair to the council, no.
Which department does that, is in charge of them?
Through the chair, that's kind of a joint effort of DPW and sustainability.
Okay, right, because I remember I asked that question at DPW, and they did mention maybe it was sustainability. They didn't answer that question I had on woo bins. Lead paint, it seems like it's been decades, and is it still a problem in the country and even in Worcester? I mean, it's been, I don't know, 50, 60 years that I can remember that we've had that problem, and we still talk about abatement. Is it a big problem in the city of Worcester?
Commissioner.
Through the chair.
Through the chair to the council, yes, unfortunately it is. We have actually recently, within the past couple of months, been contacted about several cases of child lead poisoning due to lead being present in the buildings where they're residing. So, like I said, unfortunately, it still is prevalent throughout the city. We have reinvigorated the lead program. We have about 20 cases going through court right now. We've had several resolved, and we are working to get another lead inspector certified so that we can continue to make improvements.
And through the chair, do we get much, maybe federal funding for lead abatement or anything like that? It seemed to me that the federal government's been subsidizing that for many decades.
Through the chair, the Economic Development Department actually manages about $4.5 million of lead grants from the federal government. inspectional services is responsible for the enforcement, but economic development goes in to help with a proactive approach to try to remove lead prior to it becoming an issue.
I see, okay. Thank you on that. And the last thing, reading the report, the hoarding task force. So when I think of task force, I think of a few people. So is this seniors who are hoarding? Is this what it is, that we are helping seniors out? Is it dangerous, I guess, if they're hoarding? Maybe is a fire hazard? Is that what that's all about?
Commissioner.
Through the chair to the council, yes, for lack of a better answer, yes, that's what it is. We are, the hoarding task force goes in to help our elders that are in areas of concern and blight, and quite frankly, when we come across some of them, some of the cases that we see, it's because people just don't know the services that are available or how to get themselves out of the situation they're in. So with the task force, we do have our social worker in our department that leads that up. And then we also have people from DPH, fire prevention and police that work with us to help clean those areas up, get the people on the right track, and if we need to, we relocate, rehouse, and then help move them back in those areas once the areas are cleaned out. So it's a program that we are trying to expand a little bit. There are a lot of areas in the city that could use the help, and we're just developing a better process so that we're able to help more people with what we do.
And through the chair to the commissioner, do you maybe make presentations at the Worcester Senior Center so people realize that this service is available to them?
Through the chair to the council, we are working with several of the other departments through economic development and in other areas to set up things like that. We've joined the lunch out on Wednesdays. We've joined, this doesn't help seniors, but we've also joined the MAP-free safety bus to go around to the schools and show the children what inspectional services does in certain areas. And we're also going to be, we go out to all the community meetings so that we are able to provide those. But we will take that, definitely take that in consideration, because we have been looking to set up quarterly, like inspectional services outreach programs.
Okay, I thank you, and your department is probably one of the most responsive, as other councils have said, so we certainly appreciate that. So good work to the department and all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I do have a couple of questions myself. Just regarding, I think you may have already said this, it says 73 positions. How many of those positions are filled? Are they all filled? Are you at full capacity?
Through the chair, currently right now, we have 3 open positions, I believe.
Good. And so it sounds like retention is pretty good. If you could speak to any efforts to, I guess, measure the improvements as relates to the interdepartmental work that has to occur, particularly as it relates to working with contractors and homeowners. I know you mentioned some challenges with technology on other matters within the department, but how are you measuring, how well we're doing or improving? Because I too have those concerns. When it comes to contractors and homeowners and the like, time is money. And as was also previously stated, when there's a conflict or a difference of opinion from fire and code, it costs a lot of money at times and can have consequences. So how are you measuring the improvement?
To the chair, we are measuring improvement by, there are different factors that we're going to be measuring it by. So one factor that we're looking at is efficiency in which we are approving the permits. So we're going to be looking at the timeframes for the different types of permit types to see if we are increasing the turnaround time. The reason why we feel that we would be able to increase the turnaround time is through the process improvements we're making. We are creating standard comments so that all of the inspectors, when they are reviewing, if there are violations in the plan design or there are items that needed to be corrected, they will have a canned set of responses so that everybody's response is worded the same way. It references the same code section for the same type of corrections that need to be made. We have been working with fire prevention to review the items. One of our biggest items that we look at together now underneath this is our 241 plans. Those are the safety plans during construction. So we coordinate with them because at that point, that's the contractors being able to work, but that's also keeping the building safe. So we want to make sure that we are identifying all aspects prior to beginning construction so that there aren't any questions or surprises while construction is going on. And then the other item is one change that we are making is not being as lenient when we see discrepancies with the design while it's going up. So that, in my experience, that's where a lot of some of the concern or frustration comes in, is that when we get to the end of a project and it is time to close out the loans and get the CO and switch over from construction insurance to regular insurance and drop those premiums, is that there was a change in the plan and nobody made a note of it or identified it, and now we're playing catch up. So part of the instruction to the inspectors moving forward is that if you see a deviation in the plans during construction, stop the project then and get the updated plan so that we are not causing delays at the end of the project. If we work with the contractors, work with the other departments, and resolve the issues as we see them, we should have a more congruent and better ending so that when we do get to the CO stage, it should just be able to be, here are my final affidavits and here is your CO.
Thank you. You know, in looking at this, I know the social worker, which is something important to me, has been, I thought there used to be two positions, but maybe I'm wrong, but there's definitely one here. And I know that becomes helpful when you're dealing with issues of hoarding, mental health, if there's challenges that involve mental health or dual diagnosis related to certain parts of the city, individuals that may be in those areas of the city. If you can speak to sort of the strategic organizational planning and budget requests related to personnel such as social workers, also inspectors, if folks are out. What I've come to understand over the years is that when it comes to the inspections piece, it could be a challenge for folks waiting to get approvals, communication, if folks are out on leave, whatever type of leave it might be. Similarly, for that social worker position, how are you planning for that organizationally? And if there's any budgetary, correlation to those attempts?
To the chair, with using the budget, we go through and to provide the tools for the inspectors and our social workers and, quite frankly, everybody in the department to deal with the public and in some circumstances, people that may have mental health questions or, I don't even say mental health sometimes. We give people bad news. People don't like hearing bad news. So it's just dealing with people in an angry state because we are making them do things that cost them money and that they don't want to do. We have built in and through the budget, we have training and education to help the inspectors out in the field. Everybody in the department took a de-escalation class this year. We have also given them field interview technique classes this year, and so that they are able to de-escalate situations and then also ask and talk to the people out in the field easier and get the information that we're looking for in order to properly help them with what they need. One of the other items that we did set up, that we said in there is our critical task team. So our critical case team comes in, we identify that there are specific acute cases where we need, very specially skilled people to go in and work with the individuals to either convince them to leave their home and go to another residence while we help them clean it out, or to let the police go in with the animal control officer to remove the cats and the animals that are in there for us to be able to work with economic development to get them a grant to help clean up the rest of the house in order for them to stay there. So it's a big team effort, what we're doing in building that through the budget, and it starts with training. I would have to say that our biggest thing here is making sure that people have the right tools to react to the situations that they are put in.
Thank you, and I'll just close with this. I'm looking forward to any metrics associated with increasing responsiveness and predictability to developers. I'm not sure if we have that data yet, but if we don't, I'd like to make a chairman's order that we get that data. That's extremely important. And also, morale. Morale speaks to outputs, worker performance, which speaks to the services provided by the city. So as a chairman's order, I'd like to request that the city manager consider a morale survey in this particular department. We know that those types of surveys are very easily done and their cost negligible. Just a simple click survey of folks so we can get an idea of, if there's any productivity concerns. So those are my motions. Anyone else have anything further? Okay. So the motion will be to discharge this department's budget from Finance Committee to bring it before the full convening of the City Council for immediate consideration along with the aforementioned orders. Roll call. Yes.
Did you also include my order regarding the report on the pest issues?
Did not. Correct, I did not. I think the order was that we get a report on the high-risk areas in the city for rat issues, infestations, et cetera. So all those taken together collectively, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellata?
Yes.
Councilor Economou?
Yes.
Councilor Pizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Councilor King.
Thank you. The next item we have up is the fiscal 2027 budget hearing for Worcester Public Schools that was held at the last, held in committee on May 12th, but it doesn't say that. I believe that was held last week. It's going to be held again a second time. A decision was made to hold that. I don't know if we need a roll call on that. We'll do a roll call.
We can do a
roll call.
5A, so for clarity, Mr. Chairman, this is the first time it's being held.
Okay, so this was on the agenda, the first agenda that we had to be on for the first day. So how was that not held if that was on our agenda that we were provided when we first received the budget?
I can review it, but my understanding
Yeah,
is...
if we could review that,
can review
because I know we didn't have time. We got the budget from the school committee extremely late. So like a report back on that as well. But motion will be to hold this one. We do a roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellata?
Yes.
Councilor Economou?
Yes.
Councilor Pizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Councilor King.
Yes, fiscal budget 2027 hearing regarding public facilities. This also includes the DCU Center, page 369, 377, if anyone's so inclined to follow along. If the folks that are joining us for this particular department could just state your names and your titles so the public can know who we're speaking with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jim Bedard. I'm the Chief of Public Facilities, and I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Joseph Karen, Deputy Chief.
Joseph Herron?
Karen.
Karen. Okay. All right. CFO McGurthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you mentioned, in front of you now represents two individual budget sections: public facilities, which is a $6.6 million recommended appropriation. This is a significant increase over the prior year, about 43%, and it results from transfers we've discussed in other budget hearings: the centralization of facility management from the Worcester Police Department, from the Worcester Fire Department, and while we haven't discussed the budget yet, also from the Department of Instructional Technology. There's also an increase in funding due to the ongoing management of the Seaver Street and Providence Street properties. There is a significant capital component to public facilities. They are responsible for the management of the city's school projects, the MSBA-supported projects, so there's about $48 million there, $25 million for the South Division project, which is the Fire Department South Division. 48 million total, but 25 million for South Division, 19 million for MSBA, 1.1 million of actual borrowing for Police Department headquarters. There's some additional loan authorization, $1 million related to City Hall, 532,000 for the public library. Within this department, it also staffs and manages the DCU Center. It's about a $6.2 million appropriation. It's a 12% increase. It's reflective of debt service related to the facility. However, it's important to note that the DCU funding comes not from the tax levy, but from the various revenue sources, including the special revenue district by the state to support that debt service obligation. It has a capital program of about a $4 million improvement or investment in the facility this year.
Okay. I do have a couple of quick questions I'd like to lead off with. One is, I believe Seaver Street is under your purview. I could be wrong. But if you could speak to that and any ongoing maintenance costs that we are expending in that regard. And similarly with the auditorium.
Certainly, to the chair, a couple of things on that. I'll be happy to talk about Seaver Street. The auditorium will have to wait for the next, it's under the care and custody of the Parks Department.
Okay, so you, just for clarification, so you have no involvement, oversight in the auditorium?
No,
Okay.
that's correct. So relative to Seaver Street, there's three primary properties that we take care of at Seaver Street: 51, 61, and 69, to the chair. 69 is the green building next to the parks. There's little or no maintenance that's being done regularly to that. The water's been turned off, the power's been turned off, and it's been made safe. The two buildings that we do spend time taking care of and money taking care of are 51 and 61. 51 is currently occupied by the Executive Office of Diversity and Department of Sustainability. They're temporarily using that space, most of that building, for their offices and for training rooms and things of that nature to support their operations. 61 is vacant right now. That's across the courtyard, if you're familiar with the location. That building right now is currently vacant, and they're using it, the city is using it for storage for some of the youth sports equipment that will be starting to come out now, actually, as we get into the summertime.
And what was the cost associated with those two properties to the CFO?
Through the chair, we're anticipating about $250,000 of ongoing maintenance funding for that project, that area.
Okay, I'll hold anything else till later. Is there anyone who likes to speak on this department? Councilor Morris Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a few questions on some of the numbers, which might be very easily explainable given the additional responsibilities that your department is taking on. But I'm looking at page 375, and it's the title of Building Maintenance Craftsman, and 3 positions. So is that the simple explanation for why it tripled, the item tripled? If my math serves me right, it looks like it's times 3. Is that right?
Mr. Bedard? Or CFO? McGarthy?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's the increase that represents
Okay.
transfers in from the police department.
Okay, and then on the next page, 376, this one was a little harder for me to understand, but I'm assuming it's a similar answer. Cleaning services went from $486,000 roughly to $545,000 roughly. So it's a big increase, about 20%. So is that also explainable by the increased responsibilities?
Through the chair, that's correct. Those funds were in other departments. They've now been centralized in public facilities.
I've got 2 more like these. Same page, 376. So maintenance and repairs went from $142,000 to $1,007,000. So that's almost a 40% increase. Same situation?
Mr. McGarthy?
Through the chair, it's the same. It's the 3 departments transitioning over, plus the maintenance of Becker.
And snow removal, one of my favorite categories, went from $160,000 to $240,000, 1/3 more. Is that also, that one is, to me, is a little hard to figure out. So maybe Mr. McGarthy. you're on
Through the chair, you're absolutely correct. We added about $80,000 to that budget, recognizing the actual that is needed to maintain all of the properties and do the appropriate
All
snow.
right, so your
removal.
feeling is we've underestimated in the past, or perhaps we haven't been, we're being more realistic this year going forward.
Through the chair, exactly. We have a number of properties, especially, public facilities is responsible directly for a number of properties, so we increased the snow budget for those
Okay.
those
Yes.
properties in
Well,
part.
the answers are what I anticipated, and they're logical, so thank you.
Okay, Counselor Frasolo, District 3.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Through the chair, just a couple of questions on DCU Center. I don't know if you could answer it, Mr. Bedard, or maybe the CFO. The naming rights and the money and the contract we have with them, could you educate me on that, being a new council?
Through the chair, so the city owns and operate, well, I should say the city owns the DCU Center. We have a management agreement with ASM Global that actually does the management of the facility itself. In most respects, the facility pays for itself. So you mentioned the naming rights, that stays within the facility budget. That budget then goes toward the kind of ongoing annual costs of operation. On our side, the city side, we pay for the debt service for the facility, all of the improvements that public facilities has been engaged in over the last number of years. We also pay for ASM. So the management fee comes from the city over to ASM for their work operating the facility. As mentioned, there's not a tax levy contribution to the DCU. It is funded through the special tax district, which you may have worked on back in the day.
Right.
So the city collects the revenues that would otherwise go to the state for hotel and meals taxes for specific properties that are in large part hotels, but identified as benefiting from the DCU and its activities. Those funds are dedicated over to the city. The city then keeps those in a segregated account, which is used to pay for the debt service and the related cost around the convention center. The only time we have had to actually, at least in recent memory, to actually pay through tax levy for the DCU was during COVID. When the revenues from all the hotels went down.
Is there a figure that the DCU, the business pays the city for naming rights? Is that?
Through the chair, there is. Let me see if I have that here.
City
Just
Manager
curious
Batista?
what they pay us.
Good, Manager.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
To the chair to the council, yes, so part of the efforts at Legends Global, the company that operates the DCU Center, they negotiate the naming rights, and they put out a bid or solicit a bid. Right now, DCU Center, I believe last year, extended the naming rights. DCU, as we all know, has either merged or been bought out by another company called First Tech, so they will be going through a process eventually to change the name to be First Tech Center because of that merger or acquisition that happened between those banks. But that's often a a deal that's brokered by Legends Global and the city, and that was recently awarded, I believe last year, to extend the contract for them.
Okay, thank you.
Tim McGurthy can probably provide the actual dollar figure.
Through the chair, so to the manager's point, it was originally DCU. That naming rights agreement went from May of '22 through May of '25. When First Tech Federal Credit Union took over that naming rights and was awarded a continuation of it, they took over officially from May of '24, so they took over during that period and went through May of '27. In each case, the agreement was for 1.8 million of an amount. That second 1.8 million for First Tech was credited that they were overlapping with the first 1.8 million, so they didn't pay the full amount for that second piece. They were credited for the overlapping period. There's other smaller things that have been agreed upon by the parties in terms of, making sure how the name is presented and, the advertising and things like that. But the fee, the payment is 1.8 million for each.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Manager Batista.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, I think one other thing that's important to note as part of the financial package is also, over the past few years, the administration has negotiated the management of the DCU Center with Legends Global. In the last two contracts, we negotiated capital improvements to be done by them. One of the negotiated contracts was an extension of 5 years. And in those 5 years, they were giving the city about $1.5 million that they would give to the city so that the city can do capital improvements to the facility. When we did their last contract last year, not only did we extend it another 5 years with an option to renew another 5, so a total of 10, but we upped the capital improvements from 1.5 to $3.5 million that they would contribute to the city, or they themselves would actually do the capital improvements on the site. So that's another element of us being able to negotiate with these parties to be able to get additional dollars for improvements into the DCU Center.
Thank you. That's good to know. Through you to Mr. Bedard, do you have any ideas or any suggestions of how that, do you make that call of what needs to be done at the DCU as far as improvements, or is it based on the company that the manager was?
Chief Bedard.
Yes, through the chair. It's definitely a partnership, right? The city owns the building, and we have undertaken several very high-quality projects recently. The arena sound system we replaced, the ice rink cooling tower we replaced. There's been multiple kitchen equipment that has been replaced. We had exterior doors on the building, right? Things that are in high-traffic areas, high-profile areas. There was a long-standing issue with how they were moving trash around the building. You wouldn't think too much about that, right? So we have recently built a trash room enclosure. So these projects done in conjunction with the city and with Legends Global, how is it affecting their operation? What are best things they need for that? And how do we extend the life of the building? And it's usually that partnership that creates these lists for us.
Okay, great. That's good to hear because, we want to attract, whether it be, sports teams or any type of events there, and to have a top quality building to do that, that's what I was, most concerned about. So thank you very much. Thank you both for your job here and the good job that you do. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Tony Economo, the District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to Mr. Bedard, what do you see for capital improvements at the DCU Center coming up in the next fiscal year?
Coming up in the next fiscal year, currently what we're working on right now is we're working on a fire alarm panel replacement. We're working on a structural rigging project right now that will help the performers actually load in and out so they can get better performers. There's a limitation to the building with the performers that will come in. As you can imagine, these groups are getting bigger and bigger with their events and the amount of equipment that they're bringing in. The arena freight elevator we're in the process of working on right now. And then as funding allows, right, what we're doing now is we're getting through the funding that we have. We're designing the things that we can be ready for. But there's always something to do, as you can imagine, right? If you look at that building and the things that we're long-term planning for, to the counselor's point, right? If you want to attract better performers, you got to upgrade the green rooms, you got to upgrade the locker rooms, you got to upgrade the bathrooms. You know, most buildings have 4 or 5 rooftop units on it. The DCU has 19 rooftop units that are 25 years old, right? So these types of things need to be replenished and replaced. So we're working up with Legends and with our own equipment to try to really kind of make an equipment list and try to plan for the next 5-10 years at the building.
So thank you. There's been a lot done to the front of the house, so to speak. The back of the house, as you mentioned, locker rooms, green rooms, all these other ancillary things that the public does not see, but the performers, the sports teams, they see. Is there anything scheduled to be done in the back of the house?
So through the chair, the next round of work that we'll be planning with, there's a couple of things relative to that, right? Back of the house upgrades to, you know, kind of address some of the areas that we talked about. Again, we have to build scope for that. We have to build design for that, find out how much these things are going to cost, right? Construction estimates relative to that. And we also want to keep a little bit of the capital money in reserve, right?
Yeah.
Because again, as much as we want to spend down to the last dollar, we have to, you know, prepare for anything that may happen along the way. So those will evolve and will develop once we start getting scopes on what that looks like, and then we'll be able to put construction estimates to it.
And the reason I bring it up is just, I know the back of the house has some deficiencies, and it's been noted even from people who have performed at the DCU Center, and that's not what I want to hear when they're out and about talking to, you know, whether it's their managers or their marketing team, because those are the events we want to come back, because they've all been successful. It's just the condition of their space is not up to par. And it hurt me when I was on the commission to hear all this, and especially after I did the tour too, that was further solidified it to me that the back of the house needs a lot of work. Having said that, is there anything that we can do working with the state? I know they've invested a lot of money out in Springfield, in Boston. How does the city of Worcester become part of that process?
So through the chair, I don't necessarily know I have the answer to that. I do agree with you in the sense that a partnership of that level, they do put a lot of money into opposite ends of us in the state, right? And, you know, if we're going to make those kind of capital investments in that building, which are very well required and needed, that kind of partnership would be beneficial, but I'll let others speak to that. Mr. Kennedy?
Manager Batista.
Yeah, I'll add to that. That's a great question. So one of the unfortunate things about the DCU Center is one of the only arenas across the entire state that the actual state does not own. The Massachusetts Convention Center Authority, MCCA. So a lot of the responsibility is on all of us here as a city, councilors, city administration, to be responsible for that building. One of the things that we have been reviewing is that kind of relationship and agreement with the state in terms of leveraging MCCA to help support the city in any way that we can. Historically, the dollars that were used or that currently are being utilized for the capital improvements were initial monies that we received from the state, but there were, in some cases, you can, for lack of a better terms, you can call it loans. And so the special district and these tax that we were able to generate from this particular area was help us to deal with the debt service, but it was really dollars that the state gave us an opportunity without having to borrow that from the tax levy. That's what's coming to an end. And now it means that we don't even have money to borrow without going to the tax levy. And if we want to avoid going to the tax levy, then that's when we need to continue having conversation at the state level and then put our ask to the state delegation and MCCA to see if they, either one, they could provide funding for us, or two, they can just, they can kind of re-up that borrowing that they allowed us. You know, you mentioned Springfield. Springfield is getting over a $90 million investment in upgrades to their facilities. And we feel as though our facility here is outperforming that facility. And we would love a $90 million investment into this facility. So I think that's a great question. It's something that, again, it requires us to continue to have conversations with the delegation and MCCA to see if there's any opportunity where we can receive some dollars from them to support the efforts here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Manager, excuse me. One question, is there any further growth expected in the district for district financing through the chair to the CFO?
Through the chair, there's not significant areas, undeveloped areas left that are identified within the original legislation. It was amended at one point back in 2014, I think, to add in a few parcels that had, developed into hotels since the original legislation. So it is always possible that if a new hotel is built, that it could also be added, again, recognizing the connection between DCU activity and hotel room nights. But in terms of the existing parcels, most of those parcels, like the auditorium is a parcel, the courthouse, I believe, is a parcel that's now developed into housing. The other parcels that are outside that are not existing hotels are generally not available for that type of development.
How about the parcel on the other side of the tracks at Washington Square there? Is that in the district?
Through the chair, yes. There's a few, the parcels around, so if I believe it's First Bristol builds another hotel,
Yes.
I think that will be picked up by the legislation, and those revenues would also come to the city.
Thank you, Mr. McGrory. Mr. Chairman, if we can I'd like to make a motion that we invite the state delegation for a tour of the DCU Center, specifically the back of the house, and to make an ask of them to advocate for us at the state level and to the, what was the name of the organization again, Mr. Manager? The MCCA. I'd like to make that in the form of a motion, please. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, anyone else? All right.
Chair?
Oh, Counselor, I'm sorry, I do, Counselor Ballard, just 1 second, my mistake, I'm dozing off here. We have Counselor at Large Toomey, followed by Counselor at Large Mitra, followed by District 2 Councilman Robert Bellata. Counselor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, and thank you for all your hard work. Project management's not easy, especially with such a diverse portfolio. And it really ranging from brand new, spanking new facilities to gorgeous historic buildings. I read with interest your progress and accomplishment highlights regarding centralizing the facilities with office maintenance layout and furniture needs, FF&E. And it's interesting because there is so much work that needs to be done with some of our older buildings. For instance, this building. I know there's been some starts and stops and some of the things that have happened here and things, some of the historic structures, I'm like looking at a hole in a wall over here. We need to not let that be a broken window theory thing. I know that cleaning one of the things that I hear from folks a lot is that the entrances to our building really need to be cleaned and steam cleaned and updated a little bit for cleanliness and all of that. So I know there's a lot that needs to be done. One thing I've talked about several times, and I know the clerk has heard me, these desks are in really rough shape. But those require other plans and all of that. Do you have a 5-year plan for all of the buildings?
So through the chair, we're working on that. A lot of what we've been dealing with has been more reactive than proactive to that. So we do develop plans for each of the buildings just based on the sheer volume of equipment and envelope issues. I mean, as you can imagine, any of our buildings right now, especially some of the older stock, we could develop a 5-year plan here in very short order. So yes, we're working on that. A lot of times what will happen, over the many, many years we've been doing this, is we create the plan and then things break during the course of the, you know what I mean? You get it, right? So then year after year after year, the same project appears on the list continuously because we had to use the money elsewhere. But those are being developed. We're kind of tuning them in based on the needs of the building and what funding is allowed and what funding is available,
What are you using for your tracking system?
Through the
It
chair
says you've
for,
improved your tracking system for inspections and maintenance schedules and work order management. What are you using for that?
through the chair, we use an in-house system. We had a work order program that would track work orders, track inspections, and we weren't, it was brought on by my predecessor, and we didn't feel we were getting the most out of it. So the dollars spent on that, we're now building one in-house. That will track the work orders that we do, that will track inspections, whether it's code inspections, elevator, boilers, the state inspection for all the boilers. We're building it in-house as a robust program to track all of those things.
Okay. Of great importance for me, because I'm Chair of Public Safety, obviously our new fire station and police headquarters, which we're spending some money on, which I think a lot of people look at the amount of money that's being spent and say, oh, wow, that's a lot. But the reality of it is we've had deferred maintenance, as you just mentioned, over year after year. And so it's very important that people understand that the longer you delay, the more expensive it's going to be. And these are some really serious health issues for our employees. And I noticed that that's one of your objectives, is to improve utilization of existing facilities and reduce the municipality's facility footprint, overall climate impact. But the strategy is to promote physical and psychological safety for employees by providing a safe and healthy work environment through training and health safety programs. And, buildings that actually, reflect the work that the people do in them. So I appreciate what you're doing on that. I know it's extremely difficult to keep all of the balls in the air, but I think that this plan with taking over some of the management of those buildings, I think really makes an awful lot of sense to me, and especially where the economies of scale work in with some of this as well. So I know that there's a huge, $3.2 million difference, 3.2 roughly. But I understand where it's all coming from, So one of the other things that it's not just the new station, but it's also our fire stations. I think I've seen some of them at their worst, and seen some of them done beautifully. But we need to continue that improvement as quickly as we can, because people are actually living in those buildings. So I appreciate that. And then the other thing is, we have that added cost of the Becker buildings. And You know, I'm just curious, is there a long-term plan for that, or is it, we looking at selling one of those buildings, or two of them, or through you, Mr. Chair?
City Manager Batista.
Yeah, through the chair to the counselor. So one of the things, and I think this property's been discussed at length for so long. The Seaver Street properties were acquired by the city of Worcester, former administration, to move and bring some school programming into that in one of the buildings, and then the other buildings would be utilized by Health and Human Services, and also develop an archive collection facility there. So when I took over as administration, one of the things that we did was to reassess of our properties and the utilization of our properties, the cost of that we were incurring in our properties, and the idea that we had also created an atmosphere of remote work in some areas where people were working remotely, communities around us, municipalities around us, and even across the nation were actually downsizing. And so we would prefer to have that in a more commercial corridor area that would be easily accessible for folks. Since then, we've been trying, we did an RFP, the council approved us to release an RFP and try to get approval, and try to get proposals for that property. We were unsuccessful in receiving proposals for that property. There's a number of challenges related to that property in terms of some of the proposals and some of the thoughts that people had related to educational use. In conversations with the previous superintendent, they felt as though they had no use for the property, or there were some challenges in the cost, so they felt as though they had shifted and pivoted from that. Right now, we're looking at other possibilities of this property. There's a possibility where we can split the property and sell one building and then utilize another building. I've re-engaged the conversation with the superintendent about the utilization of these two properties as well. And so there's ongoing conversation. We don't have a definitive plan moving forward, other than we do want to make sure that these properties are best utilized, not only for the neighborhood, but also for the needs that we have, not only as a school department, but also needs in terms of other educational folks in our community. So once we have a better understanding of what that path looks like, I will come to the council floor and I will provide an update in terms of where we're at and what our plan is to moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And again, you know, as I said, you know, for me, especially important is our police and fire stations, making sure that they're good, healthy places for people to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Toomey. Councilor Satra Micha, at large.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Public Facility Chair, the Chief here. Thank you very much for coming. I know it's late, but appreciate your being here and answering our questions. I'm just trying to find some clarification here. I see we have two segments here. One is the DCU Center, other is the public facilities. And in the mission statement, you have given the buildings names of all the buildings that is under this public safety, and then DCU Center is separated. It's got its own finance, and also the public facilities has a separate finance. This DCU Center employees are city's employees?
Through the chair, no. The two are paired in the sense that public facilities manage, you know, they're the department with responsibility for the DCU, but the DCU is a standalone. The employees at the DCU are not city employees. They're Legends Global, the property manager. They actually, you know, employ the staff that are there.
The reason I asked, because I didn't see any salary here for the DCU Center, so I was kind of confused that where are they employees of the city or not?
Through the chair, that's correct. The city's convention center authority group, what is the official name of Civic Center? Sorry, Civic Center Commission. They oversee the actual budget of the facility. That budget is different from our budget. That's where you would see discussion of salaries and the like, possibly. But again, since they're not overseeing the employees, Legends Global are, that it's more about our responsibility is the building and its general operations, not the individual people involved.
The revenue generated by the DCU Center is, how is it split, given to the city or?
So through the chair, it is the facility revenue itself is retained by the facility. Legends Global manages that pot of money. On an annual basis after the close of the fiscal year, they do a calculation to determine, almost on a cash flow basis, what can they afford to pay over to the city and what do they need to retain within the facility itself for ongoing needs. So generally, about once a year, we do see some cash transferred over. It again goes into those dedicated DCU funds, and then those are used to both pay ASM Global Legends Global for its work, and cover costs that the city might have related to the DCU.
I see. Okay, well, thank you so much. I mean, that's all. I just wanted to get the clarification. Once again, thanks very much for doing what you do and appreciate you being here with us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Balata.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. I just, want to go on record saying I think it would be really beneficial to further explore the feasibility of housing Worcester Public Schools special education in the transition program in a facility like on Sever Street that would be more central to the city, instead of putting them somewhere way out by South High School or way out in some other end of the city. This program really needs to be housed in a safer location than the Fanning Building. So I'm just going to continue to advocate for that, and I appreciate everyone's work with facilities. Appreciate Mr. Bernard earlier this year helping out with my desk in the council chamber. So appreciate all the work you're doing to make our facilities more accessible, and really, again, we got to get Worcester Public Schools special education transition program in a safer and healthier facility. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Councilman Gary Rosen, at large. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the gentleman from Public Facilities, the Worcester Senior Center project, the great project where they're going to be building residential units as part of the senior center, which I guess that part, all we've used in the last 25 years or so of the senior center, we've only used about 1/3, maybe 40% of that building. 60% has been unused all these years. So it's great to see apartments coming there. So what does your department do on a project like that? How involved are you in that?
Chief Bedard.
So through the chair, on a project like that, which is kind of an anomaly, I guess I'll say it, but because it's a fit out in an existing building for us, that there's a lot of interconnectivity to it. There would be a developer that's brought in that would actually primarily engage and do the construction work for that. Our involvement would be twofold, right, primarily. One, it would be the interaction with the occupants of the building and how does it impact the day-to-day operations of our work, of the senior center work, and things that are associated with that. Logistical traffic patterns, loading equipment in, loading materials in, laydown areas, utility shutdowns, all the things that are going to come associated with that. And then part two is to make sure that the systems integrate with ours, right? So in a building that's connected like that, you would need one fire alarm versus 2 fire alarms, right? There's a lot of connectivity between the two buildings. And us being at the table during those meetings, during that design development, during that construction, allows those to be much more efficient in how they go.
I see, okay. Yeah, as you said too, it's certainly a great project. There's been a lot of talk of the naming rights, especially the DCU Center. Is that the only one in Worcester, our property, that we have sold naming rights to?
Through the chair of the city manager. Foley Stadium, maybe?
Oh, right, well, yeah, the school department, right?
The Foley Stadium would be the other property.
Right.
The Rockland Trust Plaza here that they sponsored the naming rights of the plaza, the old Pickett Park Plaza.
Okay. Because I'm thinking.
But not to the
Right.
magnitude of like the DCU Center. Polo Park is another one, right? Polo Park. Those are the two that have some big naming rights.
Right. We probably, through the chair, we probably have the best senior center in Massachusetts, here in the city of Worcester. No doubt about it. When I think of what they do there, and they'll be, I guess, coming in front of us with elder affairs, for the budget here. But that's something we should probably consider selling the naming rights too. There's a lot of businesses out there and organizations that do, cater to seniors and the needs of seniors. So I would think that should be, one of the ones on our list, especially with the new apartments coming in. Through the chair, back to the public facilities. So do we watch some of the work they do with removing all that asbestos and all that lead from the old nurses' dorm at the senior center?
Through the chair, yes. Our department will be, again, that goes hand in hand with both regulatory compliance, but also cross-contamination into an existing building. So we will be actively involved in working with them on that.
Okay, that's good. You don't see through the chair, you don't see any need they'll be closing the senior center down for any days or period of time? You don't expect that?
At this point, I would say for asbestos or lead paint or something like that, typically construction mitigation activities that are done in this era don't require that. That being said, could there potentially be a water main shut-off that they have to tie things in, or could there be an electrical shut-off that we may, at some point, have to have a day off at the senior center? I don't want to rule that out, but it's too early in the logistical planning for that.
And through the chair, is your department, I guess we'll say, responsible for DPH on Mead Street? Is that part of your facilities?
Through the chair, we're responsible for 25 Mead Street building.
25 Mead Street. And through the chair, I don't know, just from what I've seen of that building, being on the Board of Health and Public Health chair on the few city councils, our committee, that building seems to need some upkeep, I would believe. And I think of the downstairs. Years ago, we had with great fanfare over there. We had that whole downstairs was turned into a special facility for the public health department, and it was open to the public where they could have doctors and nurses appointments and vaccinations, and it was a lot of fanfare. And then I don't know how it suddenly disappeared, because Worcester has a fairly needy population when it comes to health and medical care, and that was closed down. So I don't know what's down. Is that space presently, through the chair, presently being used by, do you know that?
Through the chair, yes. The entire building is being used. The lower levels consists of HHS. They have a lot of their refrigeration equipment down there from some of the vaccinations. The quality of life team is down there. And then there's, I think, a break room and some various other rooms. Facilities maintenance is down, and that whole lower level is occupied right now.
Do we have any, through the chair, do we have any plans for the future of that building as far as upgrading?
So through the chair, we've done a lot of spatial renewal over there. We've done a lot of reconfiguring. We've done some mechanical equipment upgrades, but as far as long-term capital investment of a large scale, there's nothing quickly on the horizon. There's other buildings that require more pressing needs.
And through the chair, is your department responsible for the Johnson Tunnel?
Through the chair, no.
And that would be what? Which department would that be? Public Works?
Through the chair, DPW.
DPW, okay. And last question, more of a personal one. Was your dad the physics teacher at Doherty High, the original?
Through the chair, yes, he was.
Yeah, he taught with him for many years. The best physics teacher the city of Worcester ever knew, so.
Through the chair, I agree.
Terrific. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I have a few more questions, but I'm just going to make them chairman's orders instead of asking them in the interest of time. So we have a couple of standing orders. We had one from Councilor Tony Economo regarding the DCU Center, and the order as I have it is that city will initiate with our state delegation in the interest of achieving funding support for the DCU Center from the MCCA. And whom else?
I'd just like to also invite the delegation for a tour
Okay.
of the DCU Center.
For funding, for quote, back of the house, and also to invite them to tour the facility. The second order we have here is a facilities maintenance prioritization plan as relates to preventative, ordinary, and urgent maintenance issues. And then also a report back regarding the transition plan and the need for urgent, healthy building for the folks that are housed over at the Old Girls Trade. We know that that place is a death trap. So we'd like that done. In addition to that, any report back by way of a chairman's order as it relates to the urgent need for a review by the fire department of the conditions, any code issues or violations at the Worcester Police Department as well for our budget purposes when it comes back to City Council. Is there any other motions that were suggested? Not seeing any. We will make the motion to approve those concurrently, along with motion to discharge this department budget from the Finance Committee and to bring it before the full convening of the City Council for immediate consideration. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellotta?
Yes.
Councilor Economo?
Yes.
Councilor Rizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Councilor Kern.
Thank you. Just for public purposes, we are approaching the 11 o'clock hour. We will be ending this meeting at midnight at the latest. We have a couple of items left on here in Finance Committee. We also need to reconvene in City Council to address some of the issues there. I'm sure some of those items that I will hold under personal privilege in the interest of time. We have left with us Parks and Rec and Worcester Public Library. We're going to ask that Commissioner Antonelli come forward as it relates to Park, Recreation, and Cemetery. This includes the auditorium and the Enterprise Green Hill Golf Course for folks that may follow along if they review this. Parks, Rec, and Hope Cemetery, page 147 of the budget. Auditorium, page 167. Enterprise Green Hill Golf, page 169. If you could just introduce yourselves, the folks that are joining us today, if you could state your title and your names, and then we'll go right to Chief Financial Officer, Mr. McGurthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to first introduce Millie Pacheco Thorne, who is our Coordinator of Administration and Finance. She was promoted. She's in her 32nd year with the City of Worcester. She is the lifeblood of what happens in our office and sort of keeps me on task in regards to almost everything that I do. And then my name is Rob Antonelli. I'm the Commissioner of Parks, Recreation, and Cemetery, and I'm happy to be here. I think I know everybody, at least as of now. So,
Thank you. Chief Financial Officer McGurthy, if you'd like to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as you pointed out, Parks, Recreation, and Hope Cemetery, three components falling under this department. The main department, which is about a $9.2 million appropriation. It's a 3% increase. There's a new coordinator of forestry position, but generally it's increased funding for various operational obligations, aquatics, lighting, cleanups. On the capital side, it's about $14 million in total borrowing related to various parks projects around the city. The Worcester Memorial Auditorium is level funded this year, same as last, $90,200. And then Green Hill Golf Course, it's actually a 5% increase. We gave them more than $5, but it's about a $2 million recommended appropriation. It's a regrade and increased maintenance in funding, increased maintenance funding. And then there is capital for about $1 million in course improvements as it reaches its 100th anniversary. Is that, Mr. Commissioner?
Yes, 100th anniversary in 2029.
All right. Congratulations, Millie, on your promotion. I know you've done great work over the years. This is my 30th year running summer basketball down at Crompton Park since 1996. So I know the work that's been done there. Certainly want to give an overall kudos to this department. I think that the Parks Department has done exceedingly well over the years, particularly given with the resources that have been provided budgetarily from the city. I've always advocated for an increase in staff. You know, I also want to recognize the investments in our park renovations. Accessibility is something that's been a priority. I know the renovation of Rizzo Court as well. The Green Hill is operating in the black, as I understand it, and the improvements that are continually made there. So I certainly appreciate that. I did have a couple of questions as it relates to the amount of money it costs for our park stewards as it relates to some of our bodies of water, blue spaces. In the past, we've had some challenges over at Indian Lake and other blue spaces. And I know there are times when park stewards are responding to those areas, Shore Park as well. If you could just speak to sort of the person power hours that we've had to adjust and send to those specific spaces. I know from personal experience what they're doing on weekends. You know, we've come a long way with trash pickup in the Parks Department on the weekends, but if you could speak specifically to you know, those blue spaces and kind of your involvement in your department in terms of person hours through the chair. I'm through the chair. I am the chair, sir.
Through the chair. So at all of our beach facilities, we operate those usually sometime around July 1 through the middle of August. Currently, with those aquatic facilities, lifeguards are supplied through the YMCA of Central Massachusetts under an RFP contract that we have with them. It's been a very excellent fit for, I think, for the city as well as the Y, and for the students, the staff that work for us at those locations. Particularly because they're in the world of developing lifeguards. We are not in the world of developing lifeguards. We don't have an indoor pool. We don't have the facilities that necessitate that availability. And you know, we would always be struggling currently right now at this time of the year trying to fill locations. The YMCA has been filled since probably May 1st, if not before that, with lifeguards. Additionally to that, those lifeguards are then given the opportunity under one sign-in, so one bit of paperwork, to be able to go and work for the YMCA throughout the remainder of the year. So it's really become a good fit there. When it comes to trash pickup, when it comes to maintenance functionality, we continue to work with the Y. The Y also staffs some of our maintenance functions at the beaches. And we've been working with them to streamline that process. And our staff are in by 6:30 in the morning, and we're directly going to our beaches as our first item of business on those days to take care of all the trash component. We're making some adjustments as change is always an important component when you start finding things that work better. We're making some adjustments this year with the YMCA to staff it differently during the regular operating hours, which are 12 noon to 7 p.m. That change will allow us to better sort of pick up trash that's there by the 7 o'clock closing time, and then be able to have that secured in a location that our staff that can then come in and pick that up. Knowing that staff or participants will stay there for probably approximately another hour or so into the evening, which at that point we would be shutting down the beaches with the use of our park security and our collaboration with Worcester PD on that end of it. So additionally, we work closely with sustainability and resiliency on all of the pond-related items, whether it's access to our blue spaces or management of those when it comes to, if necessary, the treatment of those facilities as well. And so we'll work closely with them on all of those. Our staff and the YMCA staff have also worked very closely with them on the goose issue, which is along the beaches. We've been working with them for a number of years trying to put up different functionalities that will stop the geese from particularly entering on the beach side, because the amount of excrement that they leave at those facilities can be relatively daunting, and our staff in the mornings has to go and pick all that stuff up to make it safe for our residents to be able to use the facility. So we've continued to work on that as well, trying to come up with different ideas and different ways to be able to address that particular issue as well. And so overall, I think our partnerships across both departmentally as well as with the YMCA on those aquatic facilities has really improved the overall aesthetics of our facilities, and then the work that we've done on the capital side has also done the same thing as well.
Thank you. I have a ton of questions, but I'm not gonna get into those here. In the interest of time, I'll do something on the council level. But as it relates to the recommended overtime for maintenance and forestry, if you could speak to that. I know that on a number of occasions it's challenging for some of our constituents as it relates to the forestry division. Again, we're looking at maintaining the same level of staffing here. I'm sure that plays into it as well. But if you could speak to sort of, it's on page 165, just speak to the overtime for maintenance and forestry. And the last question I'll have after that would be, as far as it goes to making our playing fields safe and our playgrounds safe, if you could speak to, the process that you're using there, and if there's any, which one of these positions are doing that? We have 4 security parks. I don't know what additional folks outside of are used to assess that, but it's an ongoing concern. So if you could speak to those 2 things, and then I'll pass it on to my colleagues here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the overtime piece, we use overtime in a mechanism to help support our regular operational components. All overtime that we do for whether it's a permit or an outside agency is reimbursed back to the parks for that purpose. But the majority of it is for emergency call-ins, for regular work that's scheduled on a weekly or every other week basis, can be used for when we have rain days. We get 3 days of rain, we're not able to mow our athletic fields, we need time to catch up. We use it for that particular component as well. Hope Cemetery, this is our big week. Memorial Day is 5 days away, 6 days away. And so this time frame for us is important to be able to get both Hope Cemetery ready to go, Elm Park ready to go, as well as the Vietnam Memorial in Green Hill Park, which everybody should know, but if not for the new counselors, the Vietnam Memorial is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Memorial. It is not the City of Worcester Memorial. Functionally, we take care of the Commonwealth's Memorial. We do receive some money from the Commonwealth on a yearly basis through an earmark, but that is part of our responsibility there. And so the majority of the overtime is used for those purposes. We'll use it as needed. The snow is an item that we all experienced this year, more so than we have in the past. But the rest of it is when we need it, if we have rain days, if we have other related issues. It's for rink setup on the common, our fall changeover. It's for all of those functionalities on that end of it. When it comes to the playgrounds, fields, making them safe, on the playground side, we have 2 staff that are full-time that manage the 40-some-odd playgrounds that we have. They are the ones that go out, they inspect the playgrounds, make sure that they're safe, make sure that they're changing the things that need to be changed on those playgrounds to the standards and the guidelines that are set by the CPSC and the ASTM standards. So those functionalities we do on a regular basis with that. Our ball fields and our athletic fields are done by a number of staff. So we have a couple of different groups within our parks office that manage those 2 functionalities. Most of the athletic side is run by our general foreman, Mr. John Grant, and the regular operations runs through our director of maintenance for parks and cemetery, Scott Moran. Even though they are a combined effort and we manipulate those staffing on a regular basis based on vacation days, sick days, time off, all of those. So we'll jockey them around because the one thing we did learn during COVID is that we need to be as cross-trained as possible so that we don't miss something along the way. And so we do that purposely. We actually bring staff up from Hope Cemetery and have them operate in our park locations, and we send our park staff down to Hope Cemetery to operate there as well. And that cross-training component really helps us when we're in desperate need of that service and we're caught sort of in the middle of vacation schedules because the summer is our busiest time. The summer is also when everybody wants to take time off. And so we really work on that end of it. In general, we're maintaining our fields, maintaining our athletic fields, our infields for proper play. You'll see our ball field machines that are out there that take care of the infield. Our mowers are out there taking care of the outfield. We have a full fertilization program for all of those locations as well. We take care of the trash and all of the other cleanup at those facilities. So it is a 7-day-a-week process. We are operating 7 days a week, particularly from now through the end of September, between ball fields and all of our other aquatic programming as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Antonelli. I just want to give a shout out to the Green Hill Golf Course. We've come a long way with that facility. The course improvements, it basically pays for itself. The youth programming, I have 2 adult daughters that went through that. My youngest is about to go through that program. It goes a long way to introducing folks to the kids to the game and improving, their activities. The Worcester Memorial Auditorium is listed here as $90,000 level funded. If you could just explain that appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that appropriation is used for the heating and the general maintenance of the facility. Our goal for Worcester Auditorium is to keep it in a state that at some point it can be renovated without having any failures in and around the memorial in particular. So the World War I memorial that's in the front of the building facing the old boys club, the new Wynn Apartments, is our major priority. We don't want to have anything happen to that mural. That's our biggest priority. The rest of it revolves around just keeping the building slightly warm, just enough not to freeze, so that there's no issues with the memorial.
Okay, thank you. We have Councilman Tony Economo.
District 1.
District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Millie, congratulations. You do a great job there. It's always a pleasure speaking with you, even though I can't speak to Rob, but I appreciate that.
Council, that's why we have her. Don't worry, she lets me know.
Please, Councilor Council, direct your comments to the
Yes, sir.
chair.
Through the chair to the commissioner. Just comments, and I really just want to say as a district council, especially the parks, the cemeteries, forestry, these are all things that my constituency uses daily. And I see it, they see it. They see the men and women out there picking up trash every morning. Just last week, they were out mowing the grass up at Kendrick. The team is out there. They're doing a phenomenal job. I'm proud to say that just about every park in District 1 has been updated with our last two, Roberto Clemente Park and Tacoma Street. Tacoma Street, I'm assuming, coming online soon. And then Roberto Clemente maybe later in the season, next year.
Through the chair to the councilor, Tacoma will open up officially for the spray park for the season in the end of June. The field will open up sometime around there, could be a little bit later. It will all depend on making sure that the expenses that the city has incurred for construction are met by the contractor. And so pretty much it'll be grass growth.
And I can tell you too, just being at the Burco neighborhood meeting last Thursday, they were commenting on what a transformation. That's the only way to put it. Unless you saw it before and you see it now, you have no idea what that's gone through, and it looks amazing. So I just really wanted to say thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for everything that the men and women do, because it is visible, it is seen, and it is greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Thank
No
you.
more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We got Councilman Rivera, District 5.
Thank you. I just again want to thank Commissioner Antonelli for being responsive, involved, being part of the solution, taking action. And I know you and your team are doing a great job. I know you're real busy with a lot of the stuff, and I know the dog park in Beaverbrook has been a big contingency, and you guys have been working great at it, and I know there's still some work to be done. But on a different note, staying on the Beaverbrook topic, my colleague put in a petition for a pool in that area. What are the realistics of that being a possibility?
Commissioner Antonelli.
Through the chair to the councilor, there's possibility. There are challenges to it as well in regards to the waterway that's right there. And so the manager and I have begun discussions on that, and we'll continue to look at that. He's tasked me with some initial work that I'm working through. And then once we have a better understanding of what that's going to look like, we'll report back to the council on that.
Thank you very much. That's all I got.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilman John Frisolo, District 3, followed by at-large Councilor Kate Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the commissioner. I want to thank you for all your hard work, and every time I need an answer from you, you're always very receptive and responsive. I appreciate that. Just a couple quick questions, because I know it's late, and if you just keep the answers short and sweet, we'll move on. Our rectangular fields, I know they're well sought after by many leagues and everything. Could you give us an update on how we're doing with that, please?
So through the chair, rectangular fields, we have two types. We have a synthetic and a regular grass field. We'll be opening our fourth synthetic turf field this coming June, end of June, July, at Tacoma Street Playground. That facility will have a full-size soccer, women's lacrosse, and women's field hockey layout on it. So if you come down Clark Street going towards the cutoff, you'll see the fabulous look of what that looks like and how great that is right now. Our other three facilities are overused, but they're designed that way, right? So they're designed as synthetic turf. They're designed to be able to take weather, rain. We can play in any weather. The only time we'll cut it short is if it's thunder and lightning. So we've really dodged a big bullet in regards to having facilities available to our community that can withstand the kind of use that we need. We also have a number of other grass ones, Great Brook Valley, Knights of Columbus, as well as some overlays over at Kendrick Field and some other facilities that really take up the other remaining Green Hill, take up the remaining use patterns on those. We are a diamond sport in the spring, so baseball, softball, and we are more of a rectangular sport in the fall, where it's rugby, it's soccer, it's football, it's that kind of stuff. And so the nice thing is that those synthetic turf fields have really been able to help us to be able to keep those kids active, even when we have rainy weather and any other those kinds of issues.
Okay, so we're able to satisfy our leagues and soccer leagues and so on and so forth?
I wouldn't say we satisfy them all, no.
Okay.
Most of the time, the problem is everybody wants the same time. So they want a 9 in the morning till 11 in the morning, something along those lines. So we'll be doing some modifications to our scheduling component as we roll into this fall with Tacoma coming online. And so that will help. We'll know more by spring of next year on, okay, well, what's the next step if we need another step? And we'll know that by then, because we're anticipating that Tacoma will take away some of those needs, except for when everybody wants to be on the field, which is, all of those the same times.
Okay, understandable. Thank you. And just one last question. In the district, Blythewood Park, could you give us an update on the lights and when they might be installed?
Sure. Through the chair to the counselor, we are all set with National Grid. Power's up and ready. Boxes powered up. The lights were supposed to ship on May 1st. They did not ship on May 1st. They're scheduled to ship the end of this week. So it's about a week time frame by the time we get the lights, and then we can install them and have them up and operational. So we anticipate that by middle of June, we'll be all set. We're pushing the contractor and the supplier of the lights to get those to us sooner so that we can get that up and completed sooner rather than later.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilor Toomey, followed by Councilor Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, thank you to everyone in the department who really live this day in and day out. Incredible job. Really, congratulations. Well earned. Rob, I know it's a 7-day-a-week job for you. You're always out there, and I appreciate that. People I don't think they really understand the vast depth and breadth of all of the things that are under your purview. When you think about it, just, the cemetery division is a huge operation as well, and people don't necessarily think about that. Recreation, I know you've got a lot going on there. As you just mentioned, all of the, the sports of fields, et cetera. One of the things that I did notice in the budget was, let's see, where did it go? There was an increase in tree removal from 75,000 to 100. Why is that?
Okay.
That's
So-
page.
So through the chair to the counselor, that is what we've been spending regularly. And so what happens is that it ends up being reflective in how we're spending our money, no different than as the CFO has talked about in other budgets as well. So we need that money there to be able to support the tree removal component. We do all of our trims in-house, but the tree removal component continues to be one of those items that, as we continue to see the decline of the trees that were planted after the tornado, and we're starting to see a little bit more of that even after ALB, those components are really coming true at that point, but we're also looking to plant and do more planting on top of that to be able to sublet those removals.
So I noticed that on page 149, talk about forestry scheduled to plant between 300 to 400 trees in fiscal year '26, and that's $2 million in grants and $12 million in tax levy borrowing has been invested. Is that all in parks, or is that include the street tree planting program?
So it includes the street tree planting program. The actual number that's going to happen this year is somewhere between 700 and 1,000 trees. We have a large influx working with sustainability and resiliency and the CFO and the manager on ARPA money that needs to be used by the end of this year. And so there's a large component of money that's going to be going into the ARPA area for planting for this year. And we are going to do one fall planting for this coming fall, and then we'll go back to our standard spring planting where we know we get better results from our planting processes.
Okay. Do we have a list of trees that have failed through Mr. Chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, we do. So we currently have, as of right now, 195 what we would consider high priority trees, and a total of 260 trees that need to be removed in our system as we currently sit today. That will change tomorrow based on both the removal and the addition of new ones into the system. Ideally, we're working on this to try to get that number down to somewhere in the 50 range, knowing that we'll never be at zero, but what we don't want to do is go too high.
Right, okay. Actually, I'd like to see a report on where those failing trees are, so that we could get that through you, Mr. Chair. And then, with that, I know I've talked about this several times before about invasive species, and is there anything in the budget to deal with that through you, Mr. Chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, we've been working with sustainability and resiliency. There was a council item that came to the council back in February that talked about the invasive species component. We'll be working with sustainability as well as Department of, what is it here? I'm sorry, the Department of Planning and Regulatory Services on a program for that. We'll be a partner in with what they're doing to identify and then work through that. We have on the city side, particularly in and around some of our water bodies, had some training done of our staff, that's mentioned in here as well, where we've gone in at University Park and done some clearing along the property, along the pond edge, where we were seeing some inappropriate activity happening, worked with Conservation Commission to get approval for it, and we did some training with our staff to help alleviate some of those particular issues at those locations. And we've been working with some of the neighborhood groups, Joe Johnson and others, to help alleviate some of those issues as well.
That's something, as you know, I've talked about for some time now that needs to be done. One of the other things that affects our trees is invasive species of the insect kind. And I know that there has been a great deal of an increase in lanternflies, and I think they're out now. The eggs are out now, and I know they feed on a tree of heaven quite a bit. And so if there's something that could be done in terms of an education program for the public to assist in eradicating any eggs so that we can minimize some of the impact, that would be really helpful. As I know, the eggs are coming out now.
So through the chair to the counselor, we've been working with some information from DCR that they have a set priority of how to address the situation. We've worked with our Urban Tree Forestry Commission to get that information out. They were scheduling themselves to go to neighborhood meetings within their district. I haven't gotten an idea, I haven't had a schedule yet of how many they've been able to go to or if they've gone to any of them, but they have been trying to get that information out to those certain groups in their district. On that end of it, as well as an educational component for all of us as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Commissioner, it would be really helpful, I think, to have these types of education programs, if you could do a video and post it on social media, I think you would get this out to far more people. And I think that that's something that, that's a all hands on deck effort. Especially reporting. Last year, I can't tell you how many times I asked people to report when they saw lanternflies so that we knew where they were heavily concentrated. It was really amazing, but how many they were. But I think that's something that we need to, is there anything else that's on the horizon that's come under the radar that's potentially an issue for our forestry?
Commissioner.
Through the chair to the counselor, there's always something that's coming around. We haven't had anything that has been identified yet that is of an extreme level that we're aware of or that has been acknowledged by DCR in their forestry department side. But we're always there. We're working on our end of it to have our staff and our contractors be able to look at things, and if they see something that's odd or off, to let us know, and then we'll work with the state on that side of it as well. The only other one is the emerald ash borer, which has devastated a large number of trees, particularly ash.
Right.
And so we've been dealing with some of those and having to remove those as well as part of our regular removal program.
Okay. So again, I mean, if it's DCR's video, whatever, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, but let's just get this stuff out there so that people can be active. I appreciate all the work that's being done on the veterans memorials, and also we want to thank Officer Sean Lovely. I just gave him a promotion for all of his efforts and working with the library as well to identify all of them. It's really important that we remember, and I know I appreciate your comments about the odd and that memorial, and it's very important that we remember those who gave their lives for our freedom, so I appreciate that. One thing I haven't heard much about is the zoo. Are we doing any changes with the zoo, or?
Through the chair to the counselor, no major changes at this point in time. As we've committed to and did some work, we've moved the community gardens from the farm up to its new location. That's worked out very well. We've started a new program where we're doing an event every month at the farm as well. And so it's being promoted through the city manager's office, as well as a council item that came here. So we've been doing those. We're looking to expand that. We're looking to double that next year, in including both our greenhouse and our planting, as well as our forestry division and others, to be able to do some more stuff there. So farm is good. Animals are great. No major issues over at that location.
Great. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Commissioner Antonelli, first of all, thank you and your staff for all the work that you do. I've grown over the years to really appreciate what's put upon you, especially in the summer. And I know it's not easy. And the institutional knowledge you have, it's invaluable if you won the lottery tomorrow and decided you didn't want this job anymore, which I hope you do, by the way. I hope you want the job and I hope you win the lottery is what I meant. I'm not sure there's any one person that could ever replace that institutional knowledge. So thank you, and I also would just note that Commissioner Antonelli and I had a phone call over a difficult issue, and I didn't realize it was a holiday when I called him, and he was gracious enough to call me back. And although it's not an issue for me to spend my time on the holiday, because I'm elected to do that, it was gracious of him to spend his time on his day off to do that as well. So I do appreciate it. I'll try to be brief. I have a question about what could possibly be, maybe not, maybe it isn't, but it could possibly be the least exciting item in this whole book. It's a cemetery, Hope Cemetery. And I say that because we don't get a lot of questions about it. It just doesn't seem like there's a lot of inquiry about it, but it's something that I have a lot of interest in for a variety of reasons. So I'll try to be really quick because the hour is late. Through the chair to the commissioner, I'm looking on page 166, and perhaps this is a question for Mr. McGurthy, whichever person feels most comfortable answering it. I'm not sure I understand the $50,000 figure that's repeated twice. One seems like, well, I'll let somebody explain it to me before I take a guess at what that means. That's in the right column, page 166, and it relates to funding sources for graves and lot sales.
CFO McGurthy.
Through the chair, so that is a non-tax levy revenue stream, the sale of graves and lot sales that is an offset to some of the costs that are up above. So the city collects that revenue, it goes into a separate account related to Hope Cemetery. It's then used here to offset the tax levy cost to cover the costs related to Hope Cemetery. It's in there twice only because it's a total of everything above. There only happens to be one thing above it, the same thing. Graves and lot sales, the total of the whole
Okay.
funding sources is graves and lot sales, 50,000.
So through the chair to the commissioner, what is the cost of a lot at Hope Cemetery, if you know?
So through the chair, our standard cost as of right now for
You can guesstimate. I don't need it to the dollar.
no, I have it here, I just got to find
All right,
it,
take
find the
your
right
time.
location.
Take your time. If you take long enough, we'll be
Yeah.
going home.
So
So I'm not going to rush you.
So our single grave is $1,500. That's a flat marker. Single grave in our in another section that is that are larger graves is $1,650. Single flat marker in our largest graves. So these are the graves that are. We do all of our pricing based on square footage. Is $2,250, and then it goes down from there. So $2,250 for a monument, $3,000 for a two grave, and then it adds up from there.
And through the chair, do you charge to open a plot? And somebody an additional charge?
Yes, we do. We charge for that as well, and so that cost is incurred by the family above and beyond that right there.
And what's the typical cost to open, if you know?
The typical cost to open is somewhere around $1,500.
So how many, through the chair, how many lots or plots last year, roughly? Because be honest, I think all of us, we don't study the obituaries, but
Yep.
we certainly make note when we think we know somebody passed. I rarely see burial at Hope Cemetery, so it happens, I know that. So through the chair, how many people were interned there last year, if you know?
So last year in fiscal '25, we did 232 burials. We sold 168 lots. We put in 27 monuments.
That's a lot more than I thought.
And that's on the lower side. So in fiscal '24, we did 309 burials. In fiscal '23, we did 305 burials. It does fluctuate relatively. It can fluctuate depending on when someone passes away and that. But that tends to be in that usually 250 to 300 range has been the average.
Yeah, through the chair, are the people, Commissioner Antonelli, the people buying the plots typically people who have family members already buried there? Or are these people starting new plots?
We get both. So we'll have families that, you know, have other lots, their loved ones are already there, but we'll also have, you know, the unforeseen death that ends up coming and needing a lot to go to, because when we price all of ours, we're usually at that lowest level, or we'll be below or just about at the same as a St. John's, a Notre Dame, an All Faiths, or even a Paxton.
So through the chair, another question I have is, what happens if somebody has a family member or family members buried there and they're indigent? They can't afford, well, their family can't afford to bury them there, or there is no family to bury them there. Are there circumstances where fees are either reduced or waived?
So yes, there are. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts supplies that cost to the funeral home. The funeral home will pay us a prorated amount for the burial purposes. We do not charge for the lot itself. But if somebody wants to mark the lot with a permanent stone, a permanent marker, they have to purchase the lot first, and then they can mark it with that. If they do something that is flowers or something that's removable, then we don't require that. But if they want to put a permanent marker there, they need to pay us first for the lot.
Just a time check for folks. We have 20 minutes left
Just
before
a
the end
couple
of the
more
meeting.
questions on this.
Sure, I'm not preventing you. I'm
No,
just
I
giving
know.
you a heads up.
I appreciate that, thank you. Through the chair, Commissioner Antonelli, with the trend towards cremation being one that's growing, do you anticipate, first of all, do you allow, I just learned recently to refer to it as cremains. I don't know if you've heard that.
Yep.
Do you allow cremains to be buried in the cemetery?
Through the chair to the council, yes. We allow one single full burial on all of our sites and 2 cremains on top. And so you can actually get 3 individuals into one single lot if someone so chooses. So, you know, if one person doesn't want to be cremated, but another one and a child or whatever it may be want to, we will allow 2 on top of a full removal, a full cremation, a full burial.
And lastly, through the chair, is there enough space there at the 250 to 300 burials a year to go on till your retirement, so to speak, or someone else's? In other words, we got years ahead for space.
So through the chair to the councilor, yes. There is a time where we'll have to reinvest, as we did a number of years ago when we built the sort of the green and the Muslim section that we built over along Hope Ave, as well as the other area we built out closer to the Greek Orthodox location. We will end up having to take up more space and build some additional graves, but we have plenty of space for at least the next 100 years based on the current numbers that we're projecting. Even if it goes up to the 350, 400, we are good for at least about 100 years with the space that we have available, but it will have to be developed.
I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me ask those questions, and thank you, Commissioner Antonelli. Let me just finish without any more questions, but just a comment. The reason why I'm intrigued by Hope Cemetery, I don't think, I said this many times before, I don't think we appreciate, I know a lot of people that tend to be critical of Worcester fall in this category as well. I don't think a lot of us appreciate as much as we should the significance of Hope Cemetery. And what I mean by that, you take a city the size of Worcester in the 1800s, that we allowed every possible denomination of religion that existed in our city to be buried in one location without discrimination of any way, giving each group the space they need and the respect and the dignity they need to be buried amongst each other, separate, but all under the city's auspices. I don't know of many other cities who did that, and I look at Hope Cemetery as just a wonderful example of what Worcester really stands for. Is it perfect? No. No city is, but I can't think of too many cities where that type of cooperation, respect among different groups existed, going way back to the beginning of our city. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit more about Hope Cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Satravicha.
I know it's late. I just want to begin with a congratulations to you for always winning the Tree City USA Growth Award on the Arbor Day Foundation, from the Arbor Day Foundation. Congratulations for that. And I remember on the Arbor Day when we gathered together at the behind the city hall, you gave every one of us a dogwood tree. I planted it in my backyard, and I'm waiting to see when it starts blooming in a few years. Thank you very much for the attempt to make the trees be given to everyone. I just have a couple of quick questions on your page number 166, where you have a line item of recreation services of $500,000, which wasn't there before. Any explanation of what is that suddenly added in?
Through the chair, if you look on the previous page, 165, you'll see it's a combination really of the decrease in, well, it's hired service aquatics contract. It's related. So as talked about before, it's an adjustment where it was just which spending line item was it under.
Good. Just a suggestion to maybe, not particularly to the Parks and Recreation, but just to Mr. McGurty, to you, when this budget is prepared, I would suggest that there be another last column which shows the percentage change, between the last year versus this year. That gives us a good perception of, if you have another column added that shows 20% change or negative 20%, whatever. So I think we have to really sometimes think about it and make it, but I think it'll be better and helpful to all the councilors to really judge what happened from last year versus this year. So just one suggestion. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Commissioner, how many Little League fields we have in the city that is owned by city, and how many of them are lighted?
So we have 6 Little Leagues left. When I started here, we had 12. And all of them have lights with the exception of Jack Berry. So
All of them have lights?
Yeah, all of them will have lights. So Schwartz, Burkett, Ted Williams, Joe DiMaggio down at East Park, all of those have light. Vernon Hill, Lou Gehrig, all of those have lights. The only one that currently does not have lights is Jack Berry.
Well, thank you. I'm so glad. Yeah, so are you going to be doing the lights in the other one, the Jack Berry?
So that would require, through the chair to the counselor, that would require a change to the master plan for that location. It was adamantly opposed by the neighborhood when we did the last master plan for that facility, and we did the upgrades to the Little League field. It was a major change, and so at this point, it would require a full or an update to the current master plan for that site to be able to include lights there.
Well, thank you so very much. And our kids, our children in the community should be able to enjoy their sports ability, and I think what you do and your department does is extraordinary. I thank you very much for working 7 days a week. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. We're going to close this section out with a couple of comments and some chairman's orders. The first one was I want to specifically shout out John and Scott from this department, particularly John Grant, that's always available. The work they do there has made some of our fields and some of our playing surfaces the best in all the land, as they say. Also, a special shout out, we know there's some challenges with our leagues, but our sports leagues, our commissioners, coaches, volunteers, players who help with the upkeep of those leagues. Also, middle school sports, we had Commissioner Antonelli and City Manager Batista work very hard to make the Eddie Bates Field playable, which is over in the Burncoat area. Some real safety concerns there for Burncoat Middle School sports and their baseball team at my request. So we want to acknowledge that. Chairman's orders, a park facilities restoration and maintenance plans for facilities such as at Greenwood Park, some of the public, for public bathrooms and the like. We'd like to get an assessment of that. In addition to that, there was a motion, I believe, by Councilor Toomey regarding a report on failing trees throughout the city. and also would like a report back on any communication that's possible regarding unused rectangular fields or fields with Worcester Public Schools. My daughter attends Chandler Magnet, or now Chandler Dual Language, or whatever they call it. There's fields back there that have been underused. Perhaps there's an opportunity for the city to deal with that. Also, a motion to discharge this department from Finance Committee, bring it before the full convening of the City Council for immediate consideration. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economo? Council Pizzolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Council King.
Yes, we have the library budget. I'm tempted to hold it, but this gentleman has been waiting here all night. Let's see if we can get through this. And that is item, where the heck is it? I don't even see it. Item 8A.
215.
Fiscal budget for the Worcester Public Library. If you could please introduce yourself and what your title is before we begin proceedings.
Good evening. My name is Jason Homer. I'm the Executive Director for the Worcester Public Library.
Thank you. CFO McGurthy, if you'd like to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The recommended appropriation for the Worcester Public Library is about $7.2 million, at 4% increase. There's one new position recommended, a library safety manager. Otherwise, it's just smaller increases related to various line items. And then there's one capital request, replacement of the automated material handling system.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? We'll go to Councilman Tony Economo, District 1, followed by Councilor Morris A. Bergman at large. Councilman Economo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment through the chair. What our library director here has done for the Worcester Public Library system has been outstanding. Where it was, where it went, and where it's continuing to go is a testament to his commitment and his staff's commitment to putting out the best library in Massachusetts, if not beyond. From worldwide media coverage to just all the great things that happen at the Worcester Public Library. I grew up in the Worcester Public Library up at the Francis Perkin branch. That was my mom's babysitter. And it's been phenomenal, you know, having served on the Library Foundation Board and seeing what's come across my desk at the time was simply amazing. And I felt the need to give him his kudos because it's well worth it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Morris Bergman, followed by Councilor Bellata, followed by Councilor Satra Mitra. Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's no question, I think, first of all, in my mind, I think in my colleagues' mind, that the Worcester Public Library is run top-notch, and Mr. Homer's done an incredible job there. My question is going to be a little bit different, because shouldn't come as a surprise, because I've asked this before. I grew up going to the library too, and that library particularly, and it's always a welcoming place for me and next generation, my children as well. My wife enjoys going there and getting books all the time. So it's something we continue to use. I suspect a lot of people in the city use it generationally. But to that point, it has to be a safe place too. So we've talked about this in the past. I see there's an allocation for a safety director. So through the chair, perhaps Mr. Homer could tell us a little bit about what that new position's about and why.
Yes, please proceed.
Through the chair, we're really excited about the prospect of getting our security manager this year because we feel like this is the missing piece. Last year, we had quite a bit of discussions around, in this body, we had quite a bit of discussions on library safety. I reported some data, and I'm very excited to tell you we are seeing fewer incidents, while we are continually working on helping behavior modification, helping those in crisis, whether they're in mental health crisis, whether they're experiencing addiction, or as some of the previous speakers, department heads have mentioned, as a community and as a world, we are experiencing people who are not okay. And so we deal with that every single day. Our goal to try to be succinct, which is not a skill set of mine, but I understand it's almost midnight, so I'll try to be succinct. Our security compliance manager is a role that we think is the missing piece that'll help go through some data analytics. We are employing a new incident tracking software under a product called SpringShare. SpringShare is what we do to manage actually the schedule, so staff will see the soup to nuts experience of security incidents when they report it, what happens, what are the follow-ups, what are the modifications, and where does that live within a matrix of behavior that is both acceptable and unacceptable. And so their job will be doing a lot of preparation of that information, of course, with no trespass orders, which is something we regularly issue. That all does actually ultimately roll up to me. That is not changing. Because it is part of the role of the executive director and the board of library directors. So our hope with this position is, one, it will interface. We have built an amazing relationship with the police department and continue to build on that. We're really excited about that. We've been working on creating significantly more trainings. We are becoming the experts in de-escalation in our community, and both library staff as well as our security compliance officers. So this will be essentially a small department within the library now with 4 full-time staff, 3 security compliance officers, and this 4th one being the manager of those groups.
All right, now, so just 2 more follow-up questions and I'll be done. One is, you mentioned no trespass orders. In 2025, do you have a guesstimate or number of how many of those were issued?
Through the chair, I went to log in to go this because I knew you were going to ask this question.
You know, I was going to ask the question.
Well, I knew someone was going to ask this question.
It's okay if you know it was me.
But they changed my IT updated the password, and I didn't have it, and I wasn't going to text anyone at 11 p.m. So I believe last year we had, if I'm remembering, we had our biggest month was 56 no trespass orders, and that was April of last year. So all 56 of them were allowed to come back into the library. For the best qualitative information I give you is we have not immediately no trespass someone again from that April group, which was a concern. But 56 is a huge outlier. Usually we're sitting around between 6 and 13 a month. And that does include people who overdose in the library, are no trespassed in the library as well.
Could you just repeat the last sentence you stated?
Individuals that overdose in the library are no trespassed from the library.
Thank you.
And my last question is, the question I just asked you about was 2025. So let's see if you anticipate that I'd ask you the next question. 2026, do you see a trend up or down, or it's hard to tell?
Through the chair, we are seeing a trend down in incidents, but our overdoses are not going down because there's more fentanyl in more substances. Especially, we're seeing a lot in vapes. Just the other day, I did an overdose reversal with some staff outside of the library that the person was vaping and adamantly disagreeing that they had used opioids. But the only reason we got them breathing again was through Narcan. So it was in it, whether or not they were, it was something they knew or not, is not up for me to diagnose. Our goal was to just reverse the overdose.
I appreciate the frank answers, and I just want to end with a comment, because for those listening in, I don't want the impression to be that the library and the issues that I'm asking about are really a big part of the library. They're not. They're thankfully a very small part of the library, but I feel compelled for my position as an elected official and public safety being paramount to all of us to ask those questions. But there's no question, and Councilor Economo was correct, that I traveled a couple of years ago to Aruba for a summer vacation with a family, and somebody next to me asked where you're from, and they happen to be in your position in another city in Massachusetts, the city of Lynn. So you may know who they are. And they were raving about how Worcester was lucky to have you as its executive director of the library. And I hear that from many other people. So please don't take my questions as a negative. I'm just trying to do my job and trying to do it quickly, given the late hour. So thank you.
Thank you. We do appreciate you, Executive Director Homer, very much so. To my colleagues, I would really hate to have to bring the Executive Director back. We have Councilor Lars Sacher-Micha and then Councilor Balata. We will continue with the line of questioning for as long as it takes. If there's additional questions, I want to remind folks that when this matter comes back to council, you have another opportunity to do so. The work that you do, we would like to recognize in addition to some of the fiscal constraints that belie you. We'll do the best that we can in the time that we have. Councilor Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Chief Librarian here. I'm so pleased to see you here, and special thanks to you for really waiting this long and midnight almost, and it's just still smiling. That's really good. I had the privilege of being in the board of the Worcester Public Library for 8 years, and that's the time when Penny Johnson used to be in your position. It was a wonderful time I had, and I still remember the days that I had in the library. And my children grew up being in that library for all the time. I don't really have any question or anything, but I just wanted to say that you're doing a great job. I just wanted to know that the only thing is the membership. Now, everything being online, everything being on the cell phone, how is the membership of the library? Is it growing?
Director Homer.
Through the chair, membership, number of library cards is holding steady for the last few years. We do a data dump every 2 years to make sure that people who leave the community don't stay on our rolls, because it's how I negotiate contracts for vendors, for databases, not big C contracts, Mr. Manager. And so we look at about 101,000 library cards are currently issued. To the comment about, and the question in the context of digital databases, the ebooks have fast become about 34% of our total circulation. Right now we're on track for circulating 1 million titles this year, which is slightly down from last year. However, we did anticipate, as the largest book publisher and book buyer in the country folded this past September, to a number of library shock. Including us. They were our primary source for getting materials, so it took us a little bit to get going, so we lost some ground on that piece. And I will close answering this question with saying that I am now the longest serving library director since Penny Johnson.
Wonderful, thank you so much. What is the number of books that you have?
Through the chair, the number of books in the collection currently sits at 864,000 materials, but there are still some items in our basement that we're going through cataloging from the, it looks like 1910s.
Wonderful. Let's make it 1 million. Thank you so very much for your answering the questions and being here with us, and keep doing the good job, and we're really very happy. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Robert Balata, District 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Yeah, to the library director, thank you for your work and all the work that your staff does. Every time I go to the library, I'm always impressed by the amount of programming, the amount of resources that the library provides to our community, and especially the amount of work and de-escalation and the work that you do with the community, dealing with some of the overdoses and other things that happen at the library. You and the library staff have done an incredible job, and it's a true asset to our community. We're really lucky to have such a fantastic library here in Worcester. So thank you for all your work. Director, and thank you to the staff.
Thank you. Executive Director Homer, you have, I think it's 96 positions listed. Are you at full capacity?
To the chair, we currently have 5 open positions, and all are different levels of recruitment. But we were so close to full staff. But we're also really fortunate that our board of library directors have funds that they allocate for staff to continuing education, including their master's degree in library and information science. So we have lost some staff, but we've also spread the gospel of the Worcester Public Library in the process.
Thank you. I have a ton of questions, and tonight's not the night. So I encourage my colleagues to consider, there's things that can be filed on the council floor. We're doing the best we can with the time that we have. You know, this library, you know, workplace safety has been a component that you've addressed. You've described literally saving lives while lifting up lives through education, resourcing, and connecting folks with learning in neighborhoods. There's just too much to kind of outline here tonight. So just want to thank appreciation for that. I do have a few chairman's orders. Just if we could get a summation of all awards that have been granted in the past 2 years to the library and its leadership. Also any municipal awards to any employees. Also second to that, a documentation of any workplace safety grievances that have been filed, provided to the council. And then lastly, if there's been any morale surveying of staff to be provided to council. We appreciate the work that you do. So all those orders, along with a motion to discharge this department from Finance Committee and bring it to before the full convening of the City Council for immediate consideration, as well as a motion to adjourn this Finance Committee meeting. Roll call.
Through the chair, some clarification. We have to hold 9A, 9B, and 10A before we do that.
On which ones? You talking about on the council agenda?
Oh, no, on the finance, because
Which
they have to
ones are
show
those?
up. So
Oh,
9A
yes.
is the actual budget.
Yes.
9B is the
Sorry.
capital, and then the loan order, which is the $43
Yes.
million 10A.
Yes, also to hold
Hold those as well.
Yes.
Council Bergman? Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Vasolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey? Yes. Vice Chair Council King.
All right, we have a couple of items that we have to take tonight for City Council, so we need to reconvene City Council. Roll call. Good? Good. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I missed what you just said.
We have to reconvene into City Council. We have a couple of items that are
Thank you.
time sensitive that we have to
Thank you.
dissolve of.
So we have
So
to
roll
vote.
call to reconvene City Council.
Mr. Chairman, roll call to reconvene City Council at 12:06 a.m. Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
Point of order, do we have to reconvene now that since it's gone past midnight?
We'll probably have to suspend the rules as well.
Yeah, we'll do that after we vote to reconvene.
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Frizolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Council King.
Yes, motion to suspend the rules, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Frizolo? Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Yes. We're going to go to petitions. We need to resolve these. Some of these have already been testified to, so we're going to take, can we take these concurrently, 7A, B? Oh, no, we can't. All right, so we'll take 7A. Councilor Economo, On behalf of Paul McDonald, request street tree in front of 61 Garrison Avenue, remove in interest of property preservation, referred to Department of Parks and Recs. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Rosolo? Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Council King.
All right, 7B, refer to Planning Board. Steve Kerrigan, on behalf of Edward M. Kennedy Center, requesting an amendment to Article 3 of the zoning ordinance. Roll call, refer to Planning Board.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economo? Council Rosolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Council King.
Yes. 7C to 7K, refer to Public Works Committee. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economo? Council Rosolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty is not present, and Vice Chair Council King.
Yes. Items 7L through 7Z, refer to Traffic and Parking. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economo? Council Rosolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Council King.
Yes. Items 8A to G, refer to Traffic and Parking. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economo? Council Rosolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Council King.
Yes. Appointments, non-city council appointments, informationals, items 9.18 B and C, appointing Christian Gutierrez Labate to the Community Preservation Committee, appointing Michael Ekene Nwagbo to Constable, appointing Michael Baker to the Historical Commission as an alternate. Motion is to file. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economo? Council Rosolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Council King.
Yes. 9.2A through C, City Council confirmations, appointing Carlos Rosende to the Planning Board as an alternate, appointment of Enzi Anji Moharame to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and also item 9.2C. And if anyone wants to take anything out, let me know. Recommend appointment of Sherry Pitcher, Chair of the Worcester Redevelopment Authority. Motion is to approve. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economo? Council Rosolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Council King.
Yes, want to go to we're going to go out of order, 9.13A, 9.31A. We're going to postpone those, so I don't know if I have to take those out of order. I take that back. 9.4A to send to committee. That item is, where is it? 4A. What page is that?
Page 6. It's the block grant.
Yeah, if you could read that, because I can't find it right now.
It reads, Mr. Chair, recommend adoption of the resolution to file and accept entitlement funding under the City of Worcester fiscal year 2027 program year, 52 community development block grants, emergency solution grant, a home investment partnership program funded through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
And to refer to the Health and Human Services.
Correct, so this
Roll
needs a
call.
public hearing to Health and Human Services. Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Bellotta,
Yes.
Council Economo.
Yes.
Council Rosolo,
Yes.
Council Mitra,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rosen.
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Council King.
Yes. If you could just direct me, Mr. Clerk, to the finance transfers and grants, so we can resolve those.
9.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, so we're starting 9.35A through F, and then there's 9.36A through D, which are financial items, operational transfers, 9.37A through C, which are prior year transfers, and there's a loan order, of 9.39A, which is regarding accepting a grant donation for 250 free lunches from Alma Gaucho Restaurant for police and fire department personnel on duty on Memorial Day, May 25th, 2026.
Thank you to Alma Gaucho Restaurant for that donation to police and fire for Memorial Day on May 25, 2026. Motion is to adopt. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Balata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Vazolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Council King.
Just a little cleanup. Want to move 12E. Request city manager, request Public Works and CFO provide a report feasibility of extending 10 and 20-year payment plan for residents who finance with the city during private street conversions to include a 35-year payment plan option. Roll call. Motion to approve. 12E.
And, Mr. Chairman, just some clarification. I believe Council Bergman also amended that, correct?
Yes.
Only to add the total cost, including the interest.
As amended. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Balata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Vazolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Council King.
Thank you. I just want to publicly state the plan was to hold 12R on behalf of the Ward family. We're going to not hold this, but simply postpone it along with the rest of the items on the agenda. Those items, as I understand it, will be taken first when we reconvene. I'll let the city clerk explain that momentarily. But 12R is a request that the city clerk conduct a research related to historical commitments made by the Worcester City Council concerning the naming of parks and streets in the city after Aries Ann Ward, a woman born into slavery in North Carolina in 1862, who settled in Worcester, where she lived until her passing in 1959 at the age of 97. Just want to publicly state for the family that that's going to be postponed. They're welcome to call in next meeting, and we're going to move to postpone. Before we do, Councilor Bergman.
Just a question on that. It interests me because it's a historical. So the historical commitments. Could you just take a second? I know the hour's late. Is this refer to any prior commitments that were made regarding street namings, or was that just a word shows?
It's all inclusive.
Okay. And does the clerk have any information regarding Ms. Ward and
Yeah, we're going to postpone that till next week.
Okay.
That's the motion. Roll call, Mr. Clerk. Roll call on the postponement, and then we'll see if there's any emergency business, and then we'll adjourn. So roll call on postponement.
Sorry, on 12R particularly, or?
No, just overall for the rest of the items that are left.
If we take them all collectively, then you have to reconsider if you want to vote the rest of them.
Say it again.
So if we take them all collectively to postpone, then if you want to vote on anything later, you have to reconsider that vote on that certain item.
No, I don't want to vote anything tonight, if that's what you're referring. You're talking about if we postpone everything on the agenda that's
Correct.
left, we have to do a motion to reconsider to hear it?
To hear that, if you want to take that after the vote.
I don't understand what you're saying.
So what I'm saying is, if we postpone 12R, we can
All
go, no, if you postpone all of them, then if you want to take something to discuss after that vote, then you have to reconsider that particular item as a vote, because you're taking them all collectively.
I'm not tracking at this hour.
Okay, so
So
my
give me an
suggestion
example.
is take
So-
12R, since you
Yeah.
discussed it, postpone that first. And then if you want to take anything out of order before we conclude and postpone the rest of them, you should do that before we take a final vote.
Do it separately.
So I'm not tracking, but
Okay.
why do we have to take that separate?
So if we vote right now to postpone all items,
Everything.
then you should conclude the meeting after that.
Okay.
But I
we
think
have
your
to-
statement
We have to
was-
go or we are under suspension, but if there's anything emergent someone wants to bring forward, we got to ask that first.
Correct, before you postpone all items.
Okay, so why don't we do that first? Is there any emergency items that folks want to bring forward? Seeing none, okay. Now what do we got to do?
So at this point, is any remaining items that the council did not take a vote the last 15 to 20 minutes, the motion should be to be postponed to the next city council meeting to be the first item of business.
Yes, that's the motion. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Fazolo?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Council King.
Yes, city council is adjourned.